Welcome, everybody. Welcome to today's episode of The Law of Self-Defense. Let me get my ear pods going. Welcome, welcome, everybody. It's going to be another full day with the Hannah Gutierrez armorer trial, set of Rust, the Alec Baldwin shooting. All day. When we left on Friday, the state had just finished up its 30th witness. 30th witness. They have 42 witnesses on their witness list. It's very unusual for the entire witness list to come in and testify. But when we left on Friday, the state hadn't rested. They were still presenting their case in chief, so I presume we'll continue doing that today. We have a few minutes before court comes into session. So let's do a quick review of what happened on Friday. So we had, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 witnesses on Friday, bringing us up to 30 witnesses so far for the state. The first was the completion of Sarah Zachary, who was the props master on the set, helped Hannah reloading ammo and such. Just got to set something up here, folks. 1 second. Okay, just want to make sure I'm all set for today's stream. In fact, let's make sure everything is going the way it's supposed to be going. No one's complaining about audio. Make sure we're streaming on X, though I don't know why I bother. We have YouTube is good, and Rumble. Let's see what's happening with poor Rumble. Rumble looks like it's good as well. All right, that's what I wanted to hear. Okay, let's see. All right, so we had the completion of Sarah Zachary. She started on Thursday afternoon, finished up on Friday morning. Started with cross-examination by Jason Bowles, who continues to not impress. He did start by asking her whether it was true that she'd signed a cooperation agreement with the state prosecutors to avoid prosecution. And she said yes. And frankly, that's something that Carrie Morrissey should have brought up on direct. It's embarrassing when opposing counsel mentions it for the first time on cross-examination. It looks like, I mean, I don't believe she was. Of course, she has to know this is going to come out, but it looks like you're trying to hide something. And that's not a good look. So that should not have happened. That was a misstep, a rare misstep by Prosecutor Morrissey. Okay, and let's see. Bowles asked her about Hannah being a part-time armorer, and Zachary said, well, armorer was her primary job. When she wasn't doing props, when there was, she was only doing props when there were non-firing days, so no blanks, no hot ammo being used. When she was doing armory stuff, she was not responsible for props. Bowles asked whether or not there was originally supposed to be a full-time armorer and assistant armorer, and Zachary said that was true. He asked her about throwing away the dummy rounds from the 2 other guns that were present at the church from Jensen Ackles and the second cowboy with him, and she conceded she threw those away. She didn't throw them away surreptitiously, though. She was in plain sight of lots of people. In fact, Nicole Montoya, who was another props assistant, was standing beside her. If she'd wanted to throw the dummies away, without anybody knowing, she would have just stuck them in her pocket, right, or held them in her hand and wandered off into behind some building. But that's not how this happened. So the notion that she was doing this surreptitiously doesn't seem very credible. Zachary was asked if Hannah took the revolver to Halls in the church, and she said he did, but Zachary herself was not in the church. She stayed at the props cart. Asked if she wanted to fire Hannah. Zachary said, yes, I did want her fired from props. Props, armor, very different. Zachary doesn't have anything to do with armory duties, except as an assistant to Hannah when she asked for it. After the shooting event, Zachary had texted someone, "I hope they put Hannah in jail. This is outrageous." But lots of people feel that way. It's not an unreasonable sentiment. Someone's been killed because of a failure in the armor safety check. Redirect was by Morrissey. She did touch now upon the cooperation agreement, requires Zachary to tell the truth. If Zachary lies, she can be prosecuted. So framing it as an incentive not to lie for the police, but to not lie. Asked if Zachary was Hannah's boss for props, and Zachary said yes, but not for armorer duties. Hannah had autonomy when it came to the weapons. And were the dummies you threw away, were they involved in the shooting? And the answer was no. And that was it for Sarah Zachary. Joel Souza was next, the director who was shot in the shoulder. Not really informative. He didn't see much. He was focused on the camera monitor. Of course, he got shot. He fell down. He screamed. He didn't see who handed the gun. Okay, court camera is live. He didn't see who handed the gun to Baldwin. Not that that really matters. A direct was by Morrissey. Souza doesn't know much about guns or about dummies. Believes the armorer and the assistant director are supposed to do safety checks of the guns. Didn't ever see Hannah shake rounds to confirm dummies. But he wasn't that attentive to that kind of stuff. Asked if armorer had autonomy over guns. The answer was yes. What the armorer says goes for everybody, even big actor producer Baldwin, when it comes to weapons. He had told, after the camera crew quit, he told David Halls and Halyna Hutchins, not to worry about it. We're not going to be able to get our full day done, but we'll do what we can in the time we have available to us. So kind of de-stressing the circumstance. A bunch of people were inside the church. In fact, by my count, there were at least 9 people inside the church. Now, this didn't come up by Morrissey yet. Maybe she'll do it on closing, but it's impossible. It's impossible with all those people present in the church. It's simply not credible to believe, for example, that Alec Baldwin, it's not credible. It's not possible. It's not feasible that Alec Baldwin sitting in the pew surrounded by 10 people doing lights, special effects, camera work, script supervisor, wardrobe, assistant director, that Alec Baldwin inserted himself a live round into that gun, right? I don't think anybody believes that. I don't think anybody believes that David Halls, in the midst of all those people, put a live round into that gun, which means that when that gun came into the church, there was already a live round in it. And the gun came from Hannah Gutierrez, the armorer, whose one job is to make sure there's no live rounds in the gun. And that's really the only legal question in this case. And it's incontrovertible. So cross-examination of Souza was by Bowles. Again, there wasn't much to do. He heard David Halls call out cold gun. Obviously, it wasn't. He doesn't know who handed Halls the gun. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't know if the armorer was inside the church. And Bowles tried to suggest that, hey, when the armorer is not in the church, that means the safety is the responsibility of the assistant director, right? Not the armorer. Except, of course, like I just said, the armorer has already failed in her duty by bringing a gun into the church that has a live round in it. Then we had Emory Chone, who worked at the front desk at the hotel that Hannah was staying at. He said he saw some ammo in her room, but he didn't know if it was real ammo or dummy ammo. And my recollection is that he also saw an impact bullet puller in her room. But I didn't write that on my notes, so I'm not sure if my memory is correct about that or not. Maybe somebody can confirm for me. Wyatt Mortson was next. He's a wrangler on the set. And the most interesting part of his testimony was at the very end when he said, well, the proper way to check a single action revolver for a barrel obstruction, which is one of the roles of the armorer, is you just pop the cylinder completely out of the gun. And then you can look down the muzzle safely and you can see daylight at the back end of the barrel if there's no revolver in the gun. What Hannah did was she would look down the muzzle with the cylinder still in the gun, which is incredibly dangerous. Now you're looking down the muzzle of a gun that can fire, and it's pointless because you can't see anything that way. It's just black when the cylinder's in the gun. And he saw guns unattended on the prop cart after shooting scenes. Of course, we've had much testimony about that. Here comes the train. I can see my mic picking it up on the soundboard. I don't know if you guys can hear it. Next was Cherlyn Schaefer, the so-called medic on the set. She was apparently really just a boo-boo nurse. Gave out sunscreen, bug spray, took care of splinters, not really equipped for a genuine trauma event. Didn't have chest seals. Emotionally traumatized by having to do her job, treating an injured person. When asked if she saw Hannah providing weapons to actors without conducting a safety check, she said she did observe that. When asked when she saw Hannah put rounds from ammo boxes into her fanny pack, did Hannah check each one? And she said she didn't. Cross-examination was by Monica Barreras, the replacement co-counsel for the defense. She said, well, what happens if the armorer has to go to the restroom? Doesn't safety become someone else's responsibility? And Cherlyn said, well, I would presume if the armorer goes to the restroom, we'd wait for them to come back before handling weapons. She was asked if she was suing David Halls, Joel Souza, Hannah Gutierrez, Sarah Zachary, and she said that's true. She was. In fact, she has a judgment from Sarah Zachary already, probably a settlement, but they didn't say. Very upset, says if the armorer and first AD had done their job, a mother and wife would be alive. She didn't have anything in her trauma bag for gunshot wounds. Said people aren't supposed to be shot on set. Well, people aren't supposed to be injured at all, ma'am, but you're there. You're being paid. She had said she didn't see any safety checks done by Hannah, or she had seen Hannah hand out guns without safety checks, more accurately. And she was asked by Barreras is it possible that the safety checks were done outside your presence? And she conceded that was possible. On redirect by Carrie Morrissey, Carrie Morrissey asked her, is it customary for safety checks to be done elsewhere, like not on the set? And the answer is no, of course, because then the people on the set don't know whether or not the safety checks were done. That's why the safety checks are done in front of them normally. And Carrie Morrissey, in attempting to diffuse the cross about the unprepared trauma kit, asked if it's customary for chest seals to be carried on a set by set medics. And Cherlyn said no. And then ridiculously, the medic, so-called medic, Cherlyn Schaefer said, and chest seals, when I can get them, they're not easy to get. Folks, they're easy to get. I've got them. I've got a bunch of them. We keep them in our little IFAC kits in the car, in our home emergency trauma kit. Just get them from North American Rescue. That's a reputable company. They're easy to get. And the last witness of the day, witness 30 so far for the state, was Mamy Elizabeth Mitchell. She was a script supervisor, currently a substitute teacher. A lot of people involved in this event are no longer in Hollywood. David Halls is out. Sarah Zachary, no longer involved in Hollywood. Mamy Mitchell, no longer involved in Hollywood. But at the time, she was a script supervisor for Rust. She was on every take. She's worked previously with armorers on 24 films. She found Hannah to be inexperienced and unprofessional, left guns unattended on the cart. She said armorers are usually quiet, focused, organized, methodical, and Hannah was none of that. 2 NDs on set she was present for. She was concerned about those. And she counted off people in the church when the shot was fired. And that included Halyna, Serge, who I don't remember. I guess that's Helena's assistant, right? He testified. Joel Souza, Zach, somebody, maybe a grip guy. I forget now who that is. Baldwin, a still photographer, a special effects guy, David Halls, herself. That's 9 people. And it's ambiguous whether or not Hannah was in the church. I expect she wasn't. But now we have at least 9 people in this church. So the notion that David Halls or Alec Baldwin slipped a live round in to that gun in front of all those people while carrying out their other duties is just ridiculous. That means the gun came into the church in the hands of Hannah Gutierrez with a live round in it. And that's the manslaughter right there. Nothing else really matters in this trial. And the rest of it is just frosting. And that was about it. That's my quick summary. My quick summary of, let's see, of day 7 of the Hannah Gutierrez trial. And now let me set up for day 8. My note-taking of day 8. And it's still the state going. So this trial was supposed to last 2 weeks, which means on that schedule, it would wrap up on this Thursday. But the state's still presenting its case in chief. The defense hasn't had its turn yet. And the notion that the defense is going to wrap up in 3 or 4 days is, I guess it's possible. Would seem surprising. It would indeed seem surprising. Let's see. Let me take a look at what we have here. Oh, that's the that was when I'm trying to find the witness list for the defense. There it is. So let's take a look at the witness list for the defense. They plan to call Fel Reed. He's their number one witness. Who else? They're going to call back. Well, they may not call, but they have on the witness list Gabby Pickle, Sarah Zachary, Seth Kenny, who we have not heard from yet, David Halls, who's testified for the state. Let's see. Call back Mamy Mitchell, whose lawyer, by the way, is Gloria Allred, because Mamy, the script supervisor, is also suing. John Ziello is on the list. Ross Adiago, these both testified for the state. Joel Souza, Cherlyn Schaefer, the medic again. Serge Svetnoy, the Halyna's assistant, also testified. Ryan Winterstern, who was one of the financial producers, one of the money guys. So that's 21 named witnesses on the defense list, and then they add any witness listed on the witness list by the state, which is 42 people, although there's quite a bit of overlap. Any witness called by the state of New Mexico, even though if it wasn't on their witness list, and there was at least one of those, and any rebuttal witness. Oh, and then they have expert witnesses. Let's see. An expert in firearms, firearm safety, an expert in investigations, quality of investigation. So they're going to suggest the New Mexico Sheriff's Office did a bad job, which they probably did. They did in the Dean Cummings case. It didn't sound very impressive here. An expert on movie set safety, chain of command, and protocols on movie set. Well, that'll be interesting. And a qualified polygraph examiner who will testify that the test results of Miss Gutierrez polygraph examination. That's interesting. I wouldn't think that would be admissible. I guess maybe admissible for purposes of as exculpatory evidence, but not incriminating evidence. Polygraphs are garbage, as far as I'm concerned. But there you go. Now their armor expert is, I believe, ultimately they couldn't they couldn't find him. They lost him, and then on February 12th they tried to submit another request, a new expert. A woman, Lenny Callis, but it was a week before trial, and the state objected, and the court agreed with the state. I don't think the defense has an armor expert to share. Let me make sure I save this witness list so I don't lose it. Yeah, I covered that. The court saying no. No. A motion in limine. Let's see. There's the supplemental witness. And then the state's motion to exclude the supplemental witness. I've covered that before, but if we have some pauses, maybe I'll cover it again. And then like the day before the trial started, the court granted the state's motion to exclude the witness. There we go. Okay, let's see where we're at. Oh yeah, on Friday I passed 60,000 subscribers on YouTube, which was fun. I mean, it doesn't really do anything for me. I don't really consider myself a YouTube content creator, but you work hard on all this stuff. It's nice to get a little bit of subscriber recognition. I appreciate that. And since then, we've picked up another almost 300 since Friday afternoon. So that's very nice. It's about 100 a day. Yeah. So as long as we're talking about it, if you're watching this on YouTube, let's see. There's how many of you here? 1,000. There's 1,000 of you here, and there's 157 likes. Come on, folks. You can do better than that. You can do better than that. You can hit the like button every show. Go ahead, hit that like thumbs up button. Hit that like thumbs up button. I would appreciate it. And if you're not yet a subscriber, go ahead, hit that subscriber button, hit the bell. Maybe YouTube will give you a notification. Who knows? But it's all appreciated. We put a lot of effort in here on our end to cover all this stuff, and it's always nice when people indicate their appreciation of that. All right, let's see. I misspelled Schaefer. Yeah, the so-called medic was quite something. I think her husband was also working on the set, if I recall. So anybody remember of the guy, the hotel front desk guy mentioned a kinetic bullet puller in Hannah's room? Because it came up somewhere in the testimony, and I just can't remember where. And let's see. We talked about Kyle, law self-defense member. Oh, by the way, so of course, let me get this out of the way before I forget. Today's show is sponsored by none other than CCW Safe, a provider of legal service memberships, what many people mistakenly call self-defense insurance. In effect, they promise to pay their members' legal expenses and provide civil liability coverage if their member is involved in the use of force event, and they do much more. For example, they fly in to the scene, their own investigative team, experienced homicide detectives, great guys. I've met all of them. I really like the folks over at CCW Safe. I do a lot of partnering with them, and I'm also a member myself. They're the ones I trust. There's a lot of garbage companies out there, folks, but I trust CCW Safe. If you'd like to learn why I trust them, point your browser to lawofselfdefense.com/trust. They're the best fit for me. Maybe they're the best fit for you. And you get a 10% discount code there when you become a CCW Safe member. Lawofselfdefense.com/trust. And I see some action. In the courtroom. Let's see if I can bump up the volume. 300%.
All right, you may be seated.
And we are in session.
Call your next witness.
Karen Kuhn. All right. That's Keuhn.
Stand before the judge, raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone. Thank you.
Ma'am, state your full name for the record.
Karen Ann Kuhn,
And how do you spell your last name?
Kueh.
31st witness
How
for
are
the
you
state.
currently employed?
I am a stills photographer on film sets and sometimes a wrangler.
What does a stills photographer do on film sets?
We document scenes, behind the scenes, and do gallery work and specials for billboards, posters, whatever the production needs.
Okay. Were you employed as the stills photographer on the set of Rust?
Yes.
And if you recall, can you estimate for us approximately how many photographs you took during the time that you were working on Rust? Do you have any idea?
Maybe 9,000,
Okay. A lot.
about 2,000 a day at the most, probably.
Okay. I am going to, well, before you came in today, did you have an opportunity to review one of the photographs that you took?
I did.
Okay. I am going to ask the court to admit State's Exhibit 165. I believe there's no objection.
No objection, all right, thank you. 65 is admitted, you may publish.
Here comes Chad, the AV IT guy.
It's off. It went off again here. I can turn if you want.
No, you're fine. But these guys will take care of it. I'm not. I never do.
Yes.
Ma'am, do you recognize this photo?
I do.
Can you tell us the date that this photo was taken?
I believe it was on the 15th,
Of what month?
October.
And would that have been 2021?
Yes.
And do you recognize this person here?
Yes, that's Hannah,
Okay. And who's this person here?
Alec.
And why were you taking this photo?
I just shoot a lot, and I think the behind the scenes is really interesting, what's going on. So they're having a conversation about what's about to happen. And
Okay.
that's it.
Do you know what this is in Ms. Gutierrez's hand?
It looks like the gun belt. I'm guessing for Alec,
Okay.
or a bandolier, one of those.
Okay.
I see a gun in it.
All right. I'm going to zoom in on this photo.
Okay.
Can you see that?
Yes.
When you look at, well, tell us what's
It's
in
pointed
that
up at her.
belt.
Ammunition and a gun.
And do you notice anything about the center primers of the ammunition that's in that belt?
One is silver and quite different from the other 4.
All right. And that was October 15th, you said, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'll pass the witness.
Oh, that's
Cross-examine.
it. It's Monica.
Can I leave this here? And you can use it. You can set things on it if you want. Thank you.
Morning, Ms. Kuhn.
Good morning.
Is it true that you were budgeted for 5 days of work for the entire show?
Yes.
Okay. And were you ever tasked with taking any pictures of guns pointing into the camera?
Yes.
Who made you take pictures of guns pointing into the camera?
One of the junior producers, Ryan Smith, emphasized that I should get as many shots of guns pointed into the camera as possible.
Okay, so then you were told to do this on many occasions?
Maybe twice.
When those photos are taken of guns pointing into the camera, are they actually pointed at you, directly at you then?
When it's the gallery shoot, yes. And those guns have to be checked by the armor before, which I trusted was happening because she was nearby.
When filming in New Mexico, did it appear to you that Alec Baldwin was the boss?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody tell Alec Baldwin no?
No.
And in terms of the structure, did it appear that other producers were below him?
Yes.
Did you see other producers on the set frequently?
Yes.
How frequently did you see other producers on set?
Every day.
Pretty much every day I was there.
Were the other producers sometimes even in some of the photos that you were taking?
Yes.
You had to Photoshop them out?
No, I don't do Photoshop.
Okay. What about Gabrielle Pickle? Did it appear to you like, well, first, did you have interactions with Gabrielle Pickle?
Very little, just the initial deal.
Did it appear to you, in your perception, that the budget was a major concern to Gabrielle Pickle?
That's her job. She's the line producer, I believe. And so she has to come in according to whatever the budget is.
Okay. Do you recall believing that she was trying to be cheap, to cheap everybody down?
On the lower tier, lower budget shows, that's what they all do.
And that's what you observed from Gabrielle Pickle in this show?
I didn't get involved with her about everybody else's deal, just my deal. And I just made a deal with her and that was it.
Okay, but I'm trying to get at your perception of her and whether, in fact, I'm not sure if you're quite answering. Did you believe that she was cheap, cheap, cheap?
I don't have an opinion.
Do you remember testifying or making statements about your opinion of her previously where you said she was cheap?
Impeachment.
Well, that was the nature of this show. It was a low budget tier.
Okay, and I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about your opinion about Gabrielle Pickle and whether you once believed she was cheap, cheap, cheap.
I don't recall if I said that, then I said that.
Would it refresh your memory to look at a transcript of your pretrial interview in this case?
If I said it, then
Okay.
I said it. I mean, that was the overall feeling with everybody. Everybody's always trying to get more money. That's just the way it goes.
Okay, thank you. Were you actually in the church at the time of the shooting incident in this case?
I was.
And do you recall ever seeing Hannah Gutierrez in the church at that time?
I
Prior?
do not. I saw her outside.
Would you agree with me that after lunch, right before the shooting, everybody on set was rushing to get the set all up and going?
I would agree with that.
I don't believe I have any other questions for you. Thank you.
Is Morrissey going to bother with redirect? There's only been like 2 witnesses that she hasn't done redirect on the whole trial. Oh, she's back.
Ms. Kuhn, I want to ask you a couple questions about taking photos of guns pointed at the camera. You indicated that you thought that Ms. Gutierrez had checked the gun.
I believed so.
Let me ask you, did Ms. Gutierrez check the gun in your presence?
Not that I recall.
And how many movie sets do you think you've worked on that had armorers?
Over a dozen.
In your experience, does the armorer generally check the gun in the actor's presence or the assistant director's presence?
Yes.
Did that happen in this case?
I didn't see that. I also came into the church a little bit later.
And I'm not talking about inside the church. I'm talking about with you when you were taking those photos.
Right. I just don't recall. I wasn't paying attention to that. I was paying attention to just documenting what was
Okay.
going on.
Well, would you recall if Ms. Gutierrez showed you the dummy rounds and shook them for you when she put them in
Yes.
the gun?
I would recall that, but I don't.
Okay. So is it your testimony that that did not happen?
I don't know. I don't know if she checked them. It's not my job.
She didn't check them in front of you.
No,
Okay, understood. Was Ms. Gutierrez present for those close-up shots of guns pointed at the camera?
she was nearby. We were in a very small space outside of a barn for a gallery shoot, and I asked her to check everything, and I trusted that she did that. And I was inside and working with the talent on those days. And that space is probably 20 by 30, very small. You can't have a lot of people in there.
Okay. You were asked some questions about Ms. Pickle and the budget.
Mhm.
Do you generally work on movies in the state of New Mexico?
Yes,
You live in New Mexico, right?
yes.
And are a lot of films that are made in New Mexico low budget movies?
It's a mix. It's a mix.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge about New Mexico tax incentives and how that happens with regard to different tiers of movies?
Not enough to talk about, but I know
Okay.
they get a discount if they hire our local crew, which we appreciate.
Okay, of course, understood. On October 21st, 2021, when you were inside the church, and I'm talking about shortly before the incident where Ms. Hutchins was shot, were you paying close attention to Ms. Gutierrez and what she was doing?
No, I was paying attention to Alec because he was handling a gun. As I walked in the church, I thought, there's some shots happening, photographs. So I kind of went right in to get some photos of him. And then he pointed at me to get out of the way and out of his personal space.
Okay. I don't have anything else. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you very much.
Next witness.
State calls Marissa Poppel. Thank you.
Marissa Poppel. Oh, they called her back, right? Yeah, she's been here before. Crime scene
Do you swear or
technician.
affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Sorry, I didn't realize we were still presenting on the screen. Well, let's leave it on for now that I've figured out what's going on. Ms. Poppel, good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you for returning to answer some additional questions. I would like to show you a series of photographs, and I believe there is no objection to these photos. They are exhibits.
All right.
And the photos are going to be 166 through 173.
All right, there's no objection to their admission.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, they're admitted, you may publish.
Okay. Ms. Poppel, do you see that photograph there that's on your screen? And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 166.
Yes, I do.
What is that a photo of?
This is a photo of dummy rounds that were removed from a box that was located in the prop truck, and then they were laid out on brown paper and rephotographed.
And I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as State's Exhibit 48A. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that and how does it relate to the photo that we just looked at?
these are those same rounds while they were still in the foam insert.
And are these the rounds that came out of the box that had the blue Sharpie writing on the label?
Yes,
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 167. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
yes, this is a box of live rounds that were collected from PDQ.
And is one of them dissimilar than the others?
Yes, in the bottom corner, one of them has a silver primer.
Talking about this one over here.
Yes,
Was that the only live round with a silver primer that you?
Boy,
found
that's
at
subtle.
PDQ?
No.
I'm gonna have relates to the previous photo, this one here, 167. What's 168?
These are those same rounds removed from the box and laid out.
Do you know which of these has the silver primer?
It would be one of the rounds that's by itself.
One of these over here?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of the shape of the projectile, is the shape of the projectile similar to the live rounds that were found on the set of rust?
No.
Is the head stamp of the round, and in fact, let's move to State's Exhibit 169. Is that a close-up of that live round?
Yes.
Is the head stamp of this live round the same as the head stamp of the live rounds from the set of rust?
No.
State's Exhibit 170, what are we looking at here?
These were additional rounds that were located at PDQ that had silver and color primers.
And are the head stamps the same as the live rounds found on the set of rust?
No.
State's Exhibit 171, what's this?
This is a top view of those same live rounds located at PDQ with the silver primer.
Is the projectile shape the same as the live rounds that were found on the set of rust?
No.
The live rounds with silver primers that came from PDQ, how many did you find?
There were, I'm sorry, say that one more time.
How many live rounds at PDQ with silver primers did you discover and photograph?
10.
10 out of all of them.
Yes.
Okay. And have we looked at all of them this morning?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 172, what is this?
This is the outside of a ammunition box that was located in Lieutenant Benavides' vehicle.
And based on your experience in this case, do you know what kind of ammunition that box contained?
This contained blank rounds.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 173, what is this?
This is the outside of an ammunition box that was located on top of the cart.
And what kind of ammunition was inside this box?
There were blanks inside this box.
I'm going to show you what is previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
The box that we just looked at, can you tell us where it is on the cart?
Yes, it's off to the side.
Is it this one right here?
Yes, where your cursor is.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
Crossed by bowls. I'm sure this will be scintillating. Looks professional, huh? Unbelievable. Law self-defense member Chris from New Braunfels, Texas. Yeah, it's pretty out there. I like that part of Texas.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Okay.
Ms. Poppel, so you testified earlier, you all found 10 live rounds, and that was in the search that occurred approximately 1 month after the shooting. Is that right?
Yes.
So again, you have no idea what happened in the month in which went by that you all weren't there to search, right?
Correct.
Now, State's Exhibit 4, you testified at the end, you looked at that exhibit, and told the jury where that box was on the card. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, it's also been your prior testimony, is it not, that you put that box back on the cart from Benavides' vehicle? Is that right?
No.
Okay. Was that box there before?
Yes.
Okay. So that wasn't one of the two boxes that were removed from Benavides' vehicle and put back on?
Correct. Those were placed in a brown paper bag and secured in the scene.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may approach to show some exhibit. Now, I'm going to show you first what's marked as Exhibit Q, Defense Q, and ask if you recognize that.
Yes, I recognize it.
Did you take that photograph?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move Defendant's Q into evidence.
No objection to any of these.
All right, and you
Thank
want to just,
Thank you, Counsel. So then I will move in, Your Honor, Defendants R through D as well.
R through what?
D as in David. It goes all the way through R through Z, and then AA, BB, CC, and DD.
All right, so,
That's a lot of photos.
and then AA, BB, CC, DD.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted, you may publish.
It's going to be a photo-rich cross.
Okay, so this is touchscreen.
So 13 photos in all. If I can count on my fingers up to 13. Fingers of one hand. Lawyer math.
Okay, ma'am. First, I've got Defendant's Q, and I want to show you that picture.
Move that microphone closer to you.
Oh, yeah. Ms. Poppel, Defendant's Q, can you tell the jury what that photograph is?
This was a photo of dummy ammunition that was located at PDQ.
Now, when you say it was dummy ammunition, did you send these to the FBI lab?
No, we did not.
And did you actually seize those and take them to the sheriff's office?
No.
So you took a picture and you concluded they were dummies without getting lab confirmation. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, I want to show you next Defendant's S. And what is that picture?
He skipped R.
I believe this was I'm sorry. I believe this was the box of, you know what? I can't determine it out of context. I apologize.
Okay. But this was something you took at PDQ Props?
I couldn't determine it out of context. I apologize.
It's okay.
I've over 2,000 photographs,
Sure.
mostly of ammunition. So
Defendant's T, can you tell the jury what that is?
this was the outside of the box where live rounds were located at PDQ.
Defendant's W, can you tell the jury what this is?
Could you turn the photo?
Sure. Yeah, that'd be easier.
Thank you. This was boxes of ammunition that were located at PDQ.
Okay, Defendant's DD, can you tell the jury what that photo is?
This was another photograph taken at PDQ.
Did you, is this in the state it was in when you, obviously when you got there for the search?
Yes.
What are those items in the back? They're yellow and green. You see at the very top right. What are those things?
Tools,
I'm not sure. Some
or
folks
Allen
use it.
wrenches, or hex wrenches, or Torx wrenches.
Did you inspect that tool at all to find out what it was?
I believe that Sergeant Zook assisted with that aspect.
Were there any rounds in this picture?
If you could move it up, just because my portion has lettering underneath it.
Sure, yeah.
There were rounds on the table, yes.
So there is, and just to describe, there's rounds laying in a mix of all kinds of stuff. I don't even know what to call it. Is that clutter? Would that be a good word?
There were a large amount of items on the table.
Okay. What is the green cans? What are those?
I don't recall what the
Listall.
green cans were.
List all.
And what is that brown canister in the middle, or whatever that is, a box?
I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Okay, I should point this thing right here.
The black box that's there, I don't recall what it was.
Did you all pick up these and look under them? Pick up the clutter and look under it?
Yes, items were moved.
Okay. So if you found anything under it, can you tell us what that was?
Nothing located underneath it was collected by us.
Okay. What are those manuals in the top right? Did you look at those?
I don't recall what those manuals were.
Did you determine whether there was any equipment or other tools within the PDQ props?
If there were tools?
Equipment, first of all, like machines?
I don't recall there being machines. I mean, there were some miscellaneous tools.
Do you know what a reloading machine is?
I know what it is, yes.
Okay. I want to show you defendants.
I've never called my reloading press a machine.
Those items I was talking about, the yellow and green, and seeing those closer, does that refresh your memory as to whether you might have seen what those were?
It does not. I did not inspect those items personally.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you again defendants W. Do you remember seeing on any of these boxes that you looked through or inspected the JS initials?
Yes, multiple boxes had JS initials.
I'm going to show you defendants V. Ma'am, what is this picture that we're looking at?
I don't recall exactly where this picture originated from.
I'm going to show you defendants X. Can you tell the jury what this picture is?
These are more ammo boxes that were located at PDQ.
Now, did you find any written inventory system in the paperwork that you might have inspected at this search?
I did not myself know.
Did you determine whether there was any computerized inventory system that kind of cataloged where things were?
That I do not know.
I'll show you defendants V. Better turn it right side up. Defendants V, can you tell the jury what that is?
These were more ammunition boxes located at PDQ.
Were you able to ascertain any type of system, just staring at everything, as to how these were arranged?
They seem to be arranged by ammo type.
And were they all kind of put in together? Did you ever see bags of rounds put in by boxes?
I don't recall.
I'm going to show you defendants AA. Does that appear to be bags of rounds by boxes?
Yes.
Okay. So again, that was how it was when you took this picture at the search, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I have, let me see, Judge, just 1 second. Okay, Your Honor, I have no more questions.
Redirect.
Ms. Poppel, when you were at PDQ, you were there pursuant to a search warrant, is that right?
Yes.
And did the search warrant let you take from that property anything you wanted to?
No, it had restrictions.
What were the restrictions of the warrant?
We were looking specifically for live ammunition, 45 caliber.
Okay. 45 caliber live ammunition.
Yes.
Okay. Did you take all of the 45 caliber live ammunition from PDQ into evidence?
Yes.
Of all of the 45 caliber live ammunition that you took from PDQ, was any of it similar to the live rounds found on the set of Rust?
No.
Well, it was similar in some respects. It was 45.
I'm going to show you
It was live.
what was marked as Defendant's Exhibit Z. Were all of those boxes taken into evidence?
No,
Why not?
because they did not contain 45 caliber live rounds.
I'm going to show you what is marked as Defendant's Exhibit AA. Do you see that?
Yes.
These bags I'm a little reluctant to call them ammunition, but what appears to be at a minimum brass casings. Were those taken into evidence?
No,
Why not?
because they were not 45 caliber live ammunition.
As you look at that photo, do you know whether they were live ammunition at all?
No, I don't believe they were.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Your excuse, thank you. Wait, can I have this? Keep moving, Mr. Bolt.
Law self-defense member Clay says, I still say this is the Alec practice run. If they can't get her, they can't beat his team. Well, the relevant facts are different. The emotional appeal might be different. I mean, I expect his legal team to be much better than this defense team for sure. But, lawyers are stuck with the facts that you give them, folks. And Alec is not giving his team very good facts. In fact, he's giving them very bad facts. The court volume is much lower than me. All right, I set it to max, 600%. Well, now too loud. What are you talking about? I'm going to trust the law self-defense members. Law self-defense members, how's the sound been in court? Give me a quick before we start again. Quick. One of my members. It's been okay. I'm going to leave it where it is then. All right, next witness. Oh, somebody says low. All right, I can boost it up. I'll boost it up.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, have a seat talking to the microphone. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Ms. Smith, go ahead and state your full name for the record.
Rebecca Smith.
And Ms. Smith, in October of 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed as Key Craft Services.
Was that on the set of Rust?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what Key Craft Services does?
Key Craft Services is basically a set mom. I show up and make sure that coffee is ready for everybody, that everybody has snacks and hydration. If they run out of sunscreen, if they run out of chapstick, they come to me.
And what hotel were you staying at when you were working on the set of Rust?
The Inn at Santa Fe.
And was Ms. Gutierrez also staying there?
Yes, ma'am.
During the time that the two of you were both working on the set of Rust, did you get to know her?
Know her? No. I had a chance to sit with her once or twice, but not really get to know her.
Okay. Would you say she was more of an acquaintance?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Ms. Smith, were you present at the hotel the evening of October 21st, 2021?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point that evening, did you go to Ms. Gutierrez's hotel room?
Oh, this is the cocaine.
Why did you do that?
Court and I forget what his name was, but the set steward were in her hotel room and needed to go to the store to get something and did not want to leave her alone. So they called me and asked me to come up to her room.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you stay with Ms. Gutierrez for a little while?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at some point, did you leave?
Yes.
Did anything unusual happen when you left Ms. Gutierrez's room?
Yes. She asked me if I could hold on to something for her. I said yes. She put it in my hand and I walked out as there was a knock on the door.
And after you left the room, did you look to see what she had placed in your hand?
Yes.
And can you describe, without making any assumptions about what it was, can you just describe what you saw in your hand?
Yes. It was a clear Ziploc baggie with a green small Ziploc baggie inside. And there was powder inside the green baggie.
What color was the powder?
White.
If I want you to compare this to like a sugar packet that you
It was
would.
definitely not sugar.
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Let
It
me get
didn't
my
look like sugar.
let me get my
anyway.
question out.
Okay.
I want to have a discussion about how much was in the green
Okay.
part. And I want you to compare it to a sugar packet that you would open and put in coffee or tea.
Okay.
How many of those do you think it was?
Maybe 4 or 5.
Okay. And Ms. Smith, how old are you?
I'm 51.
And when you were a younger person, did you have an opportunity to use the drug cocaine?
Yes, ma'am. I'm a recovering addict.
Are you familiar with what cocaine looks like?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the way that cocaine is packaged?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on that experience, what did you believe to be in the bag?
I believed it to be cocaine.
And what did you do with it?
I threw it in the hallway trash can before even going downstairs to my hotel room.
And why did you throw it in the hallway trash can?
Because like I said, I am a recovering addict. I can't first and foremost have it in my possession. And second, I I was really very offended and I didn't want anything to do with the situation anymore.
Okay. After October 21st passes, did you receive any text message communications from Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes,
And-
several.
And generally speaking, what was the theme of those messages?
I want my stuff back.
Other than the bag containing the green bag containing the white powder, other than that item, did you have anything else that belonged to Ms. Gutierrez?
No, ma'am.
Did you bring this information to the attention of law enforcement?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Like I said, I didn't want to be involved in the situation if I didn't have to be.
Okay. And how long after the incident do you think it was before someone reached out to you to talk to you about this?
I believe it was about September of 2023 when you contacted me about it.
And I personally called you?
Yes, ma'am. Texted, I believe it was.
Okay. And did you tell me on that day what you have testified to today?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
Prosecutor.
You didn't send that bag of cocaine to the FBI for testing, did you?
Ms. Smith, good morning.
Good morning.
Now, ma'am, that night when you went to Miss Gutierrez Reed hotel room, you were called over and Miss Gutierrez Reed was distraught, correct?
Yes.
Now, you were called over and there were, you could see she was visibly distraught, couldn't you?
Yes.
And didn't you say that you would stay with her that night and make sure she was okay?
I said I would stay with her for a little bit, yes, until court and the steward came back.
Okay. And at the time you left, had they gotten back?
No,
So before they got back, despite your word earlier, you left.
yes,
Did Ms. Gutierrez Reed also go to your room that night?
no.
This is how he's impeaching this
Now,
witness?
your testimony is that the last time you used cocaine was approximately 20 years old. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So that would have been, I think, 31 years ago.
Yes.
And since then, thankfully, you've been clean. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you have not seen that substance in 31 years. That's fair to say?
No, that's not fair to say.
Okay.
I have seen it, just not used it.
Okay. Now, you stated on direct examination that you believed it to be cocaine.
Yes,
And do you recall stating at one point that you said it could be cocaine or meth?
I don't recall saying that, no.
Okay, do you recall at your pretrial interview being asked the question, what was in those baggies? Inside the green, well, inside the snack baggie was the green baggie. Inside the green baggie was a white powdery substance, which I knew to be cocaine, or I mean, it could have been meth or something too.
It could have,
Okay.
but I don't believe that it was, nor did I state that I believed it was. I just said that it could be.
And that was my question. I'm just asking if you said it could have been meth too.
Correct.
So in reality, it could have been
Is that
a
better?
number of other white powders. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Do you know what creatine looks like?
No.
Protein powder?
Yes, because I work in craft services.
Okay. And we could go through a whole list of items, but there's a lot of white powdered sugar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. So the reality is you have a belief, but you don't know for certain what was in that bag, do you?
Correct.
Now that was never tested
No.
and that was never provided to law enforcement.
No.
How long did you hold that baggie before you threw it in the trash?
I didn't make it all the way down the hallway.
So How many feet do you think that was that you walked?
I don't even know how many feet the hallway is long. So,
Can
I
you,
mean,
can you look at the courtroom and estimate, just telling us?
possibly to the distance of the gentleman in the blue suit.
Okay, is he seated
Right
at
here,
council table?
yes.
So would you agree with me that's about 20, 25 feet?
Sure.
Okay. So you walked 20, 25 feet, and were you looking at that bag the whole time, or were you having it down by your side?
At first, it was down by my side, and then I, of course, raised my hand to look.
Okay, now weren't you walking past some police officers too?
Men in uniform, not sure whether they were police officers.
Well, what do the uniforms look like?
They could have been armed security. I did not see an actual badge, so I could not say for sure that they were police. They were men in uniform in either security or police.
Well, do you recall being asked the question, why didn't you just hand it back to her? And you said, because I didn't want to do anything in front of the police. On page 19 of your interview?
Yes,
So at that time at your interview, you indicated they were police.
I indicated that I believed that they were police. Yes.
No, you didn't say believe. You said, because I didn't want to do anything in front of the police. So were they police or not?
I don't know.
So you walk down 25 feet, you look up at it, and then you throw it in the trash. Is that right?
I looked at it and then waited for the trash can, of course. I didn't throw it on the floor or anything, so I did have to wait for the trash can to be there.
Sure. So you, in fairness, you probably had 5 seconds to look at this bag. Is that about right?
Yes.
So you had a 5-second glance through a white baggie and a green baggie, and you then based your conclusion on that. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you also said that you thought this was about 4 to 5 sugar packets.
Correct.
Okay. Well, do you recall previously stating that you didn't know what the weight was?
Correct.
And do you recall indicating that it could be a couple of pounds?
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, do you recall being asked
A couple of
question,
pounds of cocaine.
so you have no experience with weight, and you testify, well, I don't know what it weighed. I mean, could be an 8-ball, but I don't even know what an 8-ball weighs. So, I mean, that's like asking me how much this weighs. I don't know. It's a couple of pounds. You want to see this?
No, I don't need
Okay.
to see it. What I
Okay.
was referring to was a body armor that I had already opened and taken a couple of drinks of, and I held it up and said, I don't know what this weighs. Maybe a pound or two. That was in reference to the body armor, not to the baggies.
Okay. Well, in reality, in a 5-second glance, would you agree with me? You have no idea what the weight was.
Correct.
Okay. And you really, other than your guess, you have no idea for certain what was in that bag.
Correct.
Then I
Well,
have-
she has some idea of the weight. She knows it's not 50 pounds. Isn't it true? It could have been meth.
Now, last question. Do you recall in those text messages between you and Miss Gutierrez Reed, she at one point asked you back for her things, plural?
Yes.
Okay. And so things is more than one, right?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Ms. Smith, have you ever seen powdered sugar packaged like that?
Never.
Have you ever seen regular sugar packaged like that?
Never.
Have you seen cocaine packaged like that?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about your contact with Ms. Gutierrez inside the room. Did you, when you were in there, in Ms. Gutierrez's room visiting with her, did you speak with her?
Yes.
Did she mention to you that she was extremely worried about Ms. Hutchins and Ms. Hutchins' death?
No, ma'am.
What specifically did she say to you when you were in her room with regard to any concerns that she had?
She was concerned about her career. She was concerned about being prosecuted because somebody got shot.
All right. Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Ask one more question.
The judge doesn't like recross.
Can we approach real quick?
Yeah.
I don't think this judge likes recross. She's only allowed it once or twice, and every time it seems like the defenses had to. They're not simply asking, like they expect it to be approved. I guess Morrissey just wants to know what the question is going to be.
Ma'am, you were the one that told Ms. Gutierrez Reed that night that Halyna had passed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're excused. Thank you. Next witness.
Let me look at the list. Give me just 1 second. State will call Seth Kenny.
Seth Kenny, here we go. Owner of PDQ, Props and Armor, or something. See if he's going to flirt with Carrie Morrissey like he did with Detective Alexandra Fishlips Hancock.
All rise.
What are we doing? The jury been excused? Was I too hot? Is that better?
Thank you. We're in recess. We'll, once you get back here at 5 of, okay? Thank you.
Oh, taking a morning break. Okay. Let's see. That's early. Whoops. 5 of, so that would be 9:55. 11:55. All right. So, one of the law self-defense members, or maybe Shane's in the chat. Shane, let me know what the how the audio is working. I can't really tell on my end. I don't hear what all you guys are hearing. Okay, let's see. So, folks, when I do questions and comments from the chat, these are from the Law of Self-Defense member chat, not from YouTube, not from Rumble. They, members, get their questions answered for free, as I'm doing right now. And the good news is it's dirt cheap to be a Law of Self-Defense member. You get a 2-week trial membership for just 99 cents, folks. That'll carry you through this trial and well beyond. 2-week trial membership, 99 cents at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. If you stay a member, and virtually everybody does, it's still dirt cheap to be a Law of Self-Defense member. It's only about 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month. You get all your questions and comments answered for free on a non-trial day show. You get transcripts of every show that you can download for your records to document the specialized knowledge you gain from what we do. We have Many shows where we cut off the show halfway through and only members get the second half. We do platinum member Q&A shows for members. Lots of benefits, lots of members-only content. And you can try it all out for just 99 cents at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. If you're not a member, now you can sign up right now for the 99-cent trial membership. You'll be emailed directions for how to access our member live stream with the member chat. Join us right away for the rest of today's trial, every day of the trial for the next 2 weeks. And do that right away. Lawofselfdefense.com/trial. If you insist on not doing that, if you want a question or comment addressed by me and you're on YouTube, you can do that, but it's a $10 minimum super chat. Has to be a $10 minimum super chat on YouTube. I don't know why you would do that. Doesn't make any sense to me, but some people prefer that. Let's see. We do have one from today from Brian. It's only $5, but I hadn't made this announcement yet, so I'll address his. Britt. Thank you, Britt, for the $5. He says, we all saw Hannah walking around with the shotgun pointed at her face. Of course she was unprofessional. Everything about her was unprofessional, right? She was disorganized, chaotic, poor gun handling, a complainer, apparently. The purple and yellow hair, say what you will, it doesn't look professional. Slovenly, jeans with giant holes ripped in them. I mean, would you hire her to be your armorer? Yeah, so that witness was the lunch lady. It was sugar. It's so ridiculous. Like, why would anyone send 15 texts trying to recover the little plastic bag of sugar? Let's see. Joe says, Andrew, should this not be objected to? You mean the cocaine thing? The defense tried to get this excluded pre-trial, and the judge said no. And the woman's not saying it is cocaine. She's saying, based on her experience, she believes it was cocaine. And the defense is allowed to say, well, did you test it? The trouble is, it's not just this woman's opinion. It's the circumstantial evidence of Hannah's attempts to recover it. That's what really makes it cocaine. It's not just her perception of a white powder. Because if it's confectionery sugar, you don't spend weeks trying to recover 4 packets of confectionery sugar, right? If it had been 4 sugar packets, how much effort would you put into recovering that? Scheduling meetings, traveling to another city? I mean, it's ridiculous on its face. Let's see. So the defense did object to this line of questioning pre-trial, but the judge allowed it. Let's see. A dime bag of protein powder. One of the defense's objections that they didn't mention here was that this woman's experience with cocaine was actually not with powder cocaine, but with crack cocaine. I'm not sure why they didn't touch upon that here. Let's see. I don't believe, I'm not sure the craft services woman ever, maybe she did respond, or her sister responded, because Hannah reached out to her sister too to try to get in touch with her. It's possible the craft services lady never responded to any of Hannah's texts because, well, she just didn't want to be involved. A couple of pounds of cocaine. I believe that the cartel uses the metric system. Let's see. It could have been meth. I know. I don't know where this guy is coming from. Here's Seth Kenny. He's probably got vodka in his water bottle. I knew a lady who would do that. When I first got divorced, I moved into an apartment complex, and the property manager was a very attractive woman, and she was always drinking water. She always had bottles of water, and she ended up getting fired because apparently it was vodka, and she was passing out at her desk every day. Oh, too bad. Judge. I think the judge assumes the Seth Kenny testimony and cross is going to be very long. And so she wanted to give the jury the break beforehand. How are we doing on YouTube? What are we doing? We have 1,400 people watching and 400 likes, 489 likes. Come on, folks. You can do better than that. Hit that like, thumbs up button and hit that subscribe button. We hit 60,000 subscribers on Friday. And now we're at 60,291. It would be nice to have more. 1,400 of you on here. I bet not all 1,400 of you are already subscribers. There we go. I see those likes numbers going up. That's what I like to see. Let's see. My audio is great. The court is quiet. I think I have it bumped up all the way to the max now. I don't think I can. Let me check. A little more. I was at 500%. I've moved the court up to 600%. That's as high as my little app goes, folks. Let's see. All right. Yeah, so there's really only one legal question in this trial. Well, I guess two if you count the cocaine, the evidence tampering, but for the cocaine, all that matters is, does the jury believe the combination of this description of the white powder and the circumstantial evidence of the extensive attempts to recover the powder? Does the jury, are they convinced that the combination of those things proves this was cocaine beyond a reasonable doubt? They don't have to be certain. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. And if they are, that's evidence tampering. That's good for 18 months in prison on the facts of this case. With respect to the manslaughter, the only real legal question is when Hannah Gutierrez handed over that revolver to either David Halls or Alec Baldwin, doesn't matter. When she brings it into the church for that take, was there a live round in it? Did she fail to do an adequate safety screening? Because if she did an adequate safety screening, there would have been no live round in it when she brings the gun in. But then we have to believe that amongst 10, maybe 12 people, that David Halls decides to extract a dummy from the revolver and replace it from his pocket with a live round while everyone's standing around. Still photographers taking pictures, lights, camera, special effects, script supervisor, David Halls himself, of course, Alec Baldwin, Joel Souza, Halyna Hutchins, Serge Svetnoy, all these people right in the room, this very confined space, all close to each other. Or we have to believe that Alec Baldwin, sitting in the pew, gets handed the revolver and he decides to extract one of the dummies and slip a live round into the gun. If you don't believe that, and who could believe that? If you don't believe that David Halls or Alec Baldwin, in the midst of all those people, put a live round into the gun, then the live round was in the gun when it left Hannah Gutierrez's hands and came into the church. And that's her. That's her responsibility. Nobody else's. And it seems to me incontrovertible. Oh, what happened the day before or the week before, that's all kind of color you can add to the narrative. Like she was generally unsafe with guns. She was generally disorganized with her stuff. She was generally left guns laying around and pointed muzzles at herself and others. But the only question that really matters is, had Hannah Gutierrez made and done an adequate safety check of that gun before she handed it off for the take? And obviously the answer is no, because Halyna Hutchins is dead. And I don't believe David Halls or Alec Baldwin put a live round in that gun. So that's it. I mean, it's a very straightforward case. Let's see. Nobody tested the cocaine. There's no test of the cocaine. It's all circumstantial evidence. Yeah. I mean, the personal perception of this last witness is that's not really circumstantial. The circumstantial evidence is the text messages. I mean, one question I would have asked is for the defense is, well, you say there's a clear plastic bag, and inside that there's a green bag, and inside the green bag is a powder. But how would you know that powder is white if you're looking at it through a green bag? Wouldn't it appear like green powder? Yeah, so I was prepared to be sympathetic to Hannah Gutierrez. I mean, there's theoretical evidence that could have been developed that would relieve her of liability. Say, for example, it turned out that David Halls had gone out to her cart. She was in the restroom, and he went out to her cart and just picked up the revolver and brought it into the church and presumed that it had been checked. Right? That wouldn't be on her, because she would say, well, he's not supposed to touch that gun. I hadn't had an opportunity yet to make sure it was safe. Then it would be completely on David Halls and not her. But that's not what happened. No one's saying that. She did 3 hours of police interrogation. Hannah Gutierrez did. And she never said that. She never said they took the gun off the cart while I was in the restroom. They were not supposed to do that. I hadn't checked it. That would have cleared her. But even she never said that. So there's no question she brought the gun to the church. Now, there is some disagreement about whether she handed it to David Halls and David Halls gave it to Alec Baldwin, or whether Hannah handed it to Alec Baldwin herself, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't make any sense. Well, that could have been the case, right? Or if we have evidence of, she's being screamed at by David Halls. We got to do this shot. Just give me the gun. We don't have time for this safety check. Yeah, that could clear her, right? She's being berated. She's being compelled, coerced to skip the safety checks. But there's zero evidence of that, zero testimony of that. Even she never said, well, they wouldn't let me do the safety checks. She'd say, well, I was only part-time armor. They kept me busy with stuff. And the only safety check that matters, by the way, it doesn't matter how busy they kept her at other days, other times. The only legal question here is, when she hands the gun over to the church, did she at that moment have an opportunity to conduct an adequate safety check of that revolver? And there's zero evidence against that. There's zero evidence inconsistent with that. She can say, well, there were days when I had to do props and I didn't like doing props. All right, fine. But that doesn't matter. The only question is, when you handed that gun over for that take, the take that killed Halyna Hutchins, did you have the opportunity to do an adequate safety check of that gun? And there's no evidence to the contrary. And COVID keeping out of her church doesn't matter. She handed the gun over. Nobody believes a live round was put into the gun by David Halls or Alec Baldwin, the only two people who could have touched the gun. So when she handed the gun over, it had to have the live round in it already. And if it had a live round in it already, it doesn't matter whether or not she was standing in the church when Alec Baldwin points the gun at Halyna Hutchins and discharges it. Halyna Hutchins is still shot. The fact that Hannah would have been standing there like everybody else wouldn't have changed anything. So I was prepared to be sympathetic to Hannah. Maybe it's my nature as a criminal defense attorney, but the evidence for that just has not developed. It has not developed. Imagine if, she hands the gun to David Halls and David Halls decides he's going to unload all the dummies, put them in his pocket, and then when they're ready for action, he's going to reach in his pocket and grab a bunch of stuff and stick it back in the revolver. Then you could argue, well, maybe he had a live round in his pocket. So he's the one that, but there's no evidence of anything like that. There's no evidence that relieves Hannah Gutierrez of her responsibility for ensuring no live round in the gun. All the other stuff is color. That's mostly helpful to the defense, to the state rather. The disorganized cart, the guns left unattended, a rifle was lost for some period of time, apparently. Just the messy state, nothing is secured. Guns, when not in use by actors, were not locked up in some kind of case or cabinet. So none of that is what killed Halyna Hutchins. What killed Halyna Hutchins is Hannah's failure to adequately screen the gun for live rounds before she handed it off for that take. But it all looks bad, right? It's like a general atmosphere of unsafe conduct, defective, inadequate armorer responsibility. And we are back. Next up, Seth Kenny. That must be Seth. Is that Seth Kenny's lawyer? There's Detective Alexandra Fishlips Hancock. All this talk about full cock, quarter cock, half cock, safety cock, and the lead detective's name is Hancock. You can't make this up. The simulation is real. Let's see. Do a quick check for super chats. Again, folks, I don't encourage you to do super chats. $10 minimum. It's ridiculous. For 99 cents, become a member. You can always cancel anytime you want and get all your questions and comments addressed for free instead of for $10 a pop. lawselfdefense.com/trial gets you a 2-week trial membership. More than enough to cover the rest of this trial. 99 cents. Don't do the super chats. But if you do a $10 super chat, I will read it. Oh, here's one. From Zadok Attack, $10. Thank you very much. He writes, how could no one test it? You only need one quick sniff to know for certain. Well, this lady was not going to sniff it. She's a recovering addict. So, all right, now we're back. Jury's coming in.
Be seated.
Thirty-fourth witness for the state.
Stand before the judge and raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, have a seat talking to the microphone. Thank you.
I do.
Good morning, sir. State your full name for the record, please.
Good morning, Seth Andrew Kenny.
Mr. Kenny, where to begin?
Where to begin?
In October of 2021, what kind of business did you run?
I ran a prop and weapons supply house to the film and entertainment industry. Could be anything from theater and also volunteer work associated with active shooter training.
Okay. Wait, would you move that microphone a little closer
Sure.
to you there?
Yep.
You had to throw that in.
All right.
I'm a good
And
guy.
Do you still have that business?
I do.
How did you get into the prop supply business?
I got contacted in about 2009. Had previously been consulting for a firearms business, indoor shooting range, and retail segment, as well as some law enforcement training. So there was a crossover. And from that, I met an individual that was working in the film industry. And at some point, he said he needed some help, and it was just going to be a 2-month thing. Turned into 15 years.
Okay. And that individual, what kind of work did that individual do?
He did a similar thing where he set up weapons, sent them out onto shows, and also worked as an armor on set.
Okay. So how long have you owned PDQ props?
It's been about 12 years, maybe 13.
Okay. And at some point, sir, did you meet a gentleman by the name of Thel Reed?
I did very briefly. Oh, I was aware of Thale Reed because we were on opposite ends. He was working set on Django Unchained, and I was behind the scenes working with the prop master, preparing the weapons that were going to be used by Cast. So I was aware of him then. And then very briefly one day, a prop master brought him into the LA Prop House Arsenal, where I did actually meet him. It wasn't again until about 2018 where we became friends.
Okay. So when the two of you became friends, what did Thel do for a living, and how did it relate to what you did?
Well, primarily he's more than anything, he's a gun coach, and he does work set as an armor as well. But something that he's unrivaled in is as being a gun coach. As an armor, he does a fantastic job, or he did back in the day. So he would work set, and on the back end, I would prepare the weapons. For the most part, I work set as little as possible.
Okay, when you say work set, what do you mean?
Actually ending up on a call sheet, being hired by a film production. It could be episodics. It could be any TV show that you might see. Walking Dead, for instance, and then, or it could just be a feature film, like Django Unchained. And so when you are hired by production, you end up being an employee or an independent consultant for that production.
Okay. So working on set was not your thing.
Definitely not my focus.
Okay. And what, at some point in time, did you and Mr. Reed work on a film together where Mr. Reed was an armorer or a coach and you were the vendor, the supplier?
That was it was 1883. It wasn't a feature film. It was more of a one run episodic. And I had been working with Taylor Sheridan's prop master.
And who's Taylor Sheridan?
Taylor Sheridan is a writer director of the Paramount production, and he's kind of created his own segment of Americana that's very popular.
Are you talking about Yellowstone and 1883?
Yellowstone 1883, Yellowstone 1923, Mayor of Kingstown, Sicario. He wrote Sicario, both, I believe. Wind River, amazing movie.
Okay.
That was actually the first time that I had been a provider consultant for Taylor Sheridan, was on Wind River.
Okay. Let's jump back to 1883. Describe for the jury, please, how you and Mr. Reed sort of worked together on that series.
Well, I had to push hard to get him onto the crew and hired. And so we talked about it, and I'm fairly tight with a prop master. Again, we've been working together since Wind River. And I convinced him to hire Thale and to keep him on longer than most gun coaches or older persons would be allowed on set. Frankly, the Texas heat was just too much for him. So,
and just so that everyone knows, approximately how old is Mr. Reed now?
Exactly, I don't know, but he's got to be pushing 80.
Okay. So in what capacity was Mr. Reed hired on the set of 1883? Was he a coach or an armorer?
Primarily, he was the gun coach, and he had difficulty with the Texas heat. So I was constantly making sure that he was in an air conditioned environment, and that's not something that a set on Texas allows for.
Sure. So describe for the jury the kind of gun coaching that was being done on 1883.
Well, it involved initially, it was pretty casual, and we were using replicas, and it happened to be Taylor Sheridan's private arena.
When you say replicas, are you talking about real guns or fake guns?
These are fake. These are fake guns,
Okay.
replicas. Yeah. And so that's where it started. It's kind of a meet and greet and just get some of the basics down. And Thale, he's been doing it for so many decades, 60 plus years as a gun coach in armor. He knows small bite-sized pieces to the actors is best.
Okay.
So
Was there coaching sessions that included real firearms?
there were. Then at some point, it was decided, and I'm not sure who made that decision, that they actually wanted to set up in a private range on a portion of Taylor Sheridan's private ranch with an appropriate backstop and it controls. And that is where the cast, it was a bit of a team building as well, learned about how the functioning of the firearms, and we were mixed between blanks and live. We had live ammunition in one area and then take people off to the side and shoot blanks. And essentially the safe distance on most blanks is about 20 feet. So we would take them away from the firing line and test and train them there. And primarily they had gotten it by that point. They had really understood for their characters what they needed to be and do on set.
So you mentioned that during these coaching sessions, some of the cast was shooting with live ammunition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall what kind of caliber weapons the cast was using to shoot that live ammunition from?
It was a mix we had available from memory, 12 gauge birdshot, just the basics of that. I don't think we even touched that ammo. The prop master had some guns that were chambered in 357, I believe, some lever actions, and also in 45 Colt or 45 long Colt. Both are okay. Both
All right.
terms.
Can you explain to the jury? Well, let me ask you this. Do you know where the live ammunition came from that was used in those coaching sessions?
I do.
Where did it come from?
The 45 long Colt came from Thale. He had a number of reloads that I asked him to bring because at that time it was very difficult to source live ammunition. It was difficult. So he had what turned out to be 325 reloads of 45 long Colt.
And when you say reload, what are you talking about?
Well, it's once used case. So every case of ammunition starts out as new. And at that point,
What do you mean when you say case?
the actual brass case. So if we talk about a round of ammunition, there are 4 components to that. There's the yellowish colored brass case, the primer that is pressed into the base of the case. Then we have gunpowder, some type of, could be black powder, synthetic black powder, modern smokeless powder, and then you need a projectile. And so those four components make up a single round of ammunition.
Okay, so the live ammunition that was used for the coaching session was provided by Mr. Reed.
Correct.
And if you know, I don't know if you do you know where he got it?
Yes, he said he got it from Joe Swanson.
Okay, and who's Joe Swanson?
Joe Swanson is probably the primary supplier of blanks and dummy rounds to worldwide. If you happen to see something go bang in a puff of smoke in a movie or an episodic, a television show, worldwide, chances are that Joe Swanson made it.
Okay.
Now we know what the JS stands for in those
Was
ammo.
all of the 45 long Colt live ammunition that was used for the training camp on 1883, was it all used up?
No.
So can you tell us approximately how much was left over?
It was, if memory serves me correct, it was about 150 125 rounds, roughly.
And what happened to that ammunition after you finished training the actors on 1883?
Well, that's a little bit hazy. At one point, I do recall that certain things were offloaded from my Sprinter van because they just weren't needed, and that was one of those things. But at some point, it got moved back to Albuquerque, and I've never been able to pinpoint the date.
The live ammunition was moved back to Albuquerque?
Correct.
And specifically, where in Albuquerque was it being housed?
It was in a gray bin marked live ammunition, and it was actually in the bathroom
Of where?
of PDQ's location in Albuquerque.
Of your business?
Correct.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury how you would keep, how did you know it was live, and how were you able to keep it separate from dummies and blanks?
Well, it's obviously it's a concern anytime you've got these things in, let's just say, one structure. And in this instance, always better to keep live ammunition near blanks rather than dummy rounds, because dummy rounds and live ammunition can look exactly the same. So if we were to look, if I were to set aside a single blank and a piece of in a single round of live ammunition, it would be obvious which is which just from looking at it. Okay. The same cannot be said for live ammunition. So these are things that should never be next to each other.
Did you keep all of the 45 long Colt live ammunition in the gray bin?
It was in the gray bin, and it was marked on two sides live ammunition.
Did you have 45 long Colt live ammunition stored anywhere other than the gray bin at PDQ in Albuquerque?
No.
And do you recall a search warrant being executed at PDQ?
I do.
And when the search warrant was executed, were you present?
I was.
Did you aid the police?
Absolutely.
And did you provide law enforcement all of the 45 Colt live ammunition that you had at PDQ?
Yes, and it wasn't spelled out in the warrant that way. If my memory serves me correct, the warrant specified that any live.
Yeah, and it's okay. We'll move on from that. I understand your concerns. So let's not talk about the warrant, okay? Was there another show that you and Mr. Reed both supplied firearms and ammunition to after 1883?
No.
So
not that I recall.
let me, did you supply firearms or, and when I say ammunition, I apologize, I mean blanks and dummies, to the set of a movie called The Old Way?
Yes, but that was filming concurrently with 1883.
Okay, they were happening at the same time.
Yes.
All right. So what did you
Wait,
provide?
excuse me. Wait, actually, sorry. Now that I think about it, actually, Hannah was wrapping The Old Way, and we were still in pre-production at that point. I don't think we had gone to camera yet.
On 1883?
Yeah, I remember being in Texas at the time when Hannah was wrapping out The Old Way, which is essentially concluding filming. No more camera work at all, right? She's packing up her guns. She's packing up her bags
Okay.
to leave Livingston, Montana. And we were still prepping to go to camera, but working for production on 1883.
Okay. So you indicated that Hannah was involved in the movie The Old Way. Can you explain to the jury in what capacity was she working on that film?
Well, it was her first solo lead as head armor, and Thale got in touch with me and said
No.
that.
Hang on, I don't want any hearsay.
Okay.
So she was the lead armor, and that was the first movie she was lead armor on.
Correct.
Okay. Explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you supplied to the set of The Old Way.
Roughly half the guns, most of them the long arms, which are lever actions, and shotguns, and single shot rifles as well. And then there was a mix of about 50% Thale, 50% PDQ supplied the blanks. I supplied 14 rounds of 38-40 dummy rounds, and Thale and Hannah supplied the balance of the dummy rounds.
Okay, so you supplied the only dummies that you supplied to The Old Way were caliber 38-40.
Correct.
Did you supply any 45 long Colt dummy rounds to the set of The Old Way?
No, I didn't have any.
And you only supplied 14 38-40 dummies?
It's all I had. Yeah.
Okay. And it's your understanding that Mr. Reed and Ms. Gutierrez supplied the remaining dummy rounds to that show?
Yes.
The dummy rounds that Ms. Gutierrez supplied to the set of The Old Way, if you know, do you know where she got them?
She got them from Thale.
All right. Do you source a lot of your ammunition from Mr. Swanson?
100%. Actually, no, excuse me, 90%.
And do you source from Mr. Swanson?
And again, not ammunition. just
Understood.
Dummy rounds and blanks.
Okay. Do you source both dummy rounds and blanks from Mr. Swanson?
Dummy rounds 100% from Joe Swanson.
Okay. I think we should look at some pictures if we can get set up. Mr. Bowles, will you have a look at something with me? I don't want it to be displayed yet. So here's just so that you know what I'm going to show. These are already in evidence. So he and I are going to go through them. Sorry, thank you.
Ryan, law self-defense member Ryan asked, if the state is up to witness 35, when or how does the state witness testimony become merely cumulative testimony? And how would the defense raise that as problematic? Nothing's really been cumulative here. Everybody else has been talking about slightly different things from slightly different perspectives. It would be cumulative. The George Floyd testimony was cumulative, where you had a whole bunch of people on a sidewalk all watching the same thing, and every one of them came in to testify. They all said the same thing over and over again. That's cumulative testimony. There really was no variation in what they saw. They weren't like at different angles in any meaningful way, different distances in any meaningful way. That was cumulative. That's not what's happening here. This is all fine. They had like 200 people on set. If they brought in all 200 people, that would be cumulative. because after person 100, like the extras and stuff, people at a distance outside the church, all their perceptions are going to be the same.
Thank you. Mr. Kenny, do you see the photograph on your screen?
I do.
Thank you. Have you ever had a box of dummies from Mr. Swanson with that label?
No, never.
And why would you not have a box with this label if you're sourcing your dummy rounds from Mr. Swanson?
Well, 1883 was the first period show that that I needed 45 long Colt dummy rounds for. Prior to that, even though we had done a flashback scene with Tim McGraw in Yellowstone, there was no call for dummy rounds, or the prop master sourced them elsewhere. So I just never needed them. And when I did, I needed them by the thousands, not by boxes of 50. And so what happened is Joe Swanson, he asked me, do you want me to package them up? I said, no, there's no point. Right? It's more work for everybody. So he sent them to me in bulk.
Okay. And so you never had anything like this in your possession?
Never.
And let's talk about the dummy rounds that you provided to the set of Rust. Did you provide 45 long Colt dummy rounds to the set of Rust?
I did. I supplied a single box of 50 on October 12th.
And where did those dummy rounds come from?
They had just come off of the day prior from the prop truck in Texas from 1883.
So when you took the dummy rounds that you supplied to the set of Rust from the prop truck on 1883, walk us through what you did with them.
So the Sarah and Hannah had issues with a couple of guns, and so potentially they needed replacements. There was an issue with the reassembly after cleaning. So I pulled some of PDQ's inventory from the 1883 prop truck to make sure that I had something to replace. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a 45 long Colt chambered gun that matched what they had on Rust, but I did find one chambered in 4440. So I took that gun, a box of 4440 dummy rounds, and also spotted some antiqued 45 long Colt dummy rounds in bulk, and put them literally into a double bag of some type of grocery store bag. And those three items went into my Sprinter van, and I drove straight from that set to my PDQ's location in Albuquerque.
And when you got to the PDQ location in Albuquerque, what did you do with the 45 long Colt dummy rounds that you brought from 1883?
It's kind of an odd thing to say, but because there were probably a considerable amount of money in firearms in the van at the time that were headed back to California, I slept in the van with the guns behind closed gates, but that's just what you have to do. So it wasn't until the morning of the 12th that they were brought into the my place, PDQ's location in Albuquerque.
Okay, and what did you do with them when you brought them inside?
Well, I got rid of the grocery bags straight away, and I built a small brown cardboard box, and they got poured into there. Zachary was running late. And when she showed up, I was able to reassemble and test the gun.
And let me stop you real quick, just so that we're connecting all the dots. Why was Sarah Zachary coming to PDQ on October 12th?
Well, she needed to find out whether or not I could quickly reassemble the gun without issue and make sure that it was ready to be used on camera for Rust.
And were you able to do that?
I was.
Okay.
But she ended up running probably 3 hours late. and I had nothing else to do. Essentially, I was just waiting to meet with her and drive to California. So while I was sitting there doing nothing, I looked at these overly antiqued rounds that had been dipped in a chemical that patinaed not only the lead bullets, but also the cases very heavily, too heavily. And they didn't look right. They didn't look right for camera. So I just sat there and decided, well, I'll just see what it looks like after I polish them up with some Quado steel wool. And that's what I did. What I realized, though, too, is that some of the chemicals seem to have leaked into the case, and some of the rattles seem muddy. And
What do you mean when you say some of the rattles seemed muddy?
well, Joe Swanson, for the most part, stopped using BBs inside the dummy rounds because the sound guys could hear them on camera. So if the gun is being manipulated, he could actually hear the dummy rounds rattling around. And there's a number of instances where I can hear dummy rounds in TV and movies where I can spot it. And I'm like, oh, you can hear the dummy rounds rattling. It's kind of interesting. So he switched to using a single piece of number 2 lead shot, which is an adequate rattle, but it's a little bit muffled. And I suspect what had happened is the chemical had caused some kind of gooey layer, to my best guess. And so I noticed that they just didn't sound safe to me. They just didn't sound like I wanted, Hannah and Sarah to have to be dealing with something that seems odd. And so I selected, before I sat there and polished each dummy round, I had to make sure, one, it rattled before I spent a minute polishing the round. If we're talking about a box of 50 plus writing a label on both ends, I sat there with this box for an hour. So they got rattled before they got polished, and then re-rattled to make sure they would rattle without issue, and then individually inserted into the box.
Okay. Hang on just a second.
Look how careful he was. You believe this? Is this true? Could be true. Kind of self-serving.
Mr. Kinney, I'm going to show you what has previously been entered into evidence as Defendant's Exhibit L43. I'm not going to switch over to the Elmo for this because it requires too many steps and it'll take too long. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is this a photo of?
It's a photo of the brown cardboard box that I had just taped up to purposely hold those aged dummy rounds. And you can see in the picture what they look like before being polished with Quado steel wool.
Okay. I am going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 174. There's no objection to admitting this into evidence, and I'd like to publish.
All right, States 174 is admitted, you may publish.
Mr. Kinney, what is this a photo of?
That's the same box. Just it's missing I think I saw some spent blank cases in the box, as well as the Quado steel wool.
Okay. So when did you take this photograph?
I don't recall.
Is this a photograph of the dummy rounds that you provided to the set of rust?
That's correct. So it would have to be the picture was either taken on October 12th or after.
Okay.
Because that box and those dummy rounds didn't exist until that morning of October 12th.
Okay. And after I think you indicated that you rattled them, polished them, and rattled them again. Is that right?
Correct.
And how did you provide them to the set of rust? Were they in a bag? Were they in a box?
They were in a white box with white gaffer tape, which is kind of a pattern tape, very strong. And I hand wrote in blue Sharpie ink on both ends of the box what the contents of it were.
All right, I'm going to show you what has been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 48. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What's that?
That is the box of dummy rounds that I supplied to Zachary on October 12th.
So the dummy rounds that we saw in the box, in the brown box in the previous photo, you took those and you put them into this box.
What we see in the brown box with the aged dummy rounds is the remainder, because again, I didn't just take 50 rounds. I took, I would estimate, up to nearly 100 in total. So we've got, this is a box that contained 50 dummy rounds, aged and polished, and the remainder was left in that brown cardboard box.
When you're talking about the remainder, are you talking about what's shown in Defendant's Exhibit L43?
Yes.
And the other photo of the brown box without the steel wool, are those the ones that actually ended up in the box and went to rust?
No, those are still the remainder.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 48A. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What's that?
It appears to be that same, the foam insert and dummy rounds, the polished antique dummy rounds that I gave to Sarah Zachary on October 12th. Although
Yeah.
one of them appears like it doesn't belong.
You talking about this one?
I believe it to be that round. It doesn't look like it's had any aging. And I think I've seen it in other evidence photos where they're laid on their side and it stands out.
So, and hang on just a second. Let's do this. Let me show you what has been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 166. What's the round you're talking about?
That's it. If we look at the top row and all the way to the right of the top row, just beneath that, it appears that round is inconsistent.
Circle.
Yeah, so it's touchscreen.
Oh, yeah.
So you can, you have to press it.
I don't have the touch. So that round that I've circled in red does not appear like the others. And I have a tough time thinking that I would provided that round.
Okay. And after you gave the box to Ms. Zachary and it was taken to the set of rust, do you know what was done with it after that?
No, I had, even if she left it in her car, I had no idea what she had done with it.
Okay.
Whether or not they used it or not.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 39. Do you recognize that?
I've seen this photo before, yes.
Do you recognize the dummy rounds that appear to be in the belt? Is it hard to tell from this photo?
It's hard to tell, yeah.
Okay, so let's
And the shadows in the photos make it difficult as well.
okay. Let's go ahead and move to State's Exhibit 40. This is previously entered into evidence. Does that photo help?
It does.
So I believe we've heard testimony that these are from the crime scene specialist, that these are the rounds that were taken out of the belt. Does that look Do those look like your rounds?
They do. They're definitely similar. A higher resolution on an iPad would be ideal, but they look very similar. Can I guarantee that those are the PDQ rounds? No, it would be difficult to say. Casually, yes. Court of law, not so
Okay.
much.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been previously entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 49. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you see that this photograph has an extra round up here?
I do.
Are you familiar with what a Denix round is?
I am.
What's a Denix round?
Well, it's a costume round.
What's the difference between a costume round and a dummy round?
Costume rounds don't rattle. First off, the Denix round that I've found, that I've tested, won't chamber in a gun either. The cast manufacturing seam is out of spec, so even though it says 45 Colt or 45 long Colt on the end of it, you actually can't get it to chamber.
Hang on just a second. When you said the cast manufacturing seam, can you see that in the photo?
I can. Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and underline it.
Okay. All right, thank you. Have you ever had Denix rounds in your inventory?
No, because it's something that if it doesn't rattle and it's coming from a weapons supplier, a vendor, it sets a dangerous precedent that we can say some dummy rounds don't rattle. And there is definitely debate regarding this point. PDQ though, and I have never sent out any dummy round that doesn't rattle, whether or not the primer has been struck by a firing pin. So even if we're talking about, well, we can assume that because the firing pin has hit the primer, it must be a dummy round and there's nothing in it. And that is definitely not the case. Primers will not go off with just one hit of a firing pin. And so we don't know that that's a purpose-built dummy round. Unless it rattles, it's not to be trusted.
Okay. And did you provide a Denix round to the set of rest?
No.
And it's your testimony that the Denix rounds actually don't really fit in the revolver. Is that right?
The ones that I've tested do not.
Okay. Because of the seam.
Because of the seam. And it appears overall that they're oversized very slightly, but it's enough to prevent them from being inserted into a revolver.
Okay. And do you know a gentleman by the name of Billy Ray?
I don't know him personally. We've actually, no, excuse me, let me back up. We did meet briefly. We met briefly. He owns a similar company providing weapons and props as well as dummy rounds and blanks to productions. I believe he's a set designer.
Did you reach out to Billy Ray with regard to supplying dummy rounds to the set of rust?
I did. Again, PDQ, everything we had slated in inventory was to be used on 1883. So we didn't have any 45 Colt dummy rounds. So I reached out to Billy Ray by text and asked him if he did have any in stock because they needed more.
And did he have any?
He did not. But what he did have, which appears on camera, and to anyone else, if you were to insert what he did have into a leather gun belt from 3 feet away, you wouldn't know what was in that gun belt. And so what he had was very specifically, he got back to me and said, I have 98 44-40 dummy rounds and 42 38-40 dummy rounds.
And were those provided to the set of rust?
he met up with Sarah Zachary, and that's how they ended up, I'm assuming, on set.
And are you the person that connected them so that Ms. Zachary could obtain the dummy rounds?
Yes.
So, to the best of your knowledge, did Billy Ray provide any 45 long Colt dummy rounds to the set of Rust?
No, I mean, he was very specific. I mean, casually you'd say, well, I've got 3 boxes that'll work, but he went into greater detail.
Okay, and let me stop you there. And when you were talking about having a 3840 or a 4440 dummy round in a gun belt, you said that the viewer wouldn't know what they were looking at.
That's correct.
And is that because they look very, very similar to 45 long Colt?
Yes.
Okay.
In a gun belt.
So, in terms of dummy rounds, we understand that you provided some, and we've looked at those photos. You've testified that Billy Ray provided some, and you've explained that to us. Was there anyone else who provided 45 long Colt dummy rounds to the set of Rust?
Yes.
Who's that?
That was Hannah.
And if you know, where did Ms. Gutierrez say that she got the dummy rounds from that she took on to the set of Rust?
It was the same supply that she had gotten from Thale that she used on the old way.
And how do you know that?
There's comment, it was just conversation and text message.
She told you.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 175. It's my understanding that there is no objection to this, and I would ask permission to publish.
No objection.
States 175 is admitted, he may publish.
Sir, have you seen this before?
I have.
And what is this? It's a conversation. Who's participating in the conversation?
Sorry, I've broken my glasses. Yeah, it's a text conversation between myself and Hannah.
And what's the date of this conversation?
Again, I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses. October, was it 5th?
Do you need some readers? I probably have 5
No,
pairs.
it's the new prescription. I broke my glasses, and the new prescription it makes me feel nauseous. So let's see.
Does that help you?
Oh yeah, October 5th.
Okay. What are you and Ms. Gutierrez talking about here?
Well, we're talking about the let's see. Well, what specifically? There's a few dates in there.
Go ahead and just take a moment and review it, and then I'll ask you some questions about it.
Well, I'm asking her about how she was looking on, for leather.
And when you say leather, what do you mean?
It would be primarily gun belts, but it could also mean bandoliers as well. I don't recall that Rust had call for bandoliers. It was just primarily, gun belts and holsters. Each gun belt can hold up to 18 rounds of
Okay.
dummies.
So to kind of move through this in this text conversation, does Ms. Gutierrez indicate to you that she can't find any of the dummies?
Yeah, and she mentions, some of them are still in the belt and in the belts.
So hang on.
Yep.
When she says she can't find any of the dummies, what is your response?
Sorry about this. What happened to the dummy? Yeah, what happened to the dummy rounds from TOW, which is an abbreviation of the old way.
Okay. And what's her response?
Some of them are still in the belts. Yeah.
And then what do you explain to her? Something about dummy rounds don't get returned. What are you telling her? And let me know if you need me to. Do you need me to make it bigger?
I mean, I might as well just pull it up on my phone. Yeah. So yeah, I was just explaining, to her that she needs to, let me know, or as a normal course of business moving forward, now that she's no longer underneath her dad's wing, that if something gets lost or damaged on set, the production needs to pay for it.
You said that's an L&D. What does
L&D,
L&D mean?
lost or damaged.
Okay.
And in this instance, she's just saying, essentially, yeah, they fall, just commonly, the dummy rounds fall out of gun belts for stunts, or even maybe picked up for souvenirs by extras or actors. Who knows?
Okay. And Ms. Gutierrez responds, and she actually, I think, confirms what you just said. Isn't that right?
Yes.
She says, you never mentioned this. I definitely lost some off of the belts during the action scenes.
Right.
She says maybe like 50 total. I'm not sure. And then she says, so I have to round those up tomorrow and count these?
Yep. That was the conversation.
And then does she say to you, you both just send me out to do these things and don't teach me right? Shame on both of you.
Yes.
Okay. And you respond, you're a naughty child. I'll let Papa handle this one.
Right.
Were you joking?
Partially.
And what was her response?
So what if I need more? You guys freaking blow.
Okay. So based on State's Exhibit 175, was it your impression that Ms. Gutierrez was bringing dummy rounds that were already loaded into gun belts?
Absolutely. Not only that, but we were counting on it.
What do you mean you were counting on it?
Because everything else from PDQ was slated for 1883. In fact, some of it wasn't even manufactured yet. So there was just no inventory. And the only way that they were going to have, dummy rounds on Rust is by reaching out to other suppliers in the business, and they needed them straight away. And Billy Ray happens to be in Albuquerque. So that's a straightaway solution.
Okay, was it your understanding from that conversation with Ms. Gutierrez that the dummy rounds that she was providing to the set of Rust were left over from the old way?
Yes.
I'm going to take you to October 21st, 2021. Do you recall that day?
Yes.
And let me ask you, prior to October 21st of 2021, were you ever physically present on the set of Rust?
No.
When was the first date that you were physically present on the set of Rust?
It was when the sheriff's department executed the warrant on the prop truck.
And why did you need to be present for the sheriff's department to execute the warrant on the prop truck?
It wasn't that I needed to be, as much as I felt I wanted to be there to facilitate.
And how did you intend to facilitate?
But just to be available to answer questions that may have come up.
In addition to providing blank ammunition and some dummy rounds to the set of Rust, did you also provide firearms?
Yes.
Approximately how many firearms did you provide, if you recall?
Approximately 30.
And do you know where the 30 firearms that you provided were being stored?
They were being stored on the prop truck, in the safe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And let me ask you specifically, did you provide to the set of Rust the Pieta .45 that became Mr. Baldwin's prop gun.
I did.
And where did you get that gun from?
Those guns came from Pietta's. Pietta's an Italian manufacturer, and they supplied, or they have a principal, and I think it's a single importer located in California. And I purchased them specifically for the Rust show directly from their facility in California.
And do you know when you purchased that gun, was it new or was it used?
Baldwin's gun was brand new, as were I believe it's 11 of the 12 revolvers that were rented to the Rust production were all brand new.
So I'm going to take you back to October 21st. On October 21st, did you find out that there was some sort of an injury that had taken place on set?
I did. I missed a call from Sarah Zachary, and quickly thereafter, she sent me a single word by text in all caps, emergency.
And when you received that text, what did you do?
I called her back within a few minutes.
Okay. And let me ask this. During that conversation, did you tell Sarah Zachary to do anything with any of the dummy rounds or firearms or anything like that on set?
No, absolutely not.
After your conversation with Ms. Zachary, did you call Mr. Reed?
I did. I tried several times to get a hold of him.
And
by phone.
Were you ultimately able to get a hold of him?
I was. He returned, and I recall texting him as well, and he did finally return my call.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask you what he said during that call. During the filming of Rust, did you occasionally communicate with Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
And was there a time that you and Ms. Gutierrez had a disagreement?
The primary disagreement occurred on October 16th.
And what was the subject matter of that disagreement without saying what anyone said?
Subject matter related to an accidental discharge of a blank on the set of Rust.
Okay. After the disagreement that you had with Ms. Gutierrez on October 16th, did you, if you recall, did you speak to her again before this, between the 16th and the 21st?
No.
And why weren't you speaking to her? Was there anything that she did or said during the October 16th conversation that was upsetting to you?
Well, it was clear that she was emotional. She sent me a text message back that had a number of expletives associated with it, and so, you know, I just felt that she needed some space, and maybe an apology was due, and I was just going to give it some time.
An apology was due to who?
Well, I thought to me.
Okay. Understood. Sir, did you provide any live ammunition to the set of Rust?
No.
Did you ever give any live ammunition to Sarah Zachary?
No.
Have you seen photos of the live ammunition that was found on the set of Rust?
I have.
Did you possess any ammunition that looked like that?
No.
At some point in time after the incident on the 21st, did you become aware that you were perhaps being blamed?
Yeah, I started to sense that there was efforts to redistribute blame or the cause of this accident.
W- Was there a morning news show that you watched that?
I'm gonna object.
That should be allowed. He can't recite what the news program said. How much did dummy rounds cost? I mean, I've always just made my own dummy rounds when I needed them for training or drilling. I mean, I have a reloading press, so I just put a seat a bullet into a case. I don't waste any. Obviously, no powder. You don't need a primer. Let's see. Yeah, I mean they're trying to exclude PDQ as a source of the live round. So where could the live round have come from? If it didn't come from Zachary and it didn't come from PDQ, who else brought stuff to the set in terms of ammo, blanks, dummies, or potentially live? The only person left is Hannah. I guess that Billy Ray guy, but he didn't have any 45 long Colt, according to the testimony. Somebody says the real gun belts from the period didn't have cartridge loops. That's interesting. I didn't know that, actually. Someone else says they became the rage in the 1950s and 60s cowboy TV and movies. That's interesting. Someone says, why don't you put some stuff, some kind of marker on the cartridges that shows up under black light? I wouldn't trust that. You could paint live rounds like that. Or they
Mr. Kinney, did you see a morning news
told you.
show?
I have seen one.
I'm talking about a morning news show where Mr. Bowles and Mr. Reed were the guests.
Yes. I remember that.
And did anything about their statements on that morning news show cause you to believe that you were perhaps being targeted or blamed?
That's difficult to answer. It started to feel as I don't know if that's an appropriate word. It started to feel, knowing Phil and having been friends with him for a few years at that point, I understood who he was and how much he loves his daughter. So I felt like what was about to happen, that was the very beginning. And that was essentially to ultimately try to pin the live ammunition on the set of Rust, that somehow it came, through me.
Okay. And Mr. Kinney, did Ms. Gutierrez, with the assistance of Mr. Bowles, file a lawsuit against you?
They did. It's give or take a couple of days, January 12th of 2022.
And when the lawsuit was filed against you, at that point in time, did you fully understand that you were being blamed?
At that point, it was quite clear.
Okay. Um, uh, what is the status of that lawsuit now?
Well, the complaint.
I don't see why that would be excluded. He just doesn't want to talk about because it makes him look bad. Because now the jury's becoming convinced that having only heard the direct side of this, of course, that the dummy rounds could not have come from PDQ, but yet they're suing PDQ. You can use snap caps or plastic dummies for dry fire practice. I didn't like them. Like a 1911 45 ACP mag doing reload practices. It's heavier with lead bullets loaded into dummy cartridges than with plastic. The plastic dummy rounds are virtually weightless. The video's gone jerky. I know that happens sometimes, folks. I don't see it on my end when I'm live streaming. When I watch the replay, sometimes I can see that happens. There's really nothing I can do about it. Sorry about that. If you wanna open up the show in YouTube and watch the video there and just put your chats and comments in the live stream chat, that would be an option. I mean, let's see what happened.
Mr. Kinney, was that lawsuit later dismissed?
It was.
Oh, it was dismissed.
I'll pass the witness.
All right, I refreshed.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Kinney.
Good morning.
Oh no, that's not working. All right.
used crayon. Heavy grain bullet, which is I think probably what most people would assume is a bullet when they do that. It just looks like a lump of clay, and it could be there are slight variations to those shapes, but it could look like a human head essentially that was circular on all the way around the sphere.
Okay, kind of like a rounded kind of.
Yeah, and they even with a flat point on them, but they seem to be those round nosed flat point versions all seem to be roughly the same. I didn't see any variations in those, but honestly I just don't recall. I just remember that there were 3 different type profiles, and the issue that we ran into was that they were shooting both lever action rifles and revolvers at the shooting range, and specifically I grouped the each different bullet profile into separate boxes and told the guys that were manning the prop master in a live fire armor that they had brought on, and they had an assistant as well, that the semi wad cutters would not chamber in the lever action rifles. So best to use those in the revolvers, and ideally the truncated cone and then the rounded bullets, those could be used in the lever actions. And ultimately somebody put a semi-wad cutter in one of the lever actions and jammed it up.
Okay, well, in any event, there's 3 types of bullet characteristics in those reloads that Del Reed gets from Joe Swanson, correct?
That from what I saw, yes.
Okay. Now you all have this live training offset. It's at a cowboy training camp in Texas in 1883, correct?
Correct. It was nowhere anywhere near a set. It was on, again, Taylor Sheridan had set up a private firing range, live fire area, and no filming was done at that point.
Okay, sir. Then after that set, you then retained the ammo can and the remainder of the live rounds that Del had brought, correct?
No, I retained the Thale Reed, yeah, the reloads from Thale, but the ammo can was sent once the first I saw of what was the contents of the ammo can was actually at the firing range on Texas, and at that point we needed to know how many we had and what variety, because when I opened up the box, it was a jumbled, distribution of 3 different types of bullet profiles. So what I did is previously I'd gotten from Joe Swanson 10 boxes that were flat, brand new. They actually had to be assembled, and I loaded the contents from the green ammo box that Thale had brought into those white boxes. Those white boxes went up to the firing line as well as the empty ammo can, and the ammo can was being used for the spent brass.
Okay. So you did retain some of the reloaded live rounds after 1883 completed.
After the 1883 cowboy training camp, yes.
And those then made their way back to Albuquerque, you've said, to PDQ props, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know whether those returned, I think you've stated before October 21st. You said you were hazy on the date, right?
Yes.
But we do know that you came back to Albuquerque from 1883 on or about October 11th because you met with Sarah Zachary October 12th, correct?
Correct.
So when you came back, you brought dummy rounds from the set of 1883 to give to Sarah, correct?
Correct.
And those were 45 long Colt dummy rounds.
Correct.
Now, you had a whole group of dummies in 1883. How many do you think there were?
5,000.
Okay. So out of those 5,000, you brought some back from Miss Zachary. And at some point, you can't tell the jury when, those live rounds came back to your place.
I've never been able to identify the exact date.
Well, you also said on direct, they were delivered back. Let me get you the words you used. They were offloaded from your Sprinter van and got moved back to Albuquerque in the bathroom. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, when you said got moved, isn't that you who moved them back?
Yes.
Okay. So in reality, you drove them back from 1883 and you can't remember that date at all.
No, I ballpark it, but it's not accurate. I have an idea of within months or two, or even I can't tell you because I made at least 2 trips back and forth from Texas to Albuquerque, California, back again. I've just not been able to narrow it down.
Did you ever go back and when you were sitting down with Hancock in one of these times and sit down with the calendar and try to look at your trip receipts, look at any kind of credit card, try to figure that out?
Yes, repeatedly. I've probably tried 3 to 5 times to see if I can come up with a picture of either the space in PDQ space in Albuquerque, something that would indicate when I had brought those back. I've just been unable to.
Okay. Now, you said that you brought these back, stored them in the bathroom, and you indicated that that could be a concerning situation if live rounds are stored in the same place as dummies. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. And the reason why you said that on direct is that dummies are made to look identical in a lot of respects to live rounds.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also had within your place blanks, correct, sir?
Correct.
Okay. Why would you store live ammo at PDQ at all?
Well, I've got, self-defense ammunition. It's Albuquerque after all, and that's enough right there. And I deal with weapons that should not be out on the streets, and I'll do what I have to prevent that from happening. Unfortunately, that's an unfortunate reality. So there is self-defense ammunition, and the remnants of the 1883 cowboy training camp was there. And I, again, don't know the date that I brought them back.
Okay. Now, you keep self-defense ammunition. It's because it's a dangerous town. I think that's what you're saying. And you also keep weapons we've seen in pictures that were kind of out in the open. Looked like they were cases. You recall that?
From the evidence photos?
Yes.
Well, you're seeing what I want anybody to see that would break in if, because again, it's Albuquerque. If somebody were break in, what are they going to go after first? That's what it's set up as. You don't see in the evidence photos belt-fed machine guns, any machine guns, or a lot of other things that were there that are no longer there.
Okay, so you had belt-fed machine guns too?
Oh, yeah.
And machine guns at this shop as well?
Yes.
Okay. So you wanted people to see the, and let me just show you Defendant's Exhibit L14. Yes, sir. Thank you.
It's kind of lame. I'm going to leave out the sissy guns.
Thank you. Mr. Kenny, I'm going to show you Defendant's L14. And if you could describe, is this a picture inside PDQ props?
It is.
Okay, sir, can you tell the jury these items, what type of firearms those are?
Well, they look to be long arms, obviously because of the length, but what's inside those gun socks is a mystery. It could be anything from replicas, non-functioning shotguns. Could be anything.
So these were there on October 21st. Are you telling the jury you don't know what was inside those socks?
We don't know that they were there on October
Definitely
21st.
not. I have hundreds of guns.
Okay, are these hundreds of guns inside PDQ props?
Yeah, as well as replica and rubber as well. And replicas they look exactly like a gun, but they're not. And if that's not how do we know that's October 21st? First of all,
It's not.
that shouldn't be.
Not October 21st. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm getting my date. Yeah. Thanks for reminding me.
Okay.
This was the month after in November.
This is search warrant photos.
Yes.
Yeah.
I apologize. You're right.
Okay.
Yeah. So that was in November. Mr. Kinney, what is this on are these some rounds on the ground here? Can you
Everything
see?
in this room are going to be blanks or dummy rounds.
Okay, but and I see them kind of laying in bags on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
So did you have any kind of, oh, first of all, before I ask you that, you have a lot of boxes stacked up on the shelves here. Do you see that?
Yes, and that shelf holds entirely blanks.
Okay. Did you have any sort of written inventory system for all your boxes and?
Occasionally, I would go through and make a list of what I had. It was casual. You know, what do I need? You know, Joe Swanson would say, "Hey, I'm running off a batch of 223 blanks and or 9mm, whatever it was." And if I was on the road, it would be helpful to kind of have an idea about that. But there's no spreadsheet of inventory that I kept.
Okay, and when you say casual, was it written on a piece of paper?
It was 8.5 by 11. I would end up, with 2 or 3 8.5 by 11s, because it's not only, we're not just talking about, 9mm, right? We're talking about 9mm that is going to be what we use in the industry, anything from a solid plug load. And in a solid plug load, you can have 10 variations. And then we have 8th flash, quarter flash, half flash, full flash. So you had to know what your inventory is by memory for the most part. And occasionally, if inventory got too high in one area, I'd say, well, definitely don't, if Joe says, hey, do you need any of this? Respond no, because it just doesn't make sense from a small business standpoint.
And you said inventory through memory. I'm going to show you Defendant's L16. It's just one example. Were you able to remember at any given time each number of each of those types of boxes?
Well, if I'm handling it on a daily basis, yes. Deficiencies mostly.
Well, and for example, when you have to invoice, like the Russ said, do you have any procedure that kind of tells you how you're going to invoice that?
Typically what I'll do is very quickly, usually movie productions, television productions are last minute. And oftentimes the invoicing comes a week or two after the service has been provided. And so oftentimes I'll quickly jot down what it is that's being sent, take a picture of it. And oftentimes things go, if they're shipped, everything goes overnight. So it's a last minute kind of business.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach? I'll show this.
Sorry about that weird video hiccup, folks.
Defendants EE and FF. And I'll ask you if you recognize these two documents.
I do.
You need readers?
No, that's okay. Yep.
What are those documents?
This is an invoice made out to Russ Production with Sarah Zachary here as well.
And can you look in the back of the one you just looked at and see what the sticker number is on the back of the page? Just flip it over. Yeah, that little sticker, FF, does that say that?
That says FF. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you just read for the record from FF, and what is EE? The other exhibit? No, I was just going to ask to move them in, Your Honor. Just have them identify EE.
Okay. So FF
He doesn't understand procedures, this lawyer.
Is an invoice for blank ammunition as well as dummy rounds.
Okay, and is that your invoice, sir?
Yes, it is.
And is it the same for EE? If you could take a look at that.
And this EE is an invoice for guns, replicas, rubber guns, gun bags and socks.
Okay, and not get into the contents, so you just recognize that, do you not?
I do. Yeah.
Okay, I would move for the admission of those two exhibits.
EE and FF are admitted. You may publish. Defendants.
So, Mr. Kenny, I'm first going to show you defendants EE, and you were just telling the jury, can you just summarize this and don't go into every item?
Sure. This is the gun, replica, and rubber invoice to the Rust production from PDQ.
Yes.
Test, test. Well, I lost one of my 2 audio channels. I'm going to try to refresh this again, see if it comes back. I lost my right audio channel from the courts. Yeah, all of this is really inconsequential. It's not the legal question in this case where the bullet came from. The legal question is, did Hannah Gutierrez adequately safety check the revolver before handing it off? Hey, the answer is obviously no.
Mr. Kenny, if you can just summarize that for the jury.
So that invoice is from PDQ to Rust production for firearms, replica firearms, as well as rubber firearms.
Okay, and now I want to show you, and this is what you, and the one we just saw, this is what you supplied to Rust, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now I want to show you defendants FF. And if you can summarize this document.
It's a invoice from PDQ to Rust production for blanks, blank ammunition, as well as dummy rounds.
Okay, and then if I want to show you the second page of that. And what does that say on the second page?
It says dummy rounds, 4440/45 LC long Colt and 12 gauge.
So is this the line where you invoiced for those 45 long Colt rounds?
It is.
Okay. And so you put this together in a group with the other types, correct?
Yes.
And the numbers on the left column, so you start at your dummy rounds, 44, 40, 45, then there's a number 200. Is that the quantity?
That is the quantity.
And then the price per item is right next to that. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now these dummy 45 and other dummies, did you rent these to Rust?
I did. What was listed there is not inclusive of actually what was provided to Seth. There were some, as I recall, there were some 44 Henry dummy rounds. Possibly some 4570. I don't recall exactly.
So were there other invoices?
No,
Okay. So there were certain items that you did not invoice for.
that's correct.
Okay. And did that also include what's called primed cases?
No, prime cases would not be in the dummy round line of the invoice. That would be listed out separately, because one is a consumable, the other one is a rental, and prime cases would be a consumable.
And I want to talk a little bit about that, but you provided Sarah Zachary some primed cases for rust, correct?
Not that I recall. I mean, I'd have to look at the invoice.
What is a primed case?
A prime case is simply that. It's a ammunition case that has a primer without gunpowder. Typically, Joe Swanson crimps the end because what happens is that they're too long. If he doesn't crimp the end, they're too longer to actually be functional in a revolver. And they're simply, like a loud cap gun when they go off. They're good for training. They're good for around horses and kids. And certain armorers will rig them up in theater as well. Live theater will use them with talcum powder for an effect with minimal noise and also for close proximity.
Do you recall telling Detective Hancock when you interviewed with her that you had given a number of prime cases to Sarah, and it will be interesting to see what color primers they have?
No, I don't recall that.
If I showed you your interview transcript, would that refresh?
It would help. Yeah.
It's page 32.
Normally, this is where you impeach the witness, but this lawyer Bowles is so bad at accurately describing previous statements that he's often shown to be incorrect. So instead of catching out the witness, he's tripping over his own junk, like he did with the cocaine lady when he said, "Didn't you say it was a couple pounds?" And she's like, "No, I was referring to the drink in my hand, not to the powder."
Did you indeed tell Detective Hancock that you had given a number of primed cases to Sarah?
Well, it's interesting because it says prime cases, and that I would have said primed. I never say prime cases. It just sounds like you're ordering some off of Amazon. So I don't recall that conversation. I don't even know what I'm referring to in that conversation.
Well, do you recall that there was discussion about
Gutierrez was
being there, and that
Hutchins
you
was
looked
not
for a
killed by
picture
primaries.
to show Hancock?
No, I don't remember.
Okay. Do you recall stating that chances are they'll all have the same color primer?
This conversation, I just don't remember the particulars of this conversation with Detective Hancock.
But do you recall at all, regardless of the conversation, that Sarah Zachary had primed cases on the set of Rust?
If they're on the invoice and it's a dummy, or excuse me, it's a blank round, and I would include a primed case in a blank round invoice, because again, it's a consumable. I would not be surprised if they got prime case blanks, let's call them.
Well, sir, don't you know that? Don't you know you provided that to Sarah Zachary?
No, it was 2.5 years ago.
But this was traumatic event for everybody. You talked to, you remember that, don't you?
I remember it being traumatic.
No,
Yes, absolutely.
You remember providing those cases because you discussed it for 5 pages in this.
No, I don't remember.
Do you recall during this conversation as well that you called a man named Troy Teskey?
I've called Troy Teskey a number of times in the last 6 years.
I'm asking you specifically, during the interview with Detective Hancock, November 1st, do you recall that you called Troy Teskey?
In the interview room, yes, with detective at the the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, yes.
Yes, because he was at lunch. You called him. You were trying to reach him.
Yes, now I understand what you're talking about.
Okay. And do you recall also calling Joe Swanson as you were sitting down with the detective?
I do.
And do you recall when you asked Joe Swanson whether he had put these in boxes, how many rounds he had made in total? He said about 700 is what you said. Do you recall saying that he had made about 700 rounds?
I have a vague recollection of the conversation with,
Okay.
with Detective Hancock, yeah.
And as you're talking to Joe Swanson and you ask him if they were in the box or the green ammo can, do you recall he's on the phone with you and you're asking if they were in the green ammo can and you say,
Objection bench. But where's all this going? Because Halyna Hutchins wasn't killed by a primed case. And she wasn't killed by a blank. And she wasn't killed by a dummy. She was killed by a live round that was not identified and removed by Hannah Gutierrez.
Mr. Kinney, do you recall you said, as you're on the phone, shit, shit, shit. I'm like, oh God, well, I mean, still trying, damn. You recall saying that?
Vaguely, yes.
You also recall saying, you said it twice. You said, shit, shit, shit. Well, she still didn't do her effing job. You recall saying that?
That sounds like me.
Okay. So when you find out, and I don't want to get into what Mr. Swanson told you, but when you find out whatever you find out on the phone, you say shit, shit, shit twice. Why did you say that?
I think I was worried that it was going to be some of these rounds that Thale had given to Troy Teskey and had been using, to shoot, right? Shooting live rounds, that somehow they migrated in some of Thale's leather or, through Hannah in some way. And that, again, we were going to be here saying Joe Swanson live ammunition when he's primarily 99.9% of the time he just provides movies and television shows with blanks and dummy rounds, and that's an uncomfortable situation for Joe Swanson.
So you just gave a long explanation and you just kind of tried to blame Hannah in that, didn't you just now?
How did I do that?
Well, you gave the implication that you were worried that this was going to be some that Thale had and Troy was shooting. And again, that's to try to link it to Hannah, isn't it?
No,
Okay.
just telling you my thought process at that point, trying to figure out where did the rust live ammunition come from, and was it going to point back to Joe Swanson?
Okay. And do you recall on July 11th, 2023, you interviewed with myself and Miss Morrissey? You recall that, sir?
Yeah, the Zoom meeting. Yes, I recall that.
And do you recall when I asked you the same question, shit, 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 why did you say shit, shit, shit? You said, I don't know. And that was the extent of your answer. You recall that?
Yes.
So back in July 11th, 2023, your memory, would you agree with me, would be fresher to that time frame when you said it than it would be now?
Well, not if I had reviewed things or something else jogged my memory of that event, or because it was an emotional time, and that I found that largely when things are emotionally charged, there kind of needs to be some kind of gateway between the present and recollecting how I felt and the way things were at that point in time.
And I understand, but would you agree with me? You gave a different answer on July 11th. I don't know than you do today.
I don't know if I don't know is really an answer, other than at that moment in time after us discussing it, I hadn't thought about saying shit 4 times in an interview with a detective.
The rounds, again, that went to 1883 came back at some point to your place. Again, some of those reloaded rounds from Joe Swanson were Starline brass.
So the 1883 cowboy camp, training camp, just to be specific, yes, some of those Thale Reed, Joe Swanson reloads came back to PDQ in Albuquerque.
And as well, some of your dummy rounds also were Starline brass, correct?
Correct.
And they had nickel primers.
Correct.
Okay. And the live rounds found on set that were Starline brass also had nickel primers, correct?
On the set of Rust,
Yes, sir.
from the evidence photos, yes, those were nickel primers.
As well.
Yes.
Okay. And in addition to providing replica firearms, did you provide rubber firearms to the set?
To the set of Rust, yes.
Okay. Did you provide over 3,000 rounds of ammo?
I don't know what the total of, if we're referring to
Blanks too.
blanks, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what the total is of blanks to Rust. I've never totaled it out. Well, other than the invoice, that would have been the only time.
Okay. When you would get a request from Sarah Zachary for additional rounds that were needed, would she come pick those up from you at your place?
I think once the initial supply of blanks and firearms were provided to Sarah, there was only one other occasion that I can recall Sarah coming and getting anything for Rust from me, which was on October 12th.
Okay. And do you recall Sarah and Hannah coming before Russ started to your place?
I do.
And at that time, didn't you give Hannah her leathers as well as firearms and ammunition?
I vaguely recall that, that she got that done.
Because in fact, Hannah had mailed you the leathers back from the old way at the end of that set. Recall that?
Yeah, she had shipped everything from Montana to me in Texas.
And so when you received those in Texas and the leathers and everything else, you brought them back to PDQ Props?
That's correct. The leathers were in the same box. They never got pulled out. The replica firearms did get pulled out, but the rest of the leathers remained in the box.
Okay, sir. Then you gave that to Sarah and Hannah for their use on the rest set. Is that fair to say?
Well, whatever she was going to do with it was up to Hannah and Thale.
Okay. But you know they got used on the rest set?
I don't know that. I can assume that's where that leather went to.
Okay. Now I want to ask you some questions about the dummy rounds that you answered earlier. You did indicate that dummies that do not rattle can be dangerous. Is that right?
Dummy rounds that do not rattle are not dummy rounds to me.
Okay. And I think you've said because it is dangerous when an armor is trying to figure out, maybe in a high-speed environment, maybe things are going on, you're trying to distinguish between a live round and a dummy, and it will not rattle. It doesn't rattle. Didn't you describe that as being a dangerous situation?
Well, certainly, because it's like a firearm that you can't check is unloaded. You have to assume that it's loaded or that the round is live and it's not a dummy round.
Yes, sir. And you also stated that you would not source those type of rounds like Denix rounds that do not rattle, right?
That's correct.
And it's one of the things you said that you would not be in favor of having a mixture of dummies, some that rattle, some that don't. That's a dangerous situation, isn't it?
Well, it's I work with prop crews a lot. They're not specialists, they're not armorers, but they are charged with the responsibility of having gun belts and dummy rounds on set. And if they get the idea that dummy rounds don't necessarily have to rattle, bad precedent, deadly precedent.
It sets a deadly precedent. And on this set on Rust, you're aware that there were those types of a mixture of different types of dummy rounds, are you not?
Well, I'm not, I wasn't aware of that. Because,
Well, you weren't before, but you are now, having reviewed the pictures.
Yeah, the Denix round is a costume round that doesn't rattle.
So after you reviewed the pictures from set, you're now aware that there was a dangerous mix of types of dummies, some that rattled, some that didn't.
Well, a Denix round is not dangerous. It sets a dangerous precedent.
Okay.
You
And
know,
I'm not saying, I'm not saying you can fire it. I'm just saying, in your words, it can set a dangerous precedent.
yeah,
Is that
it's,
right?
yes, it's not an ideal situation. Not at all.
Okay, sir, I want to talk about your interactions with Detective Hancock in this case. When the case started, do you recall you had a meeting or call with her maybe the same day as the shooting incident?
No, I don't. With Detective Hancock
Yes.
on October 21st, don't recall it at all. I don't think it happened.
Okay. Do you recall that on the course of time after that shooting incident, you called Detective Hancock over 40 times?
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Do you think it might have been higher than that?
Oh, definitely.
Okay. And during that time, you're sharing information with her, she's sharing information with you, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And doesn't she share you materials from the investigation at times?
The first time that I think she showed me anything was when they were executing the search warrant on the prop truck. She was showing me, I think they were black and white, grainy photos.
Okay.
That was the first time I saw anything.
Now, do you recall providing Detective Hancock some of the live rounds before the execution of the search warrant?
I did.
So you provided her some, and was that in a bag, or how did you give those to her?
Well, interestingly enough, they came from that jammed lever action rifle, and they happened to be the semi-wad cutter live rounds. They were in a small Benelli shotgun choke bag, and I had written on there in black ink live, and there were between 5 and 7, I believe, that I gave her.
Okay. And you volunteered those to her, and she took them, then they came to search after that, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, there was a month time frame or so, roughly, between the shooting incident and that search of your place.
Yeah, I believe it was over a month because it was after Thanksgiving. So yeah, over a month.
Did you have any inkling or thought that they were going to come search?
No, not at all.
Even though you had been in contact with the detective and other people before that, you knew they were investigating?
I knew they were investigating. I had no reason to believe that they would be executing a search warrant on my business.
Now, did you provide your DNA to Detective Hancock?
No, I did offer it though.
You offered it?
Yes,
And they did not take you up on that?
that's correct.
And they did not take your fingerprints either, did they?
Well, my fingerprints are in the system already. If you're a federal firearms licensee, that's just part of the licensing, is that your fingerprints go into the digital federal system.
And I understand that, sir, but my question was, did they take your fingerprints?
Again, no.
Okay. Well, they didn't take it the first time. That was somebody else.
That's true.
Now I want to ask you a different topic. After this, you were asked on direct if after this October 16th accidental discharge, you had had an argument with Miss Gutierrez Reed. Do you recall that?
By text message, yes.
Okay. And you recall after that you wanted to fire Miss Gutierrez Reed?
It wasn't that I wanted her fired because it wouldn't be for me to fire her. She can tell me to go to hell all day long, and it wouldn't make a difference to the Rust production. It doesn't, I've got 5 sisters and 2 daughters. I'm used to it. So if Rust Production is happy, and they were, Sarah Zachary said she's a great armor. That I've seen the defendant Hannah, she sent me the text message that the director had sent her after a big shootout on blank ammo shootout, big
And
shootout.
Mr. Kinney, my question was pretty simple. And
Okay.
Let me ask it again.
Okay.
You just testified that you did not want to that you did not want to fire Hannah. Is that your testimony?
It's not that I wanted her fired. She was doing a horrible job at props. That was an issue.
Okay, you answered my question, and I just want to know, it's a real.
I had mixed feelings about it, and I think that's why, in fact, I reached out to two common friends with Thale, saying this is the situation.
Okay, well, did you recall in your interview on November 1st stating she was just being an idiot? I wanted Sarah to get rid of her.
Collectively, yes. I mean, even now, frustrated with her, but at the same time, understand what she's up against. So it's a mixed bag of emotions, and ultimately was
Sir,
not
my
my
question
call.
was did you remember stating that?
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's what I asked. Now, do you also recall in the July 11th interview stating, well, I wasn't going to work with her again in the future. So you wanted her fired.
I just, again, it was, there were some mixed emotions and in the situation. If I really wanted her fired, I could have gotten her fired.
Let me ask you that. If you could have gotten her fired, you could have talked to somebody on set. Who was your contact on set?
It would have been, Gabrielle Pickle was actually Angel Nijum was my first contact with production at Rust. And then it was Gabrielle Pickle, line producer, unit production manager, Ro Walters. Those would have been the ones to fire her. Sarah Zachary was willing to work with Hannah and get the movie finished.
And
Counsel approach.
yes.
Judge wants to know how much longer this is going to go on because it's time for lunch in New Mexico. 8 minutes to noon. And this kind of weird, meandering questioning.
Why don't we see you back here at
Breaking for
1
lunch.
o'clock? Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
All rise.
All right. Court in recess until 3 p.m. Eastern Time. So this is all nonsense. You wanted to fire her. They're spending half an hour talking about whether he wanted to fire her. What difference has that made? What's the legal question in this case? Right? Halyna Hutchins got killed by a bullet fired out of Alec Baldwin's gun. That gun was safety checked by Hannah Gutierrez. She handed it off to David Halls, or she handed it directly to Alec Baldwin. In either case, both those guys are standing in a room with 10 other people. Does anyone believe they ejected a dummy round from that revolver and slipped in a live round in the midst of all those people? Why would they want to do that? How is this good for them that Halyna Hutchins was killed? In any case, they would have been seen. It's ridiculous. Which means that when whoever it was who received the gun in the church from Hannah Gutierrez, whether it was David Halls or Alec Baldwin, the gun they received already had a live round in it. And that's 100% the fault of Hannah Gutierrez, period. And the fact that she might have been doing a bad job with props, that this guy might have wanted her fired, that doesn't change those facts. And those facts are all that's required for manslaughter. Okay, let's see. I'll remind everybody, today's show is sponsored by CCW Safe, a provider of legal service memberships, what many people mistakenly call self-defense insurance. It's not insurance. But what they do is they promise to pay their members legal expenses and provide civil liability coverage if the member is involved in a use of force event, defending themselves, their family, their property from criminal predation. And they do much more. For example, they fly in an investigative team, experienced, retired homicide detectives to be your investigators. Otherwise, the only investigators are working for the police and the prosecutor. They bring their own investigators for you. They have Attorney Don West, their national trial counsel. He was one of the defense counsel for George Zimmerman, a perfect legal defense. I think the world of Don. I do a lot of partnering with CCW Safe. I think it's a great team over there. And I'm personally a member. My wife, Emily, is personally a member of CCW Safe because I trust them to have my back should the worst happen. If you'd like to learn exactly why I trust them, and you have to be careful, folks, because there are competitors out there on the market offering products and services that just suck and are expensive. So you don't want to get taken. You want to have confidence that what you're getting is worth paying for. I have confidence in CW Safe. And if you'd like to know exactly why, you can point your browser to lawofselfdefense.com/trust. I have a little 2 or 3 minute video there where I explain the differences between CCW Safe and their competitors that make me trust CCW Safe. And also there's a 10% discount code you can use when you become a member of CCW Safe as well. All that at lawofselfdefense.com/CCW Safe. All right. Let's take a look at questions. By the way, we really only answer questions from our Law of Self-Defense members in the member chat. You can become a member for 99 cents at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. Something to think about. Or you can post your question as a $10 minimum super chat on YouTube, whichever you prefer. If you become a member, you get all your questions answered for free. So that's what I would recommend, but it's up to you. Scott, Law Self-Defense member Scott says, I guess Bowles is trying to establish disorganized storage practices to implicate that the live round could have come from PDQ. Maybe, yeah, sure. What difference does it make where it came from? The only thing that matters legally is that it was in the gun when Hannah handed it off to the church for that take. And it was her job to make sure there was no live round in the gun, period. So the fact that there incontestably was a live round tells us that she blew it. She blew it. She did an inadequate safety check, and it's not that hard, folks. It's just not that hard to check the 6 chambers in a revolver and ensure there's no live rounds in there. What she should have done is she should have come into the church with the cylinders empty, the chambers empty, and the 6 dummies in her hand, and shook each one of them for the assistant director and for Alec Baldwin and anyone who cared to listen. Rattle, 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 goes in the gun. Rattle, 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 goes in the gun. Do that 6 times, and you know the gun's full of dummies. It's not that hard. And she didn't do it. Folks, and if you're commenting in YouTube, those questions and comments don't get addressed unless they're a $10 super chat. Sorry, no free answers here at Law of Self-Defense. No matter what anyone else had done wrong prior to that gun entering the church, it was Hannah Gutierrez whose responsibility it was to make sure there were no live rounds in the gun. There could have been 1,000 live rounds on the set. PDQ could have provided every one of those 1,000 live rounds on the set. And no harm happens if Hannah Gutierrez does her job and makes sure none of those live rounds are in the gun. Law Self-Defense member Paul says, this is what you call throwing shit against the wall and see what sticks. Yep, pretty much. Let's see. Let's see. Up, up, up. Yeah, David toots my horn a little bit. He says, as Branker frequently points out, you must give your defense attorney good facts to be able to effectively mount a defense. Yes, your lawyer is stuck with the facts you give him. If you give your lawyer bad facts, it's going to be a very difficult legal defense. He doesn't have a time machine. He doesn't get to go and change what you did. Here, Hannah Gutierrez did not ensure that gun had no live rounds in it. I don't care who her lawyer is. He can't change that fact. And all this other stuff doesn't matter either. That they hired low budget. She was part-time. They were trying to save costs. The set was rushed. None of that matters in the context of this manslaughter charge. There are hypothetical facts that could matter. I talked about them earlier, but I know we have new people here. So say, for example, the evidence, the testimony at trial was that Hannah Gutierrez was at the restroom. And while she was away from the cart at the restroom, David Halls, I'm making this up, of course. David Halls walks up, sees the revolver, grabs it, brings it into the church. And then this happens. Well, Hannah might say, well, they took the gun without me there. He's not supposed to touch the gun. I'm the armorer. They took the gun before I had the opportunity to do a safety check. Well, that would clear her. But that's not what happened here. Nothing like that happened here. They called for the gun. Hannah brought the gun. Unless you believe David Halls or Alec Baldwin took a dummy round out and put a live round in, and there's zero evidence to support that. None. Plus, I think it's completely unrealistic. A small space, lots of lights, camera crew, 10 people in that space, script supervisor, still photographer. Okay. But there's zero evidence of that. There's zero motive for that. There's no reason. It's completely speculative that could have happened. There's no foundation at all. So you have to be, I don't know, maybe a real crime drama woman to believe that kind of nonsense. There's zero evidence to support that happening. None. So if you don't believe that, then that gun was brought into the church by Hannah Gutierrez with a live round in it. That's it. Let's see. Paul, law self-defense member Paul says, well, Halyna Hutchins was killed by a dummy. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Not a dummy round, though. Why is the lawyer testifying? Yeah. He just doesn't have much to work with. And by the way, I don't think much of the Seth Kenny guy. He strikes me as slimy as F. It wouldn't surprise me if he was lying about a bunch of the stuff he's saying here. But even if he is, it doesn't change anything. Even if Seth Kenny had delivered 1,000 rounds of live ammo to the set of Rust, it doesn't matter. Because it was it was Hannah Gutierrez's job to make sure none of those rounds were in that revolver when she handed it off for the take. I mean, it might matter. It might create some liability for himself, but it doesn't in any way diminish Hannah's liability. Somebody told me, so yesterday I was on the Excited Utterance live stream where they did kind of a review of Rust for a couple of hours, and I was a guest there. And what the heck is Sean's Potentially Criminal, I think is his YouTube channel. Sean, the lawyer from Ohio, was on there. And I think it was him who told me that she had been offered a deal, that if she was willing to say where the live round came from, that they wouldn't prosecute her. That in some pretrial hearing, Carrie Morrissey had said, listen, all I want from her is that she tells me where the live round came from. But I think Hannah doesn't know where the live round came from. And it doesn't matter where it came from. Paul says, I just saw Fish Lips, Detective Alexandra Fish Lips Hancock. Yes, she's because she's the head investigator, she's actually at the state's table throughout this trial. She's the only witness who's been permitted to hear all the other witness testimony. David says Hannah, David Halls, Alec Baldwin, at a minimum, are all responsible for this tragedy. Yeah, folks, it's not like there's like one pie of liability and you have to split that pie among multiple people. Each person has their own pie. So Alec Baldwin's 100% responsible for his misconduct, David Halls for his, and Hannah for hers. Being an armorer is just not that hard a job. But you have to do the actual job. You have to do the safety checks. It's not technically difficult to make sure these guns are safe. We know it's not technically difficult because guns are used millions of times, probably, in TV and movies every year. And this doesn't happen. Half a dozen times in 100 years of filming. The safety measures are practical and work. You just have to have a responsible person doing them, not a reckless person. Let's see. Cycle Boy asks, Branka, shouldn't a lawyer have a play sheet for these questions? If they answer yes, go here. If they evade or say no, go there. This guy looks like he's failing to strategize with each answer. I mean, part of the problem is he doesn't come across to me as very bright, and he's certainly not a good lawyer. And he has bad facts to work with. So that's like a perfect storm of garbage. Yes, so everything a lawyer's doing should have in mind the closing argument they need to make. And the closing argument should be built around the elements of the crime. So for the prosecution, they know what the elements of the crime are, and they have to build proof beyond a reasonable doubt on those elements, each and every one of those elements of the crime. So Carrie Morrissey should be focused like a laser on generating, through her interrogation of witnesses, the facts, the building blocks of evidence that she needs to build that Lego wall of argument that proves the elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. And she also has to spend some time kind of knocking aside these diffusion attempts by the defense. The way it's everyone else's fault. Right? David Halls has fault. I'm sure Alec Baldwin has fault. The set has fault. Production has fault. Seth Kenny has fault. So he's trying to create the impression that, there's a bunch of liability here, but it's spread over all these other much more powerful people. You can't really hold my client accountable. That's not a legal argument on the merits. That's an emotional argument. And it might work. I mean, juries are dangerous and unpredictable creatures. You don't know. I'm not watching the jury hear this testimony, so you don't get to see their facial expressions. And even if you do, I don't put a lot of credibility on that. A lot of it is going to count on the effectiveness of the state's closing argument, which I presume will be made by Carrie Morrissey. And she's pretty well organized and structured, and she has good facts to work with in the context of the law here. So I think on the legal merits, there's no question in my mind that Hannah Gutierrez is guilty of involuntary manslaughter. No question about it. And with the drug thing, I mean, to me, there is at least clear and convincing evidence that was cocaine, just based on the circumstantial evidence of how Hannah conducted herself. So desperately trying to get back four sugar packets worth of white powder sugar. I just don't believe it. Now, whether so clear and convincing evidence is more than a preponderance. It's more than 51%. It's less than proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I think there's definitely clear and convincing evidence here. If might a jury be convinced by that circumstantial evidence that it's beyond a reasonable doubt? Circumstantial evidence is perfectly good evidence, folks. It's not defective or inferior to direct evidence. Sure, they could be convinced. I mean, no serious person. There's no serious argument that she worked that hard, contacted multiple people to try to get back some confectionery sugar or baking powder or 4 packets worth of protein powder, creatine. I mean, that's, come on. Creatine comes in giant jugs. It's crazy. You wouldn't even make a phone call to recover little packets of creatine. Let's see. Law self-defense member Elman says, I have CCW safe for me and my wife. Never had to use them, but don't want to take the chance if I do. Yeah, check them out, folks. Just learn more about CCW safe, why they're the best fit for me, and why maybe they're the best fit for you at lawofselfdefense.com/CCW safe. Oh, sorry. lawofselfdefense.com/trust to learn why I trust CCW safe. It doesn't have to be tested, folks, for people to be convinced it's cocaine. Just like you don't need to blow a blood alcohol level on the side of the road to be convicted of drunk driving. It's not required. It makes the process more efficient. But you could refuse to blow, and the cop could just do a roadside test, have you walk a line, touch your nose, say the alphabet backwards. That's all perfectly adequate. I mean, he could just say, just looking at your demeanor. I mean, we know what people look like when they're super drunk. That's caught on body camera. That can be enough. There doesn't have to be any test. No test is required. It's just that the courts take judicial notice of the test. So if you do blow the test, or you go back to the station and blow a test there, the courts have said we take judicial notice, meaning we trust the number given to us by this machine. I'm not sure they should, but they do. So that just makes things easier. You blow a 0.11, well, they got you. But they can convict you of DWI without any number. Let's see. Law self-defense member Kyle says, I found it interesting that David Hall's denied handling the gun when that's what he pled to. That's not what he pled to. He pled to not adequately safety checking the gun, which could be true if he handled it or if he didn't handle it. Yeah, so he says the gun never touched his hands. It went right to Baldwin. But he called out a cold gun without checking it, in that case, by his version of events. And he was supposed to check. He was supposed to have the armorer show him that the gun had no live ammo in it. And he didn't do that. And for that, he accepted criminal liability, pled guilty to negligent handling of a deadly weapon. Law self-defense member Philip says, my wife and I watched Silverado, I remember that being pretty good. I haven't seen it in a long time, but maybe I'll have to see if it holds up. Maybe I'll watch it. It was clearly evident in the gunfight scenes that the actors never pointed their pistols or rifles directly at another actor, especially in the scenes where guns were drawn. They usually were point at the ground, well short of the ground. Yeah, that's how you're supposed to do it. I mean, SAG says, I closed my, I wonder if files show up in the history or if that's just browsing history. But yeah, the SAG rules say that you are never to point a gun at anybody. You point just off to the side. And that's also what my buddy Adam Baldwin told me when I interviewed him. Let's see. Law self-defense member Chief Tiz said Hannah was paid to do a job and she did not do it. She was responsible for a very simple job, but she couldn't stay off her drugs long enough to do that simple job. Shame on her and her attorneys for trying to blame everybody else for her failures. Well, the only negative thing I have to say about her attorneys is that they're not very good. They're supposed to be zealously advocating for their client. That's what defense lawyers have. If you want to see my Adam Baldwin interview that I did with Adam a while ago, it's just go to lawofselfdefense.com/Baldwin. That's where I've aggregated lawselfdefense.com/Baldwin at the bottom of the screen there. That's an aggregation page for all the coverage I've done of this event. And included on there is my half hour or so interview with Adam Baldwin. Great stuff. He's a great guy. Been a good friend of mine for a very, very long time now. Let's see. Yeah, it's just not hard to be It's not that hard to be an armorer. You just have to be conscientious about the job. You know, you have to do all the safety steps. You can't skip any of them. That's all. It's not that complicated. But they didn't hire someone who was conscientious or who had a reputation for being conscientious. That part is crazy. That part is crazy that on such a gun heavy set, you'd hire such an inexperienced armorer. So certainly there's liability here for the production as well. No doubt about that. All right, let me check if there's any super chat. Elman, Law Self-Defense member Elman asks, was Hannah ever offered a plea? Again, I was told by potentially criminal Chone over the weekend that in a pretrial hearing, Carrie Morrissey had indicated she'd be willing not to prosecute Hannah if Hannah told her where the ammo, the live round, came from. I haven't seen that myself, so I'm recounting that secondhand. Is that a plea offer? I mean, it indicates a willingness not to prosecute if certain conditions are met. But she's not getting a plea now. All right, let's see. There are a couple of super chats. All right, $10 super chats on YouTube. Charlie Eckert, $10. Thank you very much, Charlie. Says, do you know why we aren't seeing the police interview with Seth Kenney being played in open court? By the way, your podcast is the shiz. I don't know why, actually. Maybe they don't need it to impeach him because they have him on the witness stand. The big police interview they played was of Hannah Gutierrez, her set, right? The hours. They played both interviews. The first one, the day of the shooting, which is an hour long. And the second one, I think it's November 9th. I'd have to double check that. With her lawyer, Jason Bowles, the bald lawyer we see here. That was like 2 hours and change. But of course, they can do that because she's not testifying. If she was willing to testify, you'd have to use her testimony would be the priority. And then you would only use the interview to impeach her if she said something different than the interview. But because she's going to take the fifth, she's not available to testify. The state can't compel her to testify, but they are permitted to use the freely offered interrogation video. So that's why they did that. Stephen asks, $10 from Stephen. Thank you very much, Stephen, on YouTube. Is it likely that Alec Baldwin would be a witness since it could affect his own trial? He will not be a witness in this trial for exactly that reason, because he's facing his own criminal charges. So that's not going to happen. See, that's the state witness list. Let's see. Defendant's witness list. The defendant's first listed witness is actually Thel Reed, the pseudo father of Hannah Gutierrez. But no one's calling Baldwin in this trial. He would just take the fifth. And typically the courts, if everyone knows that someone's going to take the fifth and is privileged to do that, it's legitimate. The court generally won't allow you to bring the witness in just so they can be put on the stand and plead the fifth. They just say, we're not going to bring them in because we're not going to get any useful testimony out of them. Okay, let's see. One last check. That was Stephen. The members. All right, so folks, what I have now is a little bit of an interview. Let's see. When was that? Was that Friday? Let's see. Yes. So on Friday during the lunch hour, while I grabbed something to eat, I was playing some of the Jensen Ackles interview. Jensen Ackles is a star. He was on for 15 years. He was on a show called Supernatural. He's been on the TV show The Boys and a bunch of other stuff. And he was one of the Cowboys here. I believe he was one of the Cowboys that came into the church to have that gunfight with Alec Baldwin. It was the dummy rounds from his gun that were thrown away by Sarah Zachary. So I started playing. He also participated in a interview with Detective Alexandra Fish Lips Hancock at the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, their one interrogation room. That's why it looks so familiar. And we're about halfway into his interrogation. So I'm going to grab something to eat. But in the meantime, I'm going to put that Jensen Ackles bio. He was there almost 2 hours being questioned. But we can hear what he had to say from his perspective about this shooting. See? Share this. Make me small. And then I'm going to take me clear off the screen. It doesn't take me long to eat lunch. When I'm done eating, I'll pop back in the corner here. Here we go.
On other sets than I experienced on this particular set. But again, I didn't feel unsafe.
Okay. And that was more, I mean, is there anything that you could point out that she did that was really
That was like being loose or cavalier? Not necessarily. I just know, like, me personally, I knew she was inexperienced. I could just tell, you know. I knew that she clearly learned the lingo and knew the verbiage and understood gun safety from somebody teaching her that. But she's also the youngest armorer I've ever even heard of. So I knew that there was lack of experience there, but how are you going to get experience if people don't take advantage of it?
Right, exactly.
So I was cool with it. I was like, good for you. I was like, good for you, kid. Like, getting in there and getting jobs and in a predominantly male-dominated field. And there she is, like, so I was kind of like stoked for her.
Were you present during they call it the show and tell day of all the weapons? Can you tell me a little bit about that?
It was an afternoon. It was out on the set, out on the ranch. There was a big table set up with an array of weapons, handguns, long guns. And she was there there were boxes of blanks. And it was kind of a pick out your gun day. So, it was, because again, this was part of the character, part of the costume. It was part of that building character aspect. It was the same thing as going out and picking out our horse. We spent a day out. In fact, I did both those things in one day.
Okay.
I first went to the armor show and tell, picked out my gun, and then I went over to the horse ranch and picked out my horse.
Okay.
But in that show and tell, she asked me, do you have any, what level is your experience? And in kind of not a joking manner, but just kind of wanted to see where she was on the level.
Mm-hmm.
I said, let's just assume not much. And she said, okay, this is how you load it. This is how we check it. This is how, the gun works. This is the trigger. This is the handle. I'm like, okay, just kind of playing dumb. And she said all the right things. But it was more of just kind of an explanation. I don't know, there were a lot of safety measures that were explained to me, but it was just more of, this is what a gun is. This is how it works.
Mm-hmm.
And she goes, if this is the one you like, I'll load it up with some rounds and you can just fire it off into the hill there. I said, okay, great. These are dummies. No, sorry, these are blanks. We're not live rounds at all. So I think we were using half loads.
Okay.
And so I put my gun belt on and I took the pistol and she took it. She walked it out to this, to the firing line, had me stand looking facing downrange. And then she loaded in a full barrel, a full wheel, 6 shots of half loads. So I took it, put it in my holster, and then kind of a dick thing for me to do, but I did like a quick draw and just spun it and put it back in.
And the whole cowboy thing?
Full on.
Yeah.
Full on. Even did the spin, spun the
Probably
gun.
like, what the
Well,
heck?
she just goes, okay, asshole. Like, you could have told me that you knew how to handle a gun. And so we laughed at that. And then she basically was like, you're good. Get out of here. Give me your gun.
So
And
when
that
you
was
guys
that.
went down to do the practice shots, was it just solo? Did you guys have any other people with you?
There was a whole group of people. There was a couple producers there. There was props was there. Sarah and I can't remember her assistant. I can't remember her name. She was there. Hannah was there.
But when you went down to shoot,
When I went to fire down range, I was the only person. Everybody else was behind me at the tables.
okay,
So we stepped out around. I stepped around the table, walked out probably a good 10 paces, and then aimed away from everybody. They were all like 6.
okay. Who was watching the guns while she would take?
While she was with me,
Mhm.
props.
Okay. And what about the ammo?
That would have been all sitting right there in front of them on the table. Nobody was touching anything.
Okay.
Do you recall on the table what the rounds, the blanks were in, and what color of box?
No, I want to say I saw a white tray with just, like a 50 round kind of tray of rounds. I know that she had a variety because she did say that she was like, you want to start with quarter loads or do you want to do half loads? And I think I said, let's go full loads. And she's like, no, we don't have full loads. Those are too expensive. And I was like, ugh, low budget films. Because full loads are just funner. They're more fun. They just have a bigger blast, but they're also more concussive.
Yeah.
And did you watch anybody else go and practice with Hannah?
I kind of came in, there were a couple of actors there. Picking out their stuff as well. I don't think I saw anybody. I saw Travis shot one. Travis Femmel was there, and I think he popped off one round and was like, "All right, I'm good." But he's also somebody who's got a lot of training.
Okay.
I clearly knew he was somebody who
Was comfortable.
was
with.
comfortable around weapons.
Okay.
Some of the other guys I think weren't. Hadn't had a lot of experience. Some of the actors, guns can be scary for people who aren't comfortable. Same thing with like a horse. I was seeing the same thing with the horses that I was with the weapons. Some people are like, "Oh my gosh, it knows that I'm scared. Why is it turning?"
Of course they do.
And it was like, because it knows you're scared. Yeah, it can feel the fear through your legs. I could tell the way that people were handling some of their guns too, that they just were, it was awkward.
Okay.
But again, I never felt the need to like speak up and be like,
Do not follow
put
me.
your fucking gun down.
Yeah.
Don't point it at me.
Were you there when Alec was doing
I did not see him.
practice? Okay.
I know that the gun was there because somebody went to pick that and they were like, no, that one's Alex.
Okay.
We're saving that one for Alec, I think.
Okay.
Was what they said.
What about any target shooting?
Nope.
None?
That was the only time that I ever fired a gun when the cameras weren't rolling for this project. Was that day.
And you didn't see anybody like take guns out during lunch or after production hours? Anything of the sort?
Nope. And I know that's being talked about, because I've even got my wife is like, show him the text. I'll show you kind of what I received. Where is it? Hang on. Where is it? Yeah, but I did hear that that someone may have taken the guns and done some target shooting or something, and that just seemed crazy to me. Like nobody messes with props during production unless it's scheduling.
Yeah.
Unless the producers are like, we need training for an actor. We need to take him out or take her out and teach her or him how to properly use and properly shoot. But this was a low budget thing that wasn't happening. We didn't really get the opportunity to do that, nor did, in my opinion, did we miss it. I didn't need it. Could there have been some actors that would have benefited from that? Maybe, but they knew what they were getting into. This is a low budget film. It's like guerrilla shooting. You got to get on that horse and hope it goes the way you want it.
It's kind of scary when it comes to horses, but.
And guns.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't find that text.
I'm keep looking for it.
I'm just curious, and this is a little off topic.
Yeah.
I know the day of the incident, we went out there.
Yeah.
Were you at base camp when we arrived, or
No, I was-
because we didn't see you there?
I was just standing back from set.
Okay.
I was still there. I know they told everybody to go to base camp, but
Mhm.
I don't know. It's not my MO to walk.
We're still trying to gather everybody that was close to the incident to interview. And
Yeah, I was, I had moved away from the church, but was still in proximity, still watching. In fact, I think I even took a picture just as things were unfolding. I don't know why I did this, but I did. But this was kind of where I was, in proximity. Like you can see the
okay, yeah, you can see the units and
helicopter
the
coming in, and so I'd probably moved about 100 yards away, and just
Zoom in a little bit.
Sure.
So all this equipment was the equipment you're moving?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, and moving it back towards that,
The truck.
that box truck. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, so as you guys were arriving, I was just kind of like moving back, and I walked back to the shuttle and was like gonna get in, and then I was like, no, I'm just gonna be pacing at base camp, wanting to see how they get Joel and Halyna out, because at that point they were still conscious and they were still like, I didn't know, I never thought that this would have been a fatal wound. I was like, okay, they got here quick. They're treating her. They're treating him on site. They're going to get them out. But I was standing by waiting for updates on what was happening inside, because I wanted to know what was happening with my director and my DP, who I've been
definitely
working intimately close with for the past 3.5 weeks, every day.
What time did the day start that day?
Every day started around sunrise and it ended was at sunset. That was pretty much.
Do you know about what time you started?
I could go back and look, but I would have gotten there. I would have gotten there probably at 6:15, 6:30, somewhere in there, ready for 7:30.
Okay. And what time do you break for lunch?
6 hours after call. I think it was about, would have been 8 o'clock call maybe. So, yeah, 1:30 maybe. It's usually 6 hours after call, whatever call was that day. And I forget what it was.
Okay.
I usually come in early, so that I'm ready at call. They bring the actors in to get them processed, which is hair, makeup, wardrobe.
Okay.
But yeah, lunch is 6 hours after call, and then we would wrap usually at sunset.
Okay. Do you know what time you came back from lunch?
Not exactly. I do remember it being, well, I'll show you right now. So this happened, that was at 2 o'clock. Yeah, so we broke for lunch probably around 1, just after 1 o'clock. And it was, I believe, like a half-hour lunch, and then we came back.
Okay.
I mean, I'm kind of guesstimating.
How?
An AD would be able to know, to tell you exactly, because they log all that stuff.
Okay.
Production reports have exact times on all that stuff.
How quickly after lunch did the incident take place?
It was the first shot, I keep saying shot. It's like, I gotta come up with a better term for camera shot. It was the first setup after lunch, the first camera setup after lunch. So they turned around, they were now facing the other end of the church, not the door, opposite of the door. And they were starting with a tight insert of Alec pulling the gun out. And then I walk in, I have my few words. I think they were gonna pull back to see Alec, because he just kind of pulls the gun out, does this, pulls back from the hammer, and then jumps up and starts shooting at me. So it was the first setup. So they were setting lights, they were getting cameras, they were picking out lenses, all that kind of stuff. Halyna was right there, Joel was right there, Alec was right there, showing the action. This is what we do, and that's very, very normal procedure when you're setting up a camera shot. Is the actor goes through the action, what they're going to do. Then the DP says, okay, then I need a light over here, I need a bounce right here, I need the camera, I want it to be right here. Let's put a 50 mil lens on. The director's like, okay, and then we go into a camera rehearsal, which is not rolling, just let's see all the action with the camera. If there's a camera move. So the action with the camera move, boom. Okay, great. Let's roll sound. Let's do a take. So this was the preliminary setting up the shot.
Okay.
We weren't even into rehearsal yet.
Did you see who handed Alec the gun after lunch?
No.
What about putting his belt on, anything of the sort like that?
No.
Okay.
Because again, I was just outside the set. I was in there for a little bit, like watching him kind of like do some setup stuff.
Mhm.
And then I was like, oh, okay, they're just setting up. So I just stepped outside to get some, air, because it got pretty dusty. It gets pretty dusty in there.
Yeah.
During rehearsal, when Alec was sitting on the pew after lunch, was the gun supposed to be loaded with dummies, or was it no rounds in the chamber kind of thing?
It should have been loaded with dummies.
Okay.
Yeah, he was not, we weren't getting into the firefight for that particular setup.
Mhm.
I would imagine the next setup would have been, we would have loaded our guns with blanks, and we would have gotten into to firing off our pistols. So this was supposed to be, it should have been full of dummies, because it was going to be a tight shot of the gun with those guns, because they're so old and rudimentary. You can see the brass. So you can see the brass, you see the tips, you see the bullets. So they would have been loaded with dummies to look like real.
To make the appearance of that it's
To
loaded.
make it look like it's loaded with real bullets.
Did you ever see the dummies on this set? Did you see what they look like?
I certainly saw the ones in my gun every morning,
Okay.
because my gun was loaded with dummies every morning. But I never, I can't remember if I ever walked over to I mean, yeah, I walked over to the camera, or I'm sorry, not camera cart, the props cart, to either receive my belt and gun, or to hand it off at the end of the day or at lunch. And I remember seeing the ammunition boxes there on the cart. But I wouldn't be able to tell you more than that.
Well, you had mentioned earlier that they had clay tips. Did the ones that you saw have clay tips?
I would have no reason to think otherwise.
Okay.
Without giving them in like a really intense inspection. I wouldn't. Yeah, I would have looked at the tray of bullets. I'm sorry, the tray of dummy rounds, and assumed that they were all dummy rounds, and you could have very easily mixed in a half a dozen live rounds in there, and I wouldn't have known the difference from a visual inspection. I would have had to take them out, either shake them or inspect the what do they call the brass ring on the back?
The primer?
Not the primer. I mean, but yes, it was the primer. All dummies have punch primer.
All the punch primers.
Yeah. So yeah, which I've done before, but I hadn't really done on this project, nor I felt the need to do it.
If it's a clay tip, what color is it?
It's made to look exactly like a live round, so it would be that gray.
So it looks like iron. You had said that the guns were loaded every morning. Did you ever see who loaded them?
I only ever witnessed Hannah loading it.
Okay. Did you see her load them that morning?
I should remember. And I wouldn't be able to tell you what mornings I did and what mornings I didn't. I just know that if I was happening to walk by the props cart and seeing her at work, I wouldn't have really taken notice. It's just everybody's working, everybody's doing their job. You know, people are setting up lights, people are moving boxes, people are, setting up their cameras. She's loading up her weapons. Like that was her job. So it wouldn't have stood out to me.
Okay. How many days prior to incident day did you guys do live fire? And by live, I mean
Movie fire. A handful. The day before we did live fire, I got shot. Travis Fimmel, his character, shoots me in the shoulder, and so we did. He fired off a half load at me, but I felt safe. I was more than 20 feet away, which is usual industry protocol, and it was a half load, so it wasn't going to be a large concussion, and I didn't have to do a squib. I just did a spin to the ground.
Okay.
But then, in addition to that, Alec also fired that day. This was the day before. Also fired that day. But again, those kinds of instances, they'd be taking out the dummy rounds and putting in crimp tip blanks. So very clearly not doesn't look like a real bullet. The sole purpose of having a muzzle flash. And when that happens, when they take out the dummies and they put in the crimp tips, then it's, you got a hot gun, 6 rounds, everybody's safety, everybody get back, you don't have to be on set, get out. Camera, if they are close, once I did a shot very close to camera, and they put up a protective, Lexan. I had I shot off a shotgun at one point, and our A camera operator Andy was very close, and I was like, we need to get more. I need more stuff for him. I didn't feel comfortable. I was like, I need more stuff for him. Very common. I've done that many times, like where the camera guys are like, oh, I can get in here. And I'm like, no, I'm not shooting at you that close. And that's just because a lot of it's really the biggest threat from a movie gun is gunpowder dust getting sprayed in your eyes and burning your eyes. It's really the only threat. The wadding thing, that's a thing of the past. We don't use that stuff anymore. So really the safety measure is to protect people's eyes. And also, if you're too close, and I'm using a shotgun, I use a full load, I feel like getting hit in the chest just from the concussion of the blast.
Yeah.
If you're too close, which, might injure you in some way, shape or form. I don't know. But still, I feel comfortable when I know that there's protected stuff in front and, nobody's in harm's way. And like I said, we had a shootout maybe a week prior to this where I think I let off 2 half loads in the shotgun, dumped the long gun, and then drew a pistol and fired off all 6 rounds.
Okay.
But again, all blanks. And then when it was prior to that, it was loaded with dummies, and was always loaded with dummies just so it looked like it had bullets in it. Right.
What about the accidental discharges that happened?
Didn't hear anything about that. Had no idea what people were talking about. I don't know if that happened. Then it's strange I didn't hear about it because, like I said, I was on set most of the time. So A, didn't happen while I was there. I didn't witness anything like that. And B, I never even heard about it. So I don't know if.
What about that squib that went off?
Yeah, I do remember that. And again, like that kind of stuff happens. Like my gun jammed on the firefight. Like guns jam all the time.
Mm-hmm.
It's that kind of stuff is normal on a movie set or on a TV set that's dealing with firearms. You instantly yell cut as an actor. I would just yell. I was like, cut, got a jam. And I would literally just keep it aimed towards the ground, and the armorer would come over and take it from me and fix it, reload it. Okay, we're good. All right, roll sound. Very, very commonplace for that stuff to happen. That's not I wouldn't chalk that up as a safety issue.
Okay.
That's just guns doing what they do.
Okay. What about, did you ever, I know you guys have like safety bulletins and stuff.
Mm-hmm. There's a safety meeting every morning.
And there was one
every morning
for this production.
Every morning.
Who hosted them?
Dave.
Okay.
Dave. That's the first AD's job, is to host a safety meeting every morning. I'm not usually, actors are not usually there, but it's not for us, it's for the crew.
I'm guessing that's when they hand out, ear protection, eye protection, if you guys are gonna shoot half loads or quarter loads.
Yeah, we're gonna have live animals on set today. We're gonna have live gunfire. We've got strong winds coming this afternoon. We want everybody to safety their equipment. That's the safety meeting. It's for the crew to let them know what we're dealing with today. If there's any safety concerns, where you go, who you need to talk to. Ear and eye safety equipment will be available. This is where it's available, like all that. And that happens every morning.
And you were there for?
I was not there. Was I there for that day? I can't remember if I was there for the safety meeting that day, but I know I walked in on the safety meeting multiple times because they would call us to set, and I'd arrive on set while they were giving the safety meeting.
Do they post it like anywhere else on, your call sheets, or do they send you guys like a protocol of like, hey, today we're dealing with live animals, therefore these are your protocols?
Call sheets. That's on the call sheets.
And you saw it on these call sheets?
I mean, again, like it doesn't really pertain to me, so I kind of skip over it. But I do know that it is
supposed to be there.
It is there and usually there, and it probably was that day. those are easy to get. You can get those call sheets. They'll have those on file, so you can see whether or not the safety guidelines were there that day, or whether they even needed to be. I said that's probably an OSHA thing, you know.
Okay.
Any of the actors ever complain that were handling a revolver ever complain about a faulty hammer on the gun? No.
Not to me.
Do you know, so that cart that props and the armor uses?
Mhm.
Where is it normally?
Close by set.
Okay.
It's essentially their work cart. Everybody has kind of their workstations. There's a camera cart. There's you know, a grips cart. There's an electrics cart. There's a props cart. Everybody has their kind of rolling workstations that wherever the set is, that rolls with them and goes there, and that's where they base their operation out of, is from that cart.
Okay. Did you happen to see this, you know, that particular day, where that cart was, or where is it supposed to go during lunch? Do you know?
Well, the cart would stay put, but they would, and I don't know this, I don't know if this happened. I can't say yes or no, but I just know, generally speaking, they would safety guns particularly, and rounds particularly, during lunch. They would go lock them up, put them in a lockup, like in the truck.
Okay. Did you see anybody do it that day?
I did not, nor did I see them do it any day, but it's just because I wasn't looking.
Okay.
That's not to say that it didn't happen every day. I would imagine it would have happened every day.
Okay.
That's pretty standard protocol.
Is there, you know, obviously we're dealing with this whole issue with camera crew.
Yeah.
And I said that they had walked off. How many people did you see from that camera crew that morning?
None, because I wasn't on set when the situation happened.
Okay.
We were back at base camp. We were told to come to set, and then got turned around and went back. So my only account of what happened was just from later going up to Bruce's going, what the fuck?
But you didn't observe any of them there?
Nope.
Okay.
I observed them on previous days. You know, one in particular, just bitch. She was just, you know, he was just kind of a whiny bitch.
Okay.
To put it simple. You know, I recall rolling my eyes at, you know, several of his little outbursts of a variety of things.
Okay.
You know, lunch wasn't big enough. That kind of shit. Like, really, go to craft service. There's food galore all day long.
Yeah.
You're well fed. Calm down.
Yeah.
I'm like, we get well fed when we go work on
Yeah,
this.
exactly.
So-
That's what I'm saying. Like, anybody who's complaining about the you know, the food on a film set is a whiny bitch.
Okay. Is there anything that would lead you to believe that one of these camera people would have brought live ammo?
I think, I mean, I know we're probably not supposed to give opinions, but in my opinion, I just find it very hard to believe
That they would bring it on set?
that they would even have access to it.
Okay.
Most camera guys they're nerds. I mean, I love camera guys. I'm a nerd too. Like, I'm a geek about that stuff. But these aren't guys that go out and get live rounds from a gun store and then plant it on set. That seems like a bridge too far for me.
Is there any one that you think would bring live ammo?
In a malicious way? No. I can't. If you pointed out to anybody on the crew and said this person maliciously brought and planted live ammo, I would be shocked, because I don't think there's not anybody I could point to and be like, that guy kills cats on the weekend. Like, he's a problem or she's a problem. None of them. They were all film technicians. They're all film nerds. We all are. Yeah, that's why it's just so shocking to me. That's why I'm like, that's you know, largely responsible why when you said, hey, can you come out to Santa Fe? I was like, yeah, because I want to know how did this fucking happen. So if I can shed any light to give you guys any kind of a leg up in finding out how live, because people are like, how did the safety protocol break down? How did that? I'm like, that's the question is, how did live rounds end up on a set? That's all I care about. Because had a
Right.
live round not ended up on set, we wouldn't be talking right now.
Of course,
It
but at the
wasn't-
same time, you
Yes,
know,
safety.
people have their
The protocols
jobs.
did get skipped. Absolutely. That should have been found. And that, you know, unfortunately is the person who was hired to safety the ammunition, which is a specialty job. And that person didn't catch the fact that there were live rounds mixed in with dummy rounds.
Mhm. Did you ever see Alec messing with his firearm?
No.
Or acting in a reckless manner with it?
I didn't,
Because I know you had said that you're showing how he was practicing with it.
well, he was just doing what he was, rehearsing what he was gonna do in the scene,
Mhm.
so that Halyna and Reed could see it and set a camera angle. So he was being asked to do exactly what he was doing.
Okay,
He wasn't just playing with it.
right.
This was deliberately pulling it out and aiming it at in a certain way to catch the light right and have the camera angle perfectly, you know. She was probably like, wait, just angle it like that, looking at the monitor, just maybe 2 degrees that way. But no, bring it back a little bit. Okay, that's the light. That's what she's doing at that point.
Okay.
And again, I don't know the intimate details at that point, whether he drew back on a hammer and it slipped, or whether he drew the hammer back and squeezed the trigger. That doesn't make sense to me, because he wasn't firing a shot at that particular moment in the scene. He would have just been getting ready to, and then he jumps up and shoots at me.
Speaking of that, are you guys ever, trained or go over when you're just rehearsing trigger safety? Or do you always practice it? Are you doing it with, finger
I always
on?
flag the trigger, but that's just me.
Okay,
And to answer your question, no. But I do that because I've had real world training by law enforcement and other, military and stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, I've done the whole CHL course, but I didn't even apply for my license. I just wanted to do the course.
Yeah.
And I had a friend in law enforcement who was putting on a weekend thing, and he was like, "Hey, you want to do this?" And I was like, "Yeah."
Especially in Texas, man. Everybody owns guns.
Everybody owns guns. Yeah.
so how do you think?
But no,
this-
as far as trigger safety goes,
Not really discussed. Okay. How do you think this live animal got on set?
that's what I want to know. I'm sure you've heard all the rumors that I have, and probably more, of somebody maliciously planning it, which I'd be shocked if that's what it was. Somebody trying to ruin an Alec Baldwin film because he's polarizing in his political beliefs in real life. Seems like a pretty
Extreme.
extreme thing to do. And then I've also heard that Hannah took the guns and went clinking with some of her friends or some crew, and then got intoxicated and didn't remember putting everything back, and could have mistakenly loaded real rounds with her prop dummy rounds and just forgot about it the next day, and came back and been like, "Oh, here's my dummies."
Did you ever witness her drink?
Oh.
What about anybody else?
No, that's not true. There was one evening where a large part of the cast and crew ended up at the same bar in Santa Fe, and I did see her there.
But that was upset.
Yeah, that was on a weekend.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
That was the
she
only
hadn't mentioned
that was the only
anything-
time I ever saw her upset.
Okay.
And most of those people.
And she hadn't mentioned anything about going out and
No.
doing any sort of. Who is ultimately in charge of safety?
On the set. From an overall standpoint, the first AD.
So David. Okay.
he would be the generalized like safety guy. But then there are specialty people that are the horse wranglers. He's responsible for the safety of the horses. I mean, if a horse takes off, Dave's not the one who goes and gets it.
Yeah.
That's what we have horse wranglers for. And we had that happen multiple times where a horse bucked loose and took off running and they had to go chase him down.
Some untrained horses.
What's that?
So it sounds like some untrained horses.
Yeah, they weren't overly trained. They weren't overly
Who provided the horses?
I forget. I don't know the name of the outfit. I just remember the
Is
names
it
of the wranglers.
the guy from the Love You? You know?
Right down the street from the ranch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I used to wrangle for him, and yeah, he had some pretty. He always put me on
Oh, really?
trouble horses.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
you got each other in there.
Yeah. They put me on a trouble horse because I'm not afraid. Like I have confidence around horses.
Yeah.
I'm not an amazing rider, but I was comfortable. I'm comfortable around horses. But again, going back to the safety aspect of it, you know, Raleigh was the lead wrangler, and he was in charge of horse safety. Alan was in charge of stunts, so he was in charge of any kind of stunts that were happening with the actors or the stunt people. I didn't do a whole, for instance, like when I got shot, I did a spin and hit the ground. It's how his responsibility to come up to me and go, do you need pads? Do you feel comfortable? You know, blah, blah, blah. Not Dave. You know, he's kind of the umbrella safety, but then there are specific people that are designated to.
So, Law Self-Defense member Kyle is asking, is this guy Jensen Ackles, one of the actors, is he on the witness list? He just made Andrew's point exactly. David Halls has kind of a umbrella safety role, but each individual expert below him is responsible for safety in their field, like Hannah would be as the armorer. And to answer the question, he's not on either the state or the defense witness list.
Safety specific aspects of the filmmaking. So again, Alan would have been for stunts, Rolly would have been for horses, Hannah would have been for ammunition.
Did you ever hear any complaints about gun safety?
No, and I was surprised to hear that.
Okay. Is there anything else that you can think of that, would stick out or, that might help us out?
It just it'd be speculative. And I'm sure you guys are getting all that. I didn't, again, I personally felt safe, but I will say that it was largely because of
Your experience?
my personal safety measures. It was a little loose. It was a little loose as far as the gun safety goes, from my experience. But I've also been part of big budget things that have highly qualified and experienced people doing these jobs.
Gun safety was
Did
a
you
little
ever
loose.
see anybody overly pressuring Hannah?
To do
Anything? To where she would have felt intimidated or
no, she seemed to have. She was, she had a kind of a cocky confidence air to her. She strutted around.
There goes the
She was
defense.
the armorer,
Yeah.
probably one of the youngest ones there are. So she wore that a little bit outwardly.
so she never seemed uncomfortable with
No.
anything that was being asked of her
No,
or anything that she was doing.
no, she seemed very confident in everything and had there was no stuttering or shiftiness or hesitancy on her part. That's why I was like, I felt like she had
There goes the whole defense narrative right there. Just got thrown off the cliff.
She had the confidence, and she was saying all the right words and doing all the right things. And if she didn't know what she was doing, she was certainly faking it well.
Going back to Hannah, or sorry, go ahead.
So with her, I'm sure you've seen the statement that she's released.
Yeah, saying that she was not given the time or
And that she was pressing for training.
Right.
And stuff like that. Any knowledge to that?
which, I mean, in my opinion, I think it's bullshit, because this was a low budget. Same thing, the same reason I think that the camera crew walking off was bullshit. They knew what they were signing up for. It's a low budget movie. There's not budget for putting everybody up for 4 seasons. I'm sure they'd like to do that, but they can't do that. They don't have money. The financiers gave a certain amount of money. That's how much we had to get it done. Everybody who came on the show, everybody came on this movie knew that it was going to be tight. I would have loved to have had 3 weeks of horse training, but I didn't. I had half a day, I had an afternoon to pick a horse out and ride him around and get comfortable. And then the next day I was on camera on the horse. That's not her. I mean,
So you never heard her like requesting any?
I mean, I wouldn't have been privy to that if she was having private conversations with the producers going like, I really need, I need Jensen for a half a day. I need Alec for a day. And again, I would never have expected that phone call on a project like this. I knew they were hiring me for what I could do. They asked me, have you ridden horse before? I was like, yeah. Okay, when we know, we've seen from your work that you've clearly handled guns before, so we know you're good there. So I feel like there was, a part of why I was hired was because of my experience and comfortability with this, and not needing additional training, not needing to come out 3 weeks early and rehearse with horses and with weapons, and even rehearsing with the dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't even get rehearsal. That's something that big budget movies get. You come in, you rehearse with the director and the actors for weeks, and then you go to camera. Didn't get any of that. We were lucky to get a rehearsal before we rolled camera.
It's pretty much like, here's your papers.
Yeah.
And,
It's like, here's your script. These are the words you're saying. Here's your gun. This is when you're shooting, and here's your horse. Good luck, cowboy.
hope you can envision it in your head.
Yeah, and I hope you can envision it in your head, and I hope you can pull it off. I mean, I think the second day I was on that horse, they were like, okay, right up to that ridge, and then just come screaming down at us. And so I was, riding, I was trying to keep my hat from flying off, eyes down, trying to get that. And then we were going, and my poor horse hit one of those groundhog holes and just went down, and the whole horse went pitched forward, and I was like, here I go.
Yeah.
And then I just yanked up at the last second, and he lifted up right at the last second. And I was just, I know I held it together because I looked at the playback, and it was like right away. But inside I was screaming like a little kid.
Oh, fun when horses do anything unexpected.
Yeah. But again, we all would have loved rehearsal on a variety of levels.
I'm sure it helps build the bond with everyone.
No, well, I don't know if it's been introduced into evidence, but it hasn't been shown in court. And I don't expect it to be shown in court because he's available as a witness. If they want to subpoena him, they can get him to come in.
Sure, but we knew that's not what we were going to get with this project. Everybody knew that.
You had said, all right, so, and I know you talked about, Hannah always said the right thing. She's always, having correct terminology, everything of the sort. The day of the incident, after lunch, when you guys got all your gear and everything of the sort, did anybody call out, cold gun, hot gun, anything of the sort like that?
I know that's been reported that Dave yelled cold gun. I was just standing off set, so.
And court is back. Here we are. And we'll be continuing with the cross examination of Seth Kenny.
Please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Kenny, before lunch, we talked about that you had approximately 125 live rounds from the 1883 set that came back. Is that correct?
That's great. That's correct.
And you also testified that the state took 10 rounds, 10 live rounds total from your place, correct?
I don't recall that. No, they from the 45 Colt ammunition, they took all of them.
And we've seen the pictures, there was 10 total on what was shown today. You recall that testimony?
10 live.
Yes.
Maybe we need to approach.
I don't think Seth Kenny saw that testimony. That testimony was a different witness, and he wasn't allowed to be in the courtroom. So that was the crime scene photographer, a witness, a Poppel, that they brought back in to show her pictures, and that's when they showed the 10 live rounds. There may just be some miscommunication here.
Mr. Kenny, do you have reloading equipment?
I don't.
What?
I don't.
Hey, do you recall on the interview on
That's weird.
July 11th, 2023, I asked you if you had any reloading equipment, and you said, I do.
Possibly in California. Possibly.
Okay, does that mean you do have reloading equipment?
Well, PDQ doesn't have reloading equipment, and we don't reload.
Okay, sir, but do you recall when I asked you, now, do you have any reloading equipment? Your answer was, I do.
Personally, in California, there may be. I haven't seen it in years.
Okay, and you know how to convert a dummy round from into a live round, don't you?
Hypothetically.
Yeah, because hypothetically, don't you recall telling Detective Hancock that if the camera crew, let me just get the wording so I don't misquote it. If the camera crew wanted to send a little going away present, and then you described the process. Do you recall that?
No, I don't recall it.
If I showed this to you, would it refresh your memory?
Sure.
I mean, of course, it's very simple to turn a dummy into a live round. It's how you reload a live round. You just pull the bullet, put a primer in, some powder, and reseat the bullet.
How far do you want me to read down?
Just the highlighted portions.
Okay.
Mr. Mills, is that the July 11 transcript?
That is the November with Detective Hancock. Yes, sir, does that refresh your memory?
It does.
So now do you recall having a conversation with Detective Hancock about how one could turn a dummy into a live round?
Yes, yes.
And can you tell the jury, how would you do that?
Well, the easiest thing would be to have reloading equipment, press out the inert primer. And first, if we imagine a dummy round where the bullet is actually pressed into the case, and you had an inert primer, you'd need a fairly complicated setup of reloading equipment.
No, you wouldn't.
You need either a kinetic bullet puller to remove the bullet from the case. If you used a set of pliers, it would mangle the bullet and prevent seating afterwards in a die if you had reloading equipment. So you'd have to somehow remove the bullet from the case. We're assuming there's a BB or a number 2 lead shot rattle that would have to be removed. You'd have to have a decapper to press out the inner primer, and then you could use the same bullet, assuming it wasn't mangled, and you'd have to have a live primer and a charge of powder, and then be able to have the appropriate dye and seed it to the appropriate depth, as well as putting in, again, the fresh primer installer.
Okay, and then you'd have to get the proper amount of grains of powder in there as well?
Yes.
Okay, and what would that generally be?
Well, historically, I think in the pre-1900 era, it would be roughly 28 grains of powder from memory, if that's correct. And then it depends on the powder as well, all the way up to the case capacity, which means essentially you fill it up all the way and maybe even press the bullet into the case so it's compacting the powder.
Now, I want to go over something you said before lunch on the leathers. You said that these were mailed back from the Old Way movie by Hannah to yourself, and that you provided these to her, correct?
Yeah, they were shipped back via FedEx.
And they were shipped in a box from the Old Way, and then you never removed them from the box, correct?
That's correct.
So, but then would you agree with me then that those leathers were then used on the Rust side?
I don't know that. All I know is that box, and I'm unaware of the quantity in there. I did take a photo at the time. I don't know how many were in there and whether or not they used them.
Okay, so you opened it up and you looked in it.
Yes, I opened it up. I took a picture.
Okay. With regard to the prop truck search, we didn't talk about that yet. When you went to the set on October 27th, you already had the code to the safe, correct?
Yes.
And Sarah had given that to you?
Yeah, she sent it to me by text.
Sarah was technically your employee of PDQ Props, correct?
Sure, she was the representative of PDQ for the Rust production.
And she's the one that called you right after the shooting incident. You all talked for 30 seconds to a minute. Is that right?
It was a very quick conversation, yes.
And your testimony under oath is that you did not tell her to throw any of those rounds away.
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay. But then she did throw them away.
I learned about that months later.
Yeah. And did you know that guns had been transported from the cart? Did you?
No.
Did you tell her to do that?
No.
Okay. Did you train Sarah before she worked on Rust?
I did.
And you trained her in what? In gun safety or what?
Yeah, the basics of using blank adapted guns and blanks and dummy rounds on a set.
And I take it you never trained her to throw away dummy rounds after a scene.
Oh. Well, I don't recall that conversation or even indicating at what point you would want to throw away dummy rounds.
Because they're rented, right?
They are rented.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Now, you also gave Hannah shells on the Old Way movie, spent shells. Do you recall that?
Spent shells? No.
You didn't provide her 2 bags of spent shells?
No.
You knew that Joe Swanson load Trail Boss type powder. That's one of the powder he uses, correct?
Sometime after a meeting with Detective Hancock, trying to trace down the origin of the live rounds found on Rust, that was part of the questioning of that. I did call him and say, do you recall?
And don't get into what he said.
Okay.
But your impression after it was that your understanding is he loads Trail Boss powder.
Yes.
Okay. You also remember telling Detective Hancock after you called Troy Teskey that he was willing to provide a box and a half of reloads, the same batch from Joe Swanson?
I remember that conversation. I don't remember the quantity of which he was willing to provide.
Okay, so in any event, whatever the quantity was, you knew that Troy Teskey had rounds from the same batch of live reloads from Joe Swanson.
That's what I understood.
And you understood that he was willing to provide those, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I want to show you, sir, some of the pictures that have been introduced, and I want to go over these with you. First one, Mr. Kenny, is defendant's L18, and I want to show you this photo. Can you tell the jury what this depicts?
It depicts a shelf at PDQ's office in Albuquerque with a blank supply.
Okay, now I want you to look at the box at the top. It says, let me see if I can zoom in, 30 Mauser. See that?
Yes.
Does that appear the font similar to the font on the box that we saw earlier? It was in Lieutenant Benavides' vehicle in the set of rust.
Well, I recognize that as a Joe Swanson label.
And you have Joe Swanson labels then in your business, correct?
Yes.
Now, the other thing that I've noticed on some of these photos, and I'll show you, but that some of them have JS, some of them don't. Is that a fair statement?
I noticed the JS. I don't notice when it's omitted.
How do you get those labels? Do you make those labels?
No, that's all a Joe Swanson manufacturer and supply.
Okay. I want to show you defendant's L15. And that's, we've seen this earlier on a different angle. This is more of a close-up. What are the boxes to the right of the shelf?
There are, well, I know that shelf fairly well. There's a mixture of, on top, we've seen a collection, what appear to be 12 gauge blanks.
Okay, and then how about the boxes underneath? And I'm going to point to these boxes in here.
Yeah, more blanks in stored in bulk.
Just stored together in bulk?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Kenny, how about these loose rounds in the bag up here by the firearms? You see those? Not loose, they're in a baggie, are they?
Yeah, again, stored in bulk. From memory, I think they're 500 per bag, approximately.
What type of rounds are those?
They look to be 223.
Are you certain?
No.
Okay. How about defendant's L2? What is this scene? Jeez, sorry. What is this scene here? Defendant's L2.
That's in the backyard
And what are these?
of PDQ's headquarters or PDQ's space in Albuquerque.
What are all the boxes there for?
They're just waiting to be thrown out.
And you know how long they've been sitting there before they were thrown out?
Well, in that pile is one of the boxes is from the shipment of the new guns from Pieta. So some of it very recent.
From Pieta before the movie?
From before the movie, correct.
Okay, so that would have been in October, early October, when you got that Pieta. So this was late November.
Yeah, so they've been there roughly a month.
Month and a half. Okay. How about defendant's L5? Can you tell jury what this is? Is that?
It's the same view, the same stack of boxes looking to the side gate exit entry.
Okay. Sir, how about defendant's L6? Can you tell the jury what's in that picture?
Yeah, there's a lot of empty gun cases. Some of them are populated with guns and other props. Underneath, there's There's a bunch of locked cabinets with firearms and other various props inbound and outbound.
Okay, so some of these are live or real weapons?
Yeah, primarily these are going to be live. I'm going to say 90%. There's also the possibility that there are other things in there that are inert or replicas.
Okay, let me show you defendant's L10 now. And can you describe what room is this in PDQ?
That would be the coffee room.
Okay. And that's the coffee room. Now, is there any ammunition stored in the coffee room?
No.
Okay. I want to show you now L32. If you tell the jury what this picture is.
That is the bathroom with blanks, and appears to be at the very bottom is indicated live ammo of the gray bins.
And so you've got live ammo, and then on top of that, do you have blanks or dummies?
Those are all blanks.
Okay. So you've got them, and they're not in the same container in this picture, but you've got them all stacked up on each other, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that you would commonly do, is store this live ammo in the bathroom?
No, not commonly. It was just short on time and offloading the Sprinter, and got to put it somewhere quick and get back to Texas or California or whatever it might be.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Kinney, then I want to show you if you recognize the Philips L35. That's a box that says 45 LC. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is a box that that I populated with Thale Reed's 1883 Cowboy Training Camp live ammo.
Okay, now on that particular box itself, it's not marked live, is it?
No.
Okay. And so the rounds around it and in the box, do you know if these loose rounds are live?
I would assume that they are live.
Okay. Do you recall what defendant's L40 is?
No, it's Thale Reed's green ammo box.
Okay. And that was found in PDQ crops.
Correct.
Okay, sir, then I want to show you earlier, this is defendant's L43. Earlier, you talked about this photo. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I think you said that this was the dummies you had provided, correct?
Yeah, before polishing and populating in the white box provided to Sarah Zachary. Yes.
Okay. Now, as you look at this photo, this round up here, isn't that a blank?
Yeah, that's a spent blank.
And then how about this round right here, right where I'm pointing here?
That's another spent blank.
Okay. So this was not all dummies. This also had spent blanks in it.
Correct.
Okay. Now the sheriffs did not seize this. They did not seize these at the time of the search. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you defendants D. And if you tell the jury what this is?
That's a maintenance bench.
A bench to do what?
Maintenance of firearms.
Okay. So this is where you maintain the firearms?
Yeah, there's gloves there, and some cleaning products. That would be one of them. Yes.
What are these rounds down here? They look like shotgun shells. What are these?
From memory, that was a project on a previous film.
Okay, and then you have rounds in the back here. Do you know what those are?
I can't see
It's hard to see.
Okay, I see dummy blanks. Shall I circle it?
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Right there. Yep. It says 45 ACP dummy blanks.
Now, when you say dummy blanks, is that another type of round, or are there dummies and blanks?
Instead of chambering a dummy round, it's better to chamber a dummy blank in inert one-piece extrusion, and it's a safer way of doing it we have call at some point in the action where somebody needs to chamber a round that is inert. Dummy rounds are problematic in semi-automatic and automatic firearms. And if upon repeated chambering, the components can come loose. So Joe Swanson came up with this invention, which is a dummy blank.
Dummy blank, okay. And what is these tools in the back, the yellow and green?
One is an Allen wrench set. The green one is a Torx set.
What do you use those for?
Again, it would just be, actually, the yellow handled ones are used commonly to attenuate the flash of semi-automatic and fully automatic weapons.
Defendant's BB, what is that equipment or device right here?
Those are a pair of vices, small vices.
Is that your gun maintenance table as well?
Yes, it is.
Now, defendant's S, is this, you recognize that?
I do.
And is this your box as well?
It is.
Are those live rounds?
Yes. Well, the box, I remember writing 45 long Colt and thinking this is odd not to write dummy or blanks or specify what it is. It's 45 long Colt because it's 45 long Colt live. And I don't need to write live. It's just live.
45 long Colt, okay.
Yeah.
And defendant's V, can you tell the jury what that is?
Those are Joe Swanson blanks.
Defendant's AA, again, we have those Mauser boxes at the top of that font, and that's a Joe Swanson font, is that right?
Those are definitely Joe Swanson boxes and fonts.
Okay.
That I commonly see from him.
Okay. This is defendant's Y, and again, let me show you the overall picture. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
That's that same wooden shelf holding blank rounds.
Okay, and again, we have at the top these 300 blackout. Is that the Joe Swanson font?
It is.
Okay. And you see some of these boxes, they got the JS like on the 9mm.
I see that. Yes.
Okay. That's what I was noticing before, but you said there on some of them and some of them.
Well, I commonly, I notice, bless you, I see the JS, but if it's omitted, it's not, it's just not something I notice.
Okay, and I want to show you defendant's X now. What is this picture?
That's that same wooden shelf.
Okay. And defendant's W. Can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, that's the top of the black bookshelf that's adjacent to the wooden cabinet.
Okay, defendant's Z. Can you tell us what that is?
Same wooden shelf.
Okay. What are the rounds on the right in this bin here?
Those are small bags of 25, more than likely it's 25 ACP and 32 ACP bags of blanks.
Defendant's U, again, these tools.
It's the same, same Allen wrench set and Torx wrench on top of the maintenance table.
Okay, defendant CC. You see that?
I do.
And this box over here, is that a Joe Swanson?
It is.
Okay. And these spent shells, what are those? What caliber?
I can't tell from this photo.
Okay. You know what these spent shells were doing here?
I don't recall.
Those are the kind of thing that can be reloaded, correct?
Yeah, unless a case is torn, or it's become brittle and started to fracture, you can reload it.
This is defendant's T, and that's, is this the live ammo from 1883, that box?
It is.
Okay. I want to show you defendants in 27, and I'm going to show you that upright, but then I'm going to turn it around. Is that your writing on the blue box?
It is.
Okay. And defendants in 29, is that same box?
It is. It's one side or the other. Because, yeah, both have a label just like that.
Okay.
Both ends.
Okay. Now, a couple more questions on the prop truck that I forgot to ask you. When you were going there, do you recall telling Sarah to put a piece of tape over the safe?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that?
Well, I wanted to make sure that nobody got into the safe before the law enforcement showed up.
One last series of questions on the disagreement that Hannah and Sarah had, you were talking about earlier. And that was over the negligent discharge or accidental discharge, you called it?
Accidental discharge, yes.
Okay, sir. Do you recall telling Hannah that Sarah was her boss and not to push it?
Yes.
You were basically telling her to back off reporting anything? Shoot, I'm sorry. Jeez. Sorry, Judge. Sarah picked up this thing. Do you recall telling Hannah something like to back off because she wanted to report to production?
It wasn't that she wanted to report it to production because Sarah had already reported it herself. That was the issue.
Okay. But in any event, you told her that she should just move on.
Yeah.
Okay, Your Honor, may I have just one moment? Okay.
Oh my gosh, look at the nails of that woman in the back. How do you wipe your butt with nails like that?
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Kinney, is it your testimony that the 45 caliber live rounds at PDQ were reloads?
To my knowledge, yes.
And did any of those live rounds that were taken from PDQ have the same projectile shape as the projectile on the live rounds from the set of Rust?
No.
You spoke to Mr. Bowles. You indicated that you had of the live rounds that you took to the set of 1883. There were three projectile types. Is that correct?
It is.
Did all three of those types come back to PDQ?
Once we were I'm unaware because once we were done with the cowboy training camp, I never went into that box again, or even the smaller white boxes, into the gray bin or the smaller white boxes. So I didn't take an inventory after we were done.
And the gray bin that you had marked live ammo, was all of the live ammo that you had at PDQ inside that bin?
Yes. Excuse me, all the live ammo from 1883 was in that gray bin. There was self-defense rounds elsewhere within PDQ that were live, not
And-
45 long Colt though.
That's what I was going to ask. What caliber was your self-defense rounds?
357, 38 special, and 300 blackout.
Okay. Approximately how many firearms does PDQ own?
Hundreds.
Do you keep all of them at the Albuquerque location?
No,
Do you have another location?
I do.
Where's that?
It's in Lake Havasu City, Arizona.
You were asked a series of questions about primed cases. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
What is exactly a primed case?
The prime case is a case, could be a shotgun shell with just a primer, but we differentiate a prime case from a blank in that there's no additional charge of gunpowder to make a report, a noise, a bang, or a puff of smoke. And so it's a good training tool. It's a loud cap gun when it goes off. It helps initiate action on a set where there needs to be choreography of movement. And if you add talcum powder, it provides a bit of a puff to it.
So a primed case is just simply an empty brass, I'm going to suggest brass, I know it doesn't have to be brass, shell casing with a live primer. Is that right?
That's correct.
But it has no gunpowder.
No gunpowder.
And it has no projectile.
Definitely not. That would be a live round.
Can a primed case kill someone?
It can lead. Yes, it can. In a number of different ways.
How would that happen?
Well, in the Brandon Lee situation, a prime case initiation of the primer was enough to deliver the bullet, the projectile, into the barrel, causing what's called a squib load. And in that instance, what happened is the prop crew was unaware of what had happened. They emptied what were supposed to be dummy rounds, and they were not, because the live primer thus makes them something other than. And it's.
But let me ask you this. In order for a primed case to hurt someone in the manner that you're describing, such as the incident with Brandon Lee, there has to be a projectile somewhere, right?
Yes.
And in that case, there was a projectile lodged in the barrel of the gun.
Correct.
Okay. But the primed case itself, just the empty casing and the live primer, that's not going to kill anybody.
Highly doubtful that
Right.
it would cause injury. Yes.
Okay. You said that it sounds like a loud pop gun.
It sounds like, yeah, it sounds like a loud cap gun.
Cap gun, I'm sorry. Because the primer has a small amount of explosive substance, and it's that lights the gunpowder that emits the projectile, correct?
That's correct.
You have to presume the jury's retarded, folks.
Were all of your 45 long Colt caliber live rounds that you had at PDQ, were they all taken by the sheriff's department?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about Starline brass casings. Is Starline brass a very common casing?
It's one of the primary sources of cases for Joe Swanson. But I've come to learn that even the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department uses it as one of their duty ammos.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the package that you received from Ms. Gutierrez after she finished her work on the old way. you indicated that there were some leather belts, but you didn't inventory those.
Correct.
Did you notice, were there appearing to be dummy rounds in those leather belts?
Yes,
Did you inventory those?
I did not.
Were those your property?
No.
When you received the package from Ms. Gutierrez, did it also include firearms?
Not in the box with the gun leather. There was at least one replica firearm within that box. In separate cases, I believe there are probably 2 Pelican type hardened cases that contain firearms as well as other replicas. And the box just containing the leather did not have firearms in it.
But you did receive a box from Ms. Gutierrez that she shipped to you from Montana that contained firearms, is that right?
Correct, yes.
And those were shipped to you because they were your firearms, right?
Some of them were, yes. Some of them were also fails.
Okay. When you received the box that contained the firearms, was there anything concerning about the state they were in?
Yes. The primary concern is that some of them were loaded.
And they were loaded. She shipped loaded guns. What's he arguing here? Outside of scope? Outside of scope of cross? Maybe. See if Kerosene is allowed to repeat the question when she comes back. That's terrible. I can't imagine any circumstance under which I would ship a loaded gun. Boiling sap must be in New England. Let's see. I used to use when I needed to deactivate a primed case, deactivate the primer. I was always told you could squirt a little WD-40 in there, and that would work. That would deactivate the primer, which is what I used to do. But I have to confess, I never tried a primer afterwards, so I don't actually know if it worked.
Mr. Kinney, you said that some of the guns were loaded.
Yes.
What were they loaded with?
What I found out that they were loaded with dummy rounds in the end.
And why was that concerning to you that the guns had been shipped to you loaded with dummy rounds? So whenever you're ready, I'm ready. Okay.
Well, because the assumption is that one, guns are always loaded unless you verify that they are not, and 2, that rounds are live unless you validate that they are dummy rounds. And the fact that a couple, I believe it was from memory, a couple of revolvers were loaded with rounds leads me to default that I have to assume these are live rounds until I validate that each and every one of the rounds are dummy rounds and that the guns are completely empty. So there was some sweaty palms that moment.
Okay. I'm going to shift gears here. I'm going to show you what is already in evidence as State's Exhibit 168. I want you to have a look at this photo and tell me if the projectile shapes that you described to Mr. Bowles are present in this photo.
it looks my 99% are semi-wad cutter bullets. There's an oddball right in the middle of the photo.
And where, can you use your screen? Oh, that's the oddball. Okay, sure.
Yeah, that has a projectile that I don't remember seeing. It's neither a semi-wad. They probably would consider that some variation of a wad cutter, but it almost looks like a truncated cone type projectile.
Okay, and you had, and truncated cones were one of the projectiles that you recall from 1883, correct?
Yeah, the cowboy training camp.
All right.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's already in evidence as State's Exhibit 171. How would you describe those?
That's another variation of a semi-wad cutter.
Okay. Would you
Those
consider
are-
that a truncated cone?
No.
All right.
It's like a semi-wad cutter, rounded flat nose. It's a very odd bullet design.
I'm going to show you what is already in evidence as State's Exhibit 57. Would these be a primed case?
Well, I can't see what's on the opposite end away from the nickel primer. Is there a projectile on the end?
For the purposes of this question, let's assume that there is no gunpowder in those casings and there is no projectile at the other end.
Yeah, I would call these a spent case because the primers have been hit. But at the same time, we have to assume that any primer is potentially live, even though it's been struck, because it could be a hard primer. But easily, commonly, if somebody, the layman took a look at this picture and said, well, what is that? I would say a spent case casually. But I would not make a dummy round out of that.
Sure. In order for a primed case to be a primed case, it has to have an unstruck primer, correct?
Yes, and we assume that it's not an inert prime case. If we're saying we need to initiate some kind of action with the least amount of noise, I would call up Joe Swanson and say, I need a box of 50 prime cases.
Okay. But those don't appear to be that to you, do they?
They don't. I don't know what that is, to be honest with you. It could be in the providing weapons and blanks and dummy rounds to production for film. I don't know what that is. I mean, casually, I would say if I was just a shooter out there, I would say, oh, it's a spent case.
Right. It looks like a spent casing.
Yeah.
All of the dummies that you provided to the set of Rust, the 45 long Colt dummies that came directly from you, did all of them rattle?
Yes.
Did you provide any dummy rounds to the set of Rust that did not rattle?
I did.
Which ones were those?
Those were the 44 Henry copper plated rounds.
And those are completely different looking than any of the 45 long Colt dummies, correct?
Correct. They haven't made 44 Henry since the pre-1900.
So the 44 Henrys, how do you know that those are dummies?
Well, they don't make them anymore, and
how do you know they're dummies if they don't rattle?
It's a problem. You assume that they're live. Then
is there a hole in the side? How do you know it's a dummy?
You don't. That's a problem.
There's no hole in the side.
There's no hole in the side.
Do you know whether or not? Did you say they were 4470s?
44 Henry.
44 Henry. Do you know whether any of the 44 Henrys were ever even used on the set of Rust?
No.
You don't know?
No. And to be clear, the 44 Henrys don't have a traditional primer. You cannot reload them. They're like a 22 rimfire. It's the same thing. It's just an oversized version of that.
All right. You were asked some questions about how many times you called Detective Hancock. Why did you call her so many times?
Just to aid in the investigation, whatever she needed, or if I found something that I thought she might want to see, or if I had any questions. It was routine for us to be in communication.
Okay. You made a statement on cross-examination that you didn't want to work. I think it was in a text message, maybe, that you didn't want to work with Ms. Gutierrez in the future. Is that correct? Do you recall making that statement?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Why didn't you want to work with her in the future?
Well, the issue of loading a full load blank with a horse in the vicinity is a huge violation of an armorer's work.
So why don't you explain to the jury what you're talking about? Because I don't think that we've addressed that issue yet. Was there an issue that came to your attention with regard to the set animals and a full load blank?
There was several days prior, and I don't know exactly when it happened. Sarah Zachary called to discuss a number of things, including her concern.
And I'm gonna stop you right there.
Oh,
I got it.
yep.
Did you receive information that there was an issue with a full load blank and an animal?
Yes.
Okay, stop there. Generally speaking, explain to the jury what types of blanks are to be used around animals, what types are not, and why, having nothing to do with what happened on Rust.
In general, we have several iterations of blank loads, and the idea is that we always want to use the least amount of noise and gunpowder for the effect necessary. And so if ultimately we could get away with using nothing but a prime case, that would be ideal.
Sir, in terms of blanks, what are the appropriate size blanks to use around horses on a movie set?
Horses and kids, no greater than 1/4 load.
So is there a blank load that is less than a 1/4 load?
There is 1/8 as well, yes.
Okay. Why is it not advisable to use full load blanks around set animals?
Well, it's frankly, it's considered animal cruelty.
Goes to her competence as an armorer. Now they're going to add another charge of animal cruelty. I wonder if animal cruelty is a lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter or evidence tampering. Those weird looking kind of semi-wad cutter, flat round nose bullets are they could well be an Elmer Keith design. He designed a lot of unique bullets. They could be a common cowboy. I've never loaded 45 long Colt, so I actually don't know what bullet profiles would be available or appropriate for that. I've never loaded a bullet that looks like that, but I mostly loaded almost exclusively 9mm 40 Smith & Wesson and 45 ACP and a little bit of 30-06 rifle ammo. I don't know that I would reload revolver ammo. It's reloading really only pays if you're shooting in volume. The cost of buying the dies and all that.
Okay, Mr. Kinney, we're going to move on. You were asked some questions about making dummy rounds into live rounds. Do you recall those questions from Mr. Bowles?
I do.
So it sounds like that would be a bit of a complicated process. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Let's talk about the opposite. Would it be considerably easier to turn a live round into a dummy?
It would be not, it would be. It's not the ideal situation, again, especially if we're talking
I'm
about.
not asking what's ideal. I'm asking, would it be easier?
There's one less step. Well, no, actually we're excluding, you'd have to press out the primer. It's less complicated.
So if one were to try to turn live rounds into dummy rounds, would they need any special equipment?
They would need full reloading.
I'm just asking you if they would need special
Yes.
equipment.
Yes.
Is one of the pieces of equipment that they might need an inertia puller?
The bullet puller, yes. A kinetic puller would be one of them, yes.
All right, thank you.
I could swear one of those was testimony that one of those was found in Hannah's.
You were asked some questions about your training of Ms. Zachary. Did you train Ms. Zachary specifically on how to handle a single action army revolver?
No.
You were shown a series of photos and asked about Joe Swanson labels. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Mr. Balls, you want to come up here real quick? All right. I'm going to show Mr. Kinney States Exhibits 193 through 208, and I don't believe there's an objection, and I would ask for permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
Page 193. To what? 208?
208.
Is admitted, you may publish.
Now, Mr. Kinney, for the purposes of these questions, I want you to think back to the photo that you saw of the Joe Swanson box that was taken from the set of Rust. Do you recall the photo I'm talking about? If not, I'll show it to you again.
The one on the prop cart, just to be clear.
Yes,
Yes?
the dummies,
Yes.
Joe Swanson dummies,
Yes.
with the JS in the middle.
Yes.
And you indicated that you have never had a box that had that kind of label.
Correct.
So,
Specifically 45 long colt.
well, let's go through them. States Exhibit 193, are those labels just like the one from the set of Rust?
Well, no.
Right, that's not a trick question.
Seems like it.
How about these? States Exhibit 194, are those just like the ones from the set of Rust?
No.
Same question here, 195. We've got several boxes. If you need me to zoom in on anything, I'm happy to.
No. It's yes. No, I don't. Need you to zoom.
Are any of those the same as the box from Rust?
No.
These, are any of these the same as the box from Rust?
No.
How about these?
No.
And that's, for the record, States Exhibit 197. States Exhibit 198, how about these?
No.
States Exhibit 199, how about these?
No.
States Exhibit 200, same question.
No.
States Exhibit 201, same question.
No.
States Exhibit 202, over on the left, same question.
No.
States Exhibit 203, same question.
No.
States Exhibit 204.
No.
State's Exhibit 205.
No.
State's Exhibit 206.
No.
State's Exhibit 207.
No.
State's Exhibit 208.
No.
You testified that you provided some fake guns to for Rust. Is that right?
Yes. Replica guns. Yes.
Did you provide any fake long guns for the set of Rust?
No.
So any rifles left unattended could not have been.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
That's-
Can I have 2 follow-up?
All right.
Recross my bows.
Mr. Kenny, just 2 follow-up. With regard to turning a live into a dummy, you talked about one piece of equipment. What other equipment would you need to do that?
Well, you need a piece of equipment to press out the primer. You'd need, a press and reload it and installed with a proper reloading dies. You would need some way of measuring powder as well, potentially dispensing the powder. And then you need a piece of equipment to load the primer into the case.
Or get all of that in a Dylan.
Okay. Now, I think you testified that you didn't train Sarah Zachary on the use of the single action revolver.
Correct.
And she was under your license. So was she not permitted to use that?
No, she was permitted.
Okay. Even without the training?
Well, a cold gun, it's a good question. I don't recall going over, I just don't remember training her to check for safe on a single action army. I think, the thinking was, Hannah's the armor. She's going to take care of it.
Okay. But you did train her with regard to, you did certify her on your paperwork.
Well, there's no certification.
Okay. Not certification, but you did have her on your paperwork.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, you're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness.
Next witness.
The state will briefly recall Corporal Hancock.
Rich flips his back.
Jurors are doing okay. Do you need a bathroom certificate? Okay, Souza, somebody? What? I can't hear you. Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
All right, thank you.
He's got a big forearm tattoo. Was it from Frozen? It looked like I might have said, "Let it go." The fish never bothered me anyway.
Corporal, thank you for your second round on the witness stand. As a sworn law enforcement officer, are you familiar with the crime of negligent use of a firearm?
Yes.
And what are the different ways that the elements of negligent use of a firearm can be fulfilled?
Yeah. Of course, I would object too. So the defense is going to object. Your Honor, she's not a legal expert. You're the legal expert in this courtroom. You're going to be instructing the jury on the elements of negligent use of a firearm. It's not the place for a witness to do that. She's not a lawyer. I wouldn't be surprised if the judge shuts this down. That's why I'm always surprised when they let me be an expert witness. It's like, well, I mean, they do, but it wouldn't surprise me if a judge said no, having nothing to do with my expertise. Just I talk about the law. The judge is supposed to be the one talking about the law to the jury. I mean, you'd love to be able to do this if the evidence is on your side. Have the jury hear halfway through the case, the trial, a detailed explanation of the elements. That would be awesome. Hypothetical examples. Well, it would be negligent use of a firearm to fail to adequately check it for a live round on a movie set. I mean, that's really invading the province of the jury. The jury is supposed to make the ultimate findings of fact. Not that I think the fact can be disputed here. This is like a stretch goal for Kerry Morrissey. Yeah, a Lee loader kit would do everything. Just a handheld kit would do everything this guy was describing. But you would need the kit and you would need the dies. But you could have that. Again, it wouldn't surprise me if they were short of dummy rounds. So Hannah brought a bunch of live 45 LC with her and the equipment to pull it. Pull the bullet. You don't actually need to take the primer out. You could just take the primed cases out into the parking lot and fire them. So that you hear 6 bangs, you know the primers are expended.
All rise.
Nice try, Gary. So we're taking the afternoon break. See what happens. Oh, they're all just sitting back down. But the jury must have been let out. Yep, it's a break. It's a break. Now I have to guess that they didn't announce what time. I'm going to guess that it's the afternoon break. There we go. Hey, folks, I'll be looking at questions and comments that need to be answered. And the only questions and comments I answer are those from Law Self-Defense members. In the Law Self-Defense member chat, you can become a member right now for just 99 cents for a 2-week trial membership at Law Self-Defense. You can do that right now. Open up another browser tab, go to lawofselfdefense.com/trial, and I answer all your questions and comments for free. Or you can do it as a $10 super chat on YouTube, which I think would be crazy of you to do, but some people prefer that. After your two-week trial membership, it's still dirt cheap to be a Law Self-Defense member. It's only about 30 cents a day, less than $10 a month to be a Law Self-Defense member. You get all your comments and questions answered for free. You get transcripts of our usual shows that you can download to document the specialized knowledge you're acquiring by consuming our content. We have members-only shows. We have shows that are split in half, where the second half is for members only. We have especially the violent video analysis that we do. Typically, we don't put it on YouTube because we get demonetized. That's members only. Lots of benefits to being a Law Self-Defense member. And come on, 30 cents a day? But you can at least try it for 99 cents for the first 2 weeks at lawofselfdefense.com/trial. Let's see what we have for questions. Let's see. Yeah, Scott says to turn a live bully into a dummy, pull the bullet, empty the powder, fire the primer, listen for the pop, make sure it pops, and then just reassemble with a bullet on the end. I mean, the truth is, you might even just be able to push the bullet in with your thumb on something like a 45 long Colt. Liam says the hotel guy said he saw it in a room, the puller. That's my recollection too. But I looked for that on my notes and I couldn't find it on my notes. It's a weird thing for me to skip. Let's see. Lawful to shoot says, Andrew, would you have called the witnesses in a different order than the order the prosecution selected? I don't know. And you don't always get to pick. I mean, sometimes it's the availability of the witness. I mean, not all these witnesses are, they don't live in New Mexico. Some of them do. A lot of them do, but many of them don't. I would have liked to have seen a more narrow focus on, especially from the armor, on the specific failure to catch the live round in the gun. Like the Brian, whatever his name was. Under what circumstances would it be acceptable for an armorer to claim to have inspected a weapon, hand it over for a take, and have missed a live round in the gun? And he would have said there are no circumstances in which that's acceptable. But that's exactly what happened here, right? So there are a few very narrowly focused on the elements of the crime questions. I think Kerry's kind of overlooked, and I'm maybe I've missed it. I mean, it's a lot of hours of stuff, but I haven't heard those. I'd like it to be much more explicit. The same with the people who said, "Well, I felt safe on set with the armorer." Well, of course you felt safe because nobody was dead yet, and you don't know enough about guns to know whether or not it's being done properly. So when you're ignorant, of course, you just assume the armorer is doing her job correctly. 1 second. Just got to take care of something here quick, folks. So I just saw a comment. I happened to look at a comment on the Court TV feed. It was a comment from Court TV saying that apparently the state is trying to wrap up their case in chief today. So let's ask. Let's do a poll. And I'm going to approve, I think Scotland does this. Guilty, not guilty, but in the middle, not proven guilty. So if you're on YouTube, the poll is up. The poll is up. And again, folks, the Q&A is for really the Law of Self-Defense members. So you need to be a member. Sign up. 2-week trial right there, 99 cents. You get all your questions and comments addressed for free, or it needs to be a $10 super chat. I see tons of comments and questions directed at me in the YouTube chat. But if it's not a $10 super chat, folks, I don't even see it. And I'm definitely not going to answer it. Let's see. Yes. So with the reloading, yeah, you wouldn't. So the poll is up there. Ooh, guilty looks pretty ugly. There is a $10 super chat. Let me take a look. Oh yeah, let me take a look at the likes. What's going on with the likes? Move that back over there. 1,500 people watching, 900 likes. Come on, folks, you can do better than that. Smash that thumbs up button like it's somebody who owes you money. Thumbs up, hit that likes, thumbs up. And if you're not yet a subscriber, I don't know why you're here listening to this content if you don't like it. But if you're not yet a subscriber, why don't you hit that subscribe button and hit that bell? That would be greatly appreciated. We just broke 60,000 subscribers on Friday. And right now we're up to almost 6,400. So we've picked up almost 400 since Friday. That's pretty cool. I really appreciate that. Let's see. How are things looking for the poll? Guilty, 73%. I think that's kind of low. Not proven guilty. So that caught another 22% of people. So they think she's guilty, but they're unconvinced yet by the state's case. Not guilty is only 6%. Now, keep in mind, even if the state rests today, this should be the high watermark of the state, right? If you don't believe she's proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt by the time the state rests, well, then in your mind, it's over because you're only going to be hearing the defense side of the story now. But even if you do believe she's like 73% of you do that she's guilty, keep in mind, you've only heard one side of the story so far. The defense also gets an opportunity to tell the jury a story. I don't think this defense is up to it from what I've seen so far, but they are entitled to the opportunity. It'll be very interesting. Okay. So we got done with Seth Kenney and Carrie Morrissey tried to bring on Detective Hancock to talk law to the jury. And it looks like the judge said, no, we're not doing that. All right. I think I'll take a moment to hit the restroom. I'll pull up the, let's see, where is it? The Jensen Ackles interview again. We'll watch a few minutes of that while I hit the John. So here we
go. I didn't hear that, but he wouldn't have needed to scream it to everybody outside the set. He would have just, if in fact he handed the gun, which I think he is admitted to, which, if my recollection serves me, I thought I remember Hannah walking into set with the gun. And in my mind, and I don't know if I'm just filling in blanks here because I didn't see it, or if I did see it, like one of those things like, did I see that? Or am I just filling in a blank? The set was so, like, you know, Alec was here, the camera was here, Elena, Joel, Dave was here. And so Hannah came in from the back. It would have made perfect sense for her to be like, here's Alec's gun, and him go, okay, great, thanks. Here you go, hold gun. Or looked at it, seen her, did a check. I don't know if that happened or not.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just a way because Hannah couldn't get into him.
Okay, but you didn't see it.
But I feel like I saw that, but I can't remember if that's exactly how it happened or not.
Okay.
But I know that Hannah was right there, and if she was right there, then there would be no reason for Dave to have walked over to the cart. And I know where the cart was. The cart was, you know, if this is the church, and here's the entrance. There were tents right here where cast chairs were. The cart was on the back side of that.
Okay. And you're talking about those black pop-up tents?
Yes.
So it was on the back side of it?
Yeah, that's where Bob's cart was.
Okay.
So it was you know, a good, yeah, like 30, 50 yards away from the entrance of the set.
Okay. How far distance wise between Alec and the camera and then Halyna and Joel?
Camera was right in there because it was a close up. It was like literally just shooting his chest because he was drawing out the gun like this, right?
Okay.
So the camera.
Here, let me give you a.
Well, I want distance, so that's the thing.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it was.
And we're back.
All right, you may be seated.
All right, Corporal, we're going to move on. Were you present in the courtroom when Mr. Haig was doing his demonstration with his single action army?
Yes, I was.
And as a trained law enforcement officer, are you proficient in firearms?
Fairly proficient.
Have you been able to access that gun that Mr. Haig was using for his demonstration today?
Yes.
And did you attempt to view the barrel of the gun without removing the cylinder?
Yes.
Were you successful?
Yes.
You were?
Well, sorry, in looking at it, yes, but not fully.
Okay, so why don't you explain to the jury what you did in order to try to do a barrel check for debris or items in the barrel without removing the cylinder?
Okay. So with the revolver that Mr. Haig had brought in, what I did was essentially I took the hammer to half cock, which would allow that cylinder to spin freely. So then I tried to look down the barrel, kind of from the side of that revolver. You can see a little bit of light shining through it, but you cannot fully see like an unobstructed barrel view when you're looking down it. So it's essentially what I would kind of consider looking like at a corner. So you're not really able to see, you know, parts of that corner. Next, I pulled the hammer fully back all the way to see if you could see where the firing pin goes into that cylinder. So I tried to look down that way to see if I could see the entirety of the barrel. Again, that hole it's too small. I could see light shining through, but not enough to where I could say that the barrel was, you know, completely empty, or that I would be confident enough to say that there wasn't anything in the barrel. And then the last thing that I did uncomfortably is I actually took that revolver and with it at the full cock position, I actually looked down the barrel of that gun and used a light source because it was really hard to see in it with it being, it's dark, it's a darker barrel. So I looked, actually had that barrel pointing at my face, and to try to look down it, too dark to see it just normally. So I used a light source to try to look down. But again, when you're shining that light source down the barrel, you're having to move in different directions. So personally, I wouldn't comfortably say that that the barrel would be free of anything like debris or you know, any sort of particles in those checks.
All right, thank you. Shifting gears, are you familiar with the name Brian Norvell?
Yes.
And do you know whether or not he was interviewed in this case?
Yes.
You know, or he was?
He was.
Okay. And
Were the defense attorneys present for that interview?
Yes, they were.
Have you listened to the entire interview?
Yes, I have.
Did the defense, and let me ask you, in terms of let's go back to State's Exhibit 2, in terms of Mr. Benavidez's video, who is Brian Norvell on that video?
So in that lapel video, Brian Norvell is the individual that brings that prop cart over in front of the patrol unit to Lieutenant Benavidez. And he's the same individual that reaches his hand over the crime scene tape to pick something up off the cart.
Approximately how long was the interview that you listened to?
It was about an hour and 45 minutes, give or take.
Did anyone from the defense ask Mr. Norvell any questions?
No.
What a dumb.
Were you present in the courtroom when Mr. Bowles asked Mr. Kinney approximately how many times he called you? And I think Mr. Kinney agreed it was approximately 40 times.
Yes.
How many times did Mr. Bowles call you?
Quite a bit, not just calls, but also emails and text messages.
Would you say it was more than 40 times?
I'd say at least around there.
And how many times have I called you?
A handful, maybe between 5 and 10.
All right, thank you. I'll pass the witness. Oh, sorry.
So Bowles was in the interview with the guy who reached over the crime scene tape. The guy that Bowles tried to testify in court, offer testimony in court, basically by mimicking the planting of evidence by Brian Norvell at the cart, the planting of the live, whatever he thought it was supposed to be planting. And but when he was interviewed, Bowles didn't ask a single question.
Cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Corporal Hancock, isn't it true that I'm representing Ms. Gutierrez Reed in this case, and I called you and emailed you in that capacity?
Yes.
And Seth Kinney, on the other hand, is a potential suspect in the case, right?
According to who?
Well, you're the investigator. Did you ever look at him as a potential suspect?
Yeah, he was investigated.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking you. Do you normally talk to potential suspects that many times in a case?
I don't think there's a limit to how much we talk to them.
With regard to the barrel obstruction you looked at, and you did that, you're not an expert in inspecting firearms.
No.
And you said you're fairly proficient, but you don't know, for example, the tools that are used. You didn't have a tool with you?
No, that was just by eye.
Okay, so you just did kind of a casual attempt, but you're not an expert at doing that, are you?
I tried to replicate the way that was said that the barrel checks were done.
Well, you didn't have the tool. You just said that.
Correct.
And did you do this outside?
It was done inside.
Yeah, and are you aware the light is quite a bit different when you do it outside?
Correct.
So you said even doing it inside under less favorable lighting conditions, you were still able to see some light coming through it, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't replicate it outside, did you?
No, that's why I used a light source.
Okay, and you knew this was being done outside on the rust side.
I would assume so, but
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure it was done inside as well.
Well, you don't know that.
Correct.
So you're assuming, so your demonstration did not repeat the same conditions either that were done on the rust side, did it?
Again, I can't say the exact way that it was done on rust.
Okay.
No redirect.
So state called Mike Primo.
Oh, it's a forensics guy. Mike Primo. Primo Forensics. This may get more technical.
Stand before the judge, raise your hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone. Do you need any water?
Thank you, Your Honor. Floor would be great, thank you.
The 36th witness for the
Good
state.
afternoon, sir. Would you state your full name for the record, please?
Good afternoon. Michael Allen Primo.
Primo.
Mr. Primo, how are you currently employed?
I am employed through a company called Primo Forensics, where I am a partner. The firm specializes in the analysis of digital multimedia evidence, so audio recordings, video recordings, and image recordings used in litigation.
Can you summarize for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your education and background and experience in this field?
Sure. So I began my education and training with the University of Lawrence Technological University in Southfield, Michigan. I obtained a bachelor's in audio engineering technology. From there, I started getting training from LEVA, which is the Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association. I pursued LEVA training 1 through 4 and became a certified forensics video technician. I've also received training in the products for image and video enhancement through one of the popular vendors is Amped, as well as Input Ace, formerly known as Axon Investigate. I've also received training from Leica in the analysis and use of 3D laser scanning technology, Medex Forensics, which is another forensic tool used to authenticate multimedia evidence. And I think that covers it.
Do you belong to any professional or scientific organizations?
I do. I'm currently a member of SWIGDE, which is the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence. They're an organization that generates best practices in digital multimedia forensics, as well as digital forensics. So audio forensics, video forensics, image forensics, computer forensics, which includes cell phone forensics. And then they also have a quality committee that handles the quality control for digital forensics. I'm currently serving as the video chair with the video committee. I'm also a member of the Audio Engineering Society, the International Association for Identification, and LEVA.
And sir, can you, how long have you been in this field?
I've been practicing for a little over 10 years now.
And during that time, who have some of your clients been or parties that you've assisted?
So I've worked for both sides of the court on criminal as well as civil cases. So both the defense as well as the plaintiff for civil cases, and for criminal cases, the prosecution and the defense. I've contracted for the DOD, the DOJ, the FBI, the FDA, and several attorney general's offices. So a lot of attorneys.
And specifically, have you been qualified as an expert in the areas of audio or video and image forensics?
Yes, I have.
How many times have you been qualified as an expert in those areas?
I have given testimony as an expert a little over a dozen times in various courts throughout the United States. And then I've also provided deposition testimony, probably about the same, maybe a little more.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to recognize Mr. Primo as an expert in the areas of audio, video, and image forensics.
No objection.
All right, so you are recognized as an audio, video, image forensics expert.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can everyone hear me okay? I feel like I'm not talking directly into the microphone. That's a little better. Thank you.
The acoustics in the room are a little strange.
Okay, it's good to know.
How did you become involved in this case?
We were contacted initially to examine several sources of digital images that were captured from a variety of devices by Ms. Morrissey.
And did you prepare a report?
Yes, I did.
And was your work peer reviewed?
Yes, my work was technically peer reviewed by a colleague of similar qualifications.
And is that what peer review means? You give it to someone else in the field and they double check your work?
That's correct, to ensure the accuracy of the application of the methodology, as well as the opinions offered. It's recommended that reports are technically peer reviewed by a colleague that has similar qualifications.
Okay. I'm going to show you some exhibits. We're going to get ourselves set up. Mr. Bowles, do you want to come up here and have a look? Let's hold off on that one for just a second.
I wonder if she has some of the photos of the cartridge cases enhanced so it's easier to see the nickel primer. Because the police photographer sucked. All right, let me take a quick look at the poll. I'll shut the poll down now. Guilty, 75%. Not proven guilty, 21%. And just not guilty, 4%. So 25% for some combination of not proven guilty and not guilty. 75% for guilty. Looking pretty grim for Hannah Gutierrez. Reed.
All right. Mr. Primo, I am showing you what is already admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 118. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And is this an image that I provided you to do some enhancement on?
It appears so, yes.
And is there a particular part of this image that you were asked to enhance or clarify?
Yes, so the area specific.
George, will you show him how he can touch and clear?
Touch and clear. Pinch and zoom.
Let's see if I can do this. That works. So the arrow indicates the section of the image that was the focus of the request, which appears to be some sort of ammunition for enhancement as well as enlargement of the image.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I have marked as State's Exhibit 178, and I would ask the court to admit it, and I would ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
States 178 is admitted. You may publish.
Mr. Primo, can you explain to the jury what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 178?
Sure. So the tool that was used primarily throughout the course of the investigation is called AMP5, which is a audio or an image and video analysis tool, not audio analysis, with which when you bring the image into the tool, it performs a non-destructive workflow that allows us to clarify or identify specific regions of the imagery, which is shown on the right-hand side of the screen as the clarified identification for the version that was enhanced. Clarification and enhancement kind of are synonymous with the legal admissibility. The image on the left is a specific filter arrangement in the tool that allows us to compare what was originally cropped or selected and then what was clarified, what processes were applied. So we can see, in accordance with best practices, what exactly happened between the two components, the two sections that were cropped.
So when you attempted to clarify the image, is there a reason that you weren't able to make it less blurry?
So I applied a de-blur, several de-blurring processes to try to clear up that blurriness that you're seeing in the image. And they were unsuccessful at being able to accurately make it so that it was perfectly in focus again. So there were likely a number of reasons as to why that portion of the imagery became blurry. So light level adjustments were applied. If memory serves, sharpening, which improves the edge detail against different edges. And then of course, enlargement or resizing of the image.
And sir, the fact that this portion of the image that I asked you to take a close look at, the fact that that is in the background of the photo, how does that affect things?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, if I go back to is the ammunition in the foreground of the photo or the background?
It's in the background, yes.
How does that affect whether it's blurry or not, if it does?
It doesn't necessarily affect it from a clarification perspective. It wasn't so far out of blur that I would consider it unreliable to make determinations from. We can still see a lot of information in that background. It wasn't like those objects were several hundred feet or even further away from the focus of the camera. But that being further back in the scene does complicate our ability to de-blur it effectively.
And is that because they are blurry in the original image?
Yes, they're out of focus on some level, yes.
All right. I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 178. Just by looking at the images, are you able to, do you notice different colors of metal in the center of what appears to be ammunition?
I do, yes.
What are those colors?
The colors appear to be visually dissimilar in terms of color as well as light. The area depicted here as with the arrow, the center part, my understanding is that it's some sort of primer of that ammunition component, is a darker region than the area that's depicted by this arrow on the right, which is brighter.
Okay, thank you, sir.
We need an expert for this. Brass colored primer or nickel colored primer?
And I'm showing you what is already in evidence as State's Exhibit 162, where you provided this image for clarification and forensic work.
Yes, I was.
And was there a particular part of this image that I asked you to focus on?
Yes, so the section identified by the arrow here is the section of the screen that was of interest for clarification, so enhancement, as well as resizing or enlargement of that imagery.
And were you able to enlarge and clarify that image?
Yes, that section of the image was suitable for clarification, and then exhibits were generated, enlarged. In the compare and original format that we saw earlier, where it's the side-by-side, as well as a picture-in-picture style within the tool AMP5.
How do you know whether or not the image is appropriate for clarification?
There are several components that we evaluate when we receive the images. Things like, are the objects high enough resolution or pixels? So every picture is made up of lots of little squares that are pixels. And if the resolution of that picture is limited, then the enlargement process could produce inaccurate results for clarifying or making that image bigger. In addition, the position of those objects within the scene, the light level of that scene. So is the image too dark that we can't actually restore or enhance those sections to make them more visible to the human eye, as well as things like compression, image compression or data compression, which can reduce the amount of information that was originally captured by the device or introduce information that wasn't originally there. So we evaluate all of these components prior to engaging with an enhancement and applying that enhancement methodology, which was ultimately reported back to Ms. Morrissey prior to beginning.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to show you what I have marked as State's Exhibit, is it 176? Your Honor, for the record, Mr. Bowles does not have an objection to any of these exhibits. So I would ask that 176 be admitted into evidence and obviously for publishing.
176 is admitted. You may publish.
Mr. Primo, what are we looking at here?
This is a clarified exhibit that depicts that region of interest, which is demonstrated in the lower right-hand corner, that has been enhanced using sharpness, light level adjustments, as well as it's a picture-in-picture style, but a zoom, if you will, of the area of interest, which is the ammunition and it appears to be some sort of container.
Thank you. This is State's Exhibit 177. I'd like to move it into evidence and publish it.
No objection, Your Honor. 177 is admitted. You may publish.
Mr. Primo, can you describe what we're looking at here?
This is a demonstrative exhibit that shows the original frame picture that was processed or clarified on the left-hand side of the screen, which has been, if memory serves, rotated slightly so that we can better see it within this exhibit. Light level adjustments, so shadow and highlight improvements, sharpening, and then enlargement of the pixel region. So that's the original version, and then on the right-hand side, all of those processes.
Is that better?
Applied, a side-by-side exhibit.
Are you able to see, just by using your eyes, a slight difference in the color of the primers of the ammunition on the top area of that styrofoam insert and the ammunition here in this lower section?
Yes. So these two things that we're evaluating are visually dissimilar. Oh. In terms of light and color.
And while you have testified that you can see the difference, are there some things that you can do in order to verify that that they are actually different colors?
There are some tests that we can apply to analyze that information on a deeper level, which is at its core evaluating how the technology works. So in this case, it was some sort of Apple device, iOS device, and whether or not that information that was being collected by the electronics within that device was being accurately communicated to that digital format. So there's a test that I applied throughout the analysis. On this particular image, I was not confident in my ability to do so.
To verify it.
Correct. To verify that those tonal values, those color and luma values are in fact dissimilar.
So just to be clear, your testimony is you can see the difference, but you're not able to digitally verify it.
That's correct.
Okay.
So far, this testimony is super weak.
Let's switch over for a video. And of course, unfortunately, that requires me to change devices. Thank you for your patience.
I wonder why we're doing this, unless you had all these tests done, got a bad result or an unhelpful result, and if she doesn't introduce it because it was given to discovery to the defense will introduce it. Because so far it's been very unhelpful. Yeah, it's not a good witness for after lunch. It's not a good witness to end your case in chief. Stay up here in case we have to.
I would like to play what has been marked as State's Exhibit 187. Your Honor, the foundation for these videos was laid by the gentleman from Production Outfitters, and I would ask for permission to publish. Sorry, 187.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 187 is admitted. You may publish.
Sir, were you asked to review a couple of videos and take those videos and enhance still frames within the videos?
Yes, I think it was, if memory serves, more than a couple, but yes.
Okay. This is State's Exhibit 187. Do you recognize this video?
I do, yes.
And is this one of the videos that you digitally enhanced for me?
That is correct.
You know, and quite frankly, I understand that we can't hear it, but whatever is being said is not relevant. So I'm not going to spend too much time on the audio. Okay.
Okay, understood.
And what specifically were you asked to do with regard to this video? What was I asking you to look for and try to enhance?
The pixel regions are the areas depicting the ammunition within what's my understanding is a bandolier that Mr. Baldwin is attempting to wear. Several still images were extracted from the video recording for clarification.
And can you see the ammunition with the primer side of the ammunition facing the camera in this still frame?
That is correct.
Would this be an example of some of the still frames that you collected from this video at my request?
I would have to examine the specific video image numbers, but it was in this range that it becomes most visible. I'm uncertain if it's this exact video image. Every video image in a video recording is marked with a frame number, so we count them. We can count them in a linear fashion. I would have to examine the project to know if definitively if it was this video image, but it was in this series of time.
It was one of these still frames in this video.
Correct.
And perhaps more than one.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. I am going to play for you State's Exhibit 188. Same issue, Your Honor. Foundation was laid by Production Outfitters, and I would like to move it into evidence and ask permission to publish.
No objection.
States 188 is admitted, you may publish.
Mr. Primo, were you asked to do basically the same thing with this video?
That is correct.
When the camera was zoomed in here at the beginning, were you able to collect some still frames of the ammunition in that holster?
That is correct.
All right. Because we have to switch devices, I'm going to show you another video from a different time frame.
Okay.
And then we'll move back to the images. So I'm going to show you what is already in evidence as States Exhibit 164. Do you recognize this video?
I do, yes.
Is this another video that you were asked to conduct a forensic analysis on?
So this video, the way that this device works is actually recording several pictures. And the tool that allows us to interpret those images plays them back in rapid succession, giving the effect that it's a video. This is a product of that proprietary tool from that particular vendor of the camera. But in answer to your question, yes, it is a video, but in its raw format, there are actually multiple pictures.
And what kind of a camera is this? Do you remember what it's called?
This is an RE Alexa Mini, if memory serves.
And in terms of good cameras, bad cameras, sophisticated cameras, simple cameras, where does this camera fall?
The lay interpretation is it's kind of like the Lamborghini of cameras. It's a very high-end tool in comparison to other devices.
All right, thank you, sir. Can you see the ammunition there on the left-hand side?
Yes, I don't know for a fact that it is ammunition, but it's my understanding that those are casings of some sort. But yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay. And is it somewhere in this area where you were able to isolate some still frames? And I'll go ahead and play it for you there.
That is correct. In preparation for my report from my investigation, 4 instances, 4 images were extracted from the tool in a raw RGB TIFF format. In preparation for testimony, additional images were extracted for review.
And for the record, I am going to show Mr. Primo States Exhibit 179 through 186. I believe there isn't an objection. I'd like to have them admitted and permission to publish.
No objection.
States 179 through 186 is admitted, you may publish.
Thank you. Mr. Primo, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 179. Can you describe to us what we're looking at here?
This is frame 237 from one of the two of the digital video files that we saw that didn't have audio playback. That frame on the left-hand side of the screen is what's been cropped as the area of focus.
And let me stop you real quick as a point of clarification. I showed you two videos of Mr. Baldwin putting on his bandolier, and then there was another video of Mr. Baldwin with a young man. Do you remember those?
Yes, the two with the putting on the bandolier is what I was referring to. Yes.
Oh, their monitor isn't working. Sorry.
Look at Bowles, all helpful to the defense, to the state. Oh, the defense monitor is not working. Bowles probably kicked a wire loose. Mistrial. Did you power it off and back on again? Should they have used Brian Carpenter as their final witness? Well, I mean, they may not have had the option. He's an expert witness. It depends on his schedule. And I would have used him more aggressively too. But yeah, if you could have had him last, that would have been good. But I would have asked him some of those questions I asked later, like under what circumstances is it acceptable for the armorer to fail to identify a live round in a firearm that's being introduced to be used by an actor in a take? Never. And that's the core legal question in this trial.
Do it with one monitor if they have difficulty fixing it. Is it possible to move it a little closer to? We don't need to look at it. We know what these images look like.
Well, let me wait.
Oh, there, that was
Yeah, I'm sure Kerry Morrissey's tired. I'm tired and I'm just watching. I don't think Bowles is tired because I don't think there's much computational effort taking place upstairs. I mean, listen, it's really a kind of a strict liability issue here. There's no acceptance of ambiguity about whether or not a round is a dummy or live. on a set. Like Carrie may be trying to make it look like, look, even an idiot would have known these were not the usual dummies because they were so obviously distinct in appearance from the dummies.
Have to come up. He went to get water for the jurors.
I don't know. Sometimes Bowles just looks like he's turned off. Like in the original Star Wars when C-3PO goes into rest mode.
Go ahead.
Okay. Let me stop for just a moment. Mr. Primo, the first set of images that we were looking at with the styrofoam insert sitting on a person's leg and the ammunition in the background that was blurry, were you able to determine the dates that those images were taken?
Yes, the examination of the metadata, which is data about data from the photos, was evaluated in as a part of the enhancement process.
And what was the date?
The date that the metadata interpretation tool is reporting as the date time the original image was captured is October 10th, 2021 at approximately 9 a.m. 42:11 seconds.
Okay. And just to be clear, the videos that we showed you of Mr. Baldwin putting on his bandolier, were you able to determine the date of those?
I did not evaluate the date time created information from those
Okay.
videos, no.
But the jury can rely on the testimony of other witnesses for the appropriate dates for that. And then we'll get to the next one in a moment. So let's go ahead and begin again. State's Exhibit 179, what are we looking at here?
This is a comparison of the specific region that was cropped, demonstrating the bandolier and the ammunition. At frame 237, I don't recall which video exhibit this came from. But as you can see here on the left, this is the original information that does not have any clarification, application of any clarification to it. The image on the right is a clarified version that uses resizing of that section to make it larger, light level adjustments, shadow and highlights, shadows, midtones, and highlights, and sharpening.
And sir, in both images, but in particular in the clarified image on the right, are you able to determine that one of the supposed pieces of ammunition seems to have a silver coloring in the center?
Visually, yes. Objectively, through that deeper methodology that I talked about, no, we did not apply that method for verification.
Okay, let's move to State's Exhibit 180. Tell us what we're looking at here.
This is another instance, video image 218 from the video exhibit that was isolated. The section on the left-hand side that was cropped is from the original video image. The section on the right was clarified and enlarged. Similar processes were applied.
And in this image, when we compare it to the previous image, that being State's Exhibit 179, do you see that change in color, that silver type color in the same place in both images? And when I mean in the same place, on the same piece of ammunition, or rather where the ammunition is located?
That is correct. Yes, it's a lighter tonal value or representation, which is dissimilar than the other tonal values in chroma and luma, light and color, that appears dissimilar.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 181. Tell us what we're looking at here.
This is frame 237. Similar processes were applied. The image on the left-hand side is the original that has not been resized from the video recording. The image on the right is the clarified version that has been resized, enhancement processes applied. And then the entire image was actually resized, I don't think I mentioned this, to format the screen that you're looking at in an HD resolution. So had we not performed that, it would have been a little bit smaller on the screen, because this section was the smallest that we enhanced. Smallest that I enhanced, because the resolution, the picture size from these videos was much smaller than the RE, which is a very high resolution, and even the photos from the iOS devices, the iPhones that were captured.
Okay. States Exhibit 182. Tell us what this is.
This is another representation of frame 218. So when the images were enlarged, two different resizing methods were used to verify that the information that was being enlarged was accurately being done so and wasn't an inaccurate representation when it was made larger. This appears to be the other enhancement version. As you can see, it's kind of like more blocky, pixely, if that's a forensic term, on the right-hand side when it was enlarged.
And in all of the images that we've looked at in this group of images, 179 through 182, do you see the lighter colored primer in the same position, that being what appears to be the third piece of ammunition from the top?
That is correct.
States Exhibit 183, what's this?
This is frame 175. If memory serves, this is from the other video recording because there's a clear indication of the front of the ammunition. I'm considering the front to be where the projectile is located. In which case, this exhibit on the left is the original section of the video image that was selected, cropped, enlarged. And the clarified version that has clarified processes applied. One particular process that wasn't included on the others is a process called deep blurring. So kind of refocusing that image that we're seeing so it's clearer.
Can you see what appears to be that same silver coloring in the piece of ammunition that's third from the top?
It's more difficult to see in this version, but there are slight, the pixel information is there. Yes.
Okay. States Exhibit 184, same question.
Yes.
Same to everything.
The dissimilar, yes. So the section on the left is the isolated version, clarified version on the right that has been resized, and there is a dissimilar tonal value visibly between those. Specifically, we examined the two ammunition that were side by side.
Okay, thank you. States Exhibit 185, same thing, just different frame?
That is correct.
States Exhibit 186, same thing, different frame?
This is another version of an alternate resizing algorithm that was used to make the image bigger for verification that no additional information was added to the recording that rendered determinations inaccurate. Like nothing was added to the video that misrepresents what was originally there.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let's move to the images that you were able to analyze from the RE video. I'm not going to play the video on this device because it will cause the system to crash. So I'm going to move to States Exhibit 189. I would like to have 189 entered into evidence and permission to publish.
Is 189 this video?
No, 189 is the digital image that he created
Okay, no
from the
objection.
video.
Okay, no objection.
Case 189 submitted, you may publish.
All right, Mr. Primo, what are we looking at here? And if you recall, was there a date associated with the video from the RE?
May I have a moment to look at my report?
Certainly.
Thank you. The creation date associated with the metadata from the RE Raw proprietary tool. It's a program that allows us to examine the images captured directly from the RE camera in their raw format, is reporting a date of October the 18th, 2021. This creation time is reporting 5:36 and 49 seconds.
Does that tell you that that's the exact date that the image was recorded on the camera?
In accordance with the data that the camera was communicating to the file, yes.
Okay. And what are you able to see in terms of this same pattern that we're looking for with regard to silver colored centers of what appears to be ammunition?
I don't understand the question.
Well, let me back up. What are we looking at here? Or do we have an original and a clarified?
Yes, so the image on the left is a selection of that region of the, my understanding is it's a bandolier or storage of some sort of those ammunition. And then the image on the right is the clarified or enhanced version of that image on the left.
And are you able to see, just from looking at the photo, that the top two items appear to have silver centers where the last four appear to have a different color center?
They appear to be lighter in tonal values. I don't know if I can classify them as silver, but
okay, understood. I'm sorry.
It appears to be, if I was asked what material that looks like, it looks like silver, but whether or not it actually is, I haven't been able to verify that, but yes, visually dissimilar.
And let me ask you, in terms of the date from the RE camera, does a date and time have to be set on the camera properly in order for you to receive that the proper information through the metadata for the date of the recording?
That is how most camera devices work. I don't recall specifically if the RE was set, this particular RE, by the operator, but that's common for digital cameras like the RE.
And were you, sir, able to do a tonal value analysis on this?
Yes, I was.
And again, the tonal value analysis is just a way of doing an additional verification. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what were the results of your tonal value analysis?
So with respect to the RE images, there were no artifacts due to compression. These images were captured in a raw format, which means when the light information hit the camera's components, which is called a sensor, it's going to capture that information in raw and communicate that to a digital file, with which it's not going to make determinations about what do we take away or what do we add to make this file smaller. An interpretation of that process was done using a filter within the AMP5 tool called channel selector. And that evaluates the specific RGB color spaces that those tonal values live essentially in that raw format. And through an evaluation of the green channel, which is the most sensitive to the human eye, there is a distinct dissimilarity in the luma and chrominance values between those two sections. And when these images were clarified, enhanced, 2 of the 4 images that I examined, through adding of light to make the images brighter, this section, the middle section of that piece of ammunition, i.e. the primer, became overexposed, which means it had brighter values than other primers throughout that picture. And the tool reported that those values were going beyond the technology's ability to capture it. So what does that mean? It means that that section was documented by that device brighter than the other primers throughout the picture.
Would you say that the use of the tonal value analysis did in fact verify that? It verified that it is brighter than the others?
That is correct.
Sorry about that. And States Exhibit 190, we would ask the court to move this into evidence and publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
Case 190 is admitted, you may publish.
Mr. Primo, what are we looking at here?
This is a exhibit that demonstrates the selected area, approximate selected area as the other images we saw, but it's not in the compare original format. It's just a picture-in-picture that is clarified, enhanced.
All right, thank you, sir. Were you also asked to perform a forensic analysis on still frames from a body-worn camera worn by a police officer?
That is correct.
And for the record, just so that the jury is aware, the body-worn camera that Mr. Primo analyzed was States Exhibit 2. I'm not going to play it because you already have it and we've already watched it. I will, however, pull up States Exhibit 192 and ask the court to admit 192 and permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
192 is admitted, you may publish.
Mr. Primer, what are we looking at here?
This is a video image that was selected from the BWC recording. I don't recall from the file title which particular frame this was, but it's a picture-in-picture process using Annotate. We can select that portion of the screen and enlarge it, resize it.
He made it worse. He made it worse.
Additional enhancement processes, including adjustments to the lighting, sharpening as well. So it's an enhanced version of that frame with a picture-in-picture effect.
And the label of that box still appears to be pretty blurry and not legible. Were you not able to clarify it any more than that?
That is correct.
Okay.
The compression artifacts as a result of the spatial resolution, the video quality was insufficient to enhance to make that kind of identification.
And when you say the video quality was insufficient, is there a considerable difference between the quality of a police officer's body-worn camera, this type of camera in particular, and a camera such as the RE camera that was being used on the set of Rust?
Yes, a body-worn camera, although effective, its design is to surveil. It's a surveillance camera that's worn by an officer, so they record for long periods of time. Significant differences in intended use between a cinematography camera and a body-worn camera.
And finally, let's have a look at States Exhibit 191. Looks like these aren't too different, but go ahead and tell us what you did.
This is the original information that was selected with the enhancement tool on the left-hand side, and then a compare original filter was applied to demonstrate the clarified version with processes to enhance it.
And why does it appear that there is actually less detail in terms of the label on the box in the clarified image as opposed to the original image? Let me ask you this. When you clarify an image, do you brighten it?
Yes, it's one of the processes to brighten it. If memory serves, when I was trying to enhance for the request was to examine any identifiers on the box, not specifically that little 2 lines of some sort of information, but to see if there were any identifiers anywhere on that container. So the light was improved to be able to examine that.
Can brightening an image actually reduce some of the detail in the image?
It can, yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Witness.
Somebody said the video was choppy.
Prosecution.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Primo, how much were you paid for your work in this case and your report?
The firm Primo Forensics was compensated a value somewhere in the 10,000 range.
Wow, for that.
In the process that you were hired to do, you take images like a picture, or you extract one from media, and then you use tools to try to clarify them. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier in your testimony, there's certain things that can cause distortion. I think you said if something's low resolution, is that right?
I don't remember saying specifically distortion.
Okay. Yeah, just tell me, what are some of the things that can cause you not to be able to get that clarification?
I don't understand the question.
In some of the images, it looked like at the end, the ones we couldn't see anything. It didn't clarify it, so we couldn't see what was on the box. What prevents that? The resolution originally, or why can't you get that?
The resolution does play a factor in that, as well as the compression level. So at what point the camera is limiting information to that digital video file. Those are 2 components, yes.
Okay. You also said in some of the pictures you could not verify tonal differences. And if I say it wrong, just tell me. But you did a verification process and you couldn't confirm?
That is correct. I was not confident to apply that particular methodology because there were so many unknown variables.
Okay. So given that there's so many unknown variables, some of them you can say that there were tonal differences, like color differences. Some of them you can't. Is that fair?
I don't understand the question.
Some of these pictures, you can't be confident that there are tonal differences. Some of them that you looked at, is that what you just said?
I would have to evaluate the particular image to answer that question. Maybe we can show one of them.
Sure. Yeah, there were some of them you said I couldn't verify. And we can go back to the number of that. But I'm just trying to get that basically what you did was you clarified and enhanced pictures. And some of them you can tell us the colors are different. Some of them you can't. Is that right?
That is fair to say that the dissimilarities could not be verified in terms of how that technology was actually working when it captured those values. Yes.
And your technology has got to be much more sophisticated, but it's like, you're familiar with iPhones, people can use filters, they can use edits, that kind of thing.
I'm familiar, yes.
Okay, but yours, I mean, basically you must be using a much more sophisticated tool, correct?
It's a peer reviewable tool that allows us to apply methodology that is
Oh
widely
my
accepted.
God.
So it's repeatable, it's verifiable. It can be evaluated by people of similar qualifications to ensure that it was being applied correctly and effectively to accurately improve the information that's contained within them. I would say it's relative with respect to sophistication as to what we're comparing it to.
To an iPhone?
To a filter.
Oh, to a
I think
filter.
iPhone filter is what you had said.
Yes, iPhone filter. Yeah.
But yeah, to a one-to-one comparison, we'd probably have to evaluate which particular filter, but
Okay.
there's no magic in the tool if that's what I think we're trying to evaluate.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was trying to ask. So it's similar to a filter.
They are filters. That's
Okay.
correct, yes.
Okay.
The filters that are being applied.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing for me.
He had nowhere to go. I mean, this guy's just a morass.
Redirect.
Oh, Carrie,
Yeah,
please.
just very briefly, sir, in the images from the videos of Mr. Baldwin putting on the bandolier, those 2 videos that you extracted images from, the fact that you see the same color difference in the primer of the piece of ammunition that is in the 3rd position from the top, the fact that you are able to see that color difference repeatedly in different frames, is that some indication of reliability that that center primer is actually a different color than the others? Does that make sense?
I think so, yes. So with respect to forensic image video analysis, we're evaluating things from an objective perspective. There are components to that methodology that evaluate context, and they are best practices. I was not asked to evaluate those things with this case. If I understand your question, I think I do. From a contextual perspective, yes, it does, because there are multiple instances across multiple frames with each of the devices that capture digital video files, which means more images than just one, like an iPhone. So yes, contextually, it does demonstrate that. Yes,
Some additional level of reliability.
that's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. I don't have anything else.
Your excuse, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The state rests.
Oh, the state rests.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to take our break for the day. I have some court I need to do at 4 o'clock. So the state is rested, so the defense will go forward. Counsel, please approach for a minute.
She wants to make sure the defense is
All right, so tomorrow morning, we're gonna have a couple of housekeeping matters, so you all should be downstairs at 10, not 8:30, 10, okay? So I see that's good news for a fair amount of you. All right, so please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Don't do any research about the Rush Productions or the movie set, et cetera, and the trial. So downstairs at 10, okay? All right. Did I say the part, don't talk among yourselves? Okay, very good, thank you.
All rise. All right, folks. So they probably have some pre-trial hearing, pre-defense. They probably has some motions they want to make about evidence they'd like to get admitted. They're probably going to try again to get in their armor expert witness. Whatever they want to argue about. I'll be at my desk at 8:20, ready to go live if the court is broadcasting, so we can hear that stuff. If the court's not broadcasting, I'll be at my desk watching the court feed, and whatever time they go live, I'll go live with the live stream. I'm not sure what else to say about that, except for that. Last mention of the sponsor of today's show, CCW Safe, a provider of legal service memberships what many people mistakenly call self-defense insurance. In effect, they promise to pay their members legal expense in criminal court and provide civil liability protection in civil court if the member is involved in a use of force event and is compelled to use force in defense of themselves, their family, their property. They also do other stuff like drop an investigative team to work on your behalf. Don West, Attorney Don West, is their national trial counsel. He'd be an advisor on your case. I do a lot of partnering with CCW Safe. I think they're a great team over there. And I myself am a member of CCW Safe. My wife, Emily, is a member of CCW Safe. Some of the competition out there, folks, is hot garbage. Some of the companies purporting to offer similar kinds of coverage. Some of it's just absolutely bad. And none of it's inexpensive. Don't get taken. Learn why I trust CCW Safe. They're the best fit for me, and maybe they're the best fit for you. You can learn why I trust them at lawofselfdefense.com/trust. I have a little 2-3 minute video there where I explain exactly why I think they're the best option. lawofselfdefense.com/trust. Okay. Yes, the objections are recorded. So they're preserved for appeal. I think what they're trying to do with the nickel and brass primers is show that the vast majority, the actual dummies, the vast majority were brass. So any nickel primer should have been an obvious wake-up call to the armorer. Yeah, hell of a way to leave the jury. That was not a good witness. Just not very useful. All right. Well, it looks like the law of self-defense chat went into a coma with that witness. Let me take a look at see if there's any super chats that need to be addressed. Let's see. Yeah, if you're on YouTube, please hit the likes, thumb up button before you leave. If you're on a mobile app and you're getting ready to sign out, now's your opportunity when you sign out to hit the subscribe button, hit the thumbs up, like button. I believe that's how that works. I know probably statistically half of you on YouTube are watching on mobile devices. So as you exit, thumbs up, subscribe, hit the bell, and maybe you'll get a notification. Please. Thank you. Be great to get to 100,000 subscribers. Then I'd be like a real law tuber. One of the big boys. Thomas Percival $10 super chat on YouTube. Thank you very much. Thomas says, pictures of the bandolier show a live round in the bandolier. My understanding of the filming was a close-up of the removal of the gun. I would assume reloading as he shot before entering. Thoughts? I just don't understand the question. Sorry, a $10 question. I don't really get it. Nobody was reloading. Baldwin wasn't reloading. Nobody was reloading except for the armorer. For that gun in this take. There were other times when Sarah, the props master, would occasionally reload blanks and so forth, but that's not relevant to the event in question, the shooting of Halyna Hutchins. Abbreviation for law tubers, Luber. Fair enough. Yeah, this whole enhanced video thing was awful. Awful. All right, folks. So that looks like about all I have. So in that case, I will just remind all of you before we meet up tomorrow. Again, I'm going to be at my desk 8:20. So if the court's streaming, I'll bring it up live, and I'll start my own live stream. But if I'm monitoring it and nothing's happening in court, I'm not going to do a live stream, for 2 hours with the court doing nothing. So in that case, I will wait to start my own live stream until the court's actually in session and something is happening. All right. And she said something about 10 o'clock for the jury to be back. So we'll just have to see how that plays out. All right. All right. So I will wrap things up, except to remind you, if you carry a gun, so you're hard to kill, carry a knife, pepper spray, study jujitsu, so you're hard to kill. I do all those things, so I'm hard to kill, so my family is hard to kill. If you do any of that, so you're hard to kill, so your family is hard to kill, then you owe it to yourself and your family to make sure you know the law, so you're hard to convict as well. Until next time, I remain Attorney Andrew Branker for Law of Self-Defense. Stay safe.